no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy. Shine a bright energy with the waves I'm making. Gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that This is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. I am so strong, I am so strong. This is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. I am so strong, I am so strong. This is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. I am so strong, I am so strong.
I'm going in bigger than ever. Watch me flex on the set. I was made for this. I'm going in bigger than ever. Sit back and watch me win. I'm going in bigger than ever. Just watch me win. Just watch me win. I'm going in bigger than ever. Watch me flex on the set. I was made for this. I'm going in bigger than ever. Sit back and watch me win. I'm going in bigger than ever. Just watch me win. Just watch me win.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall. Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is
doesn't matter
right now. God, how is he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Ichiban would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra-kill.
This time it comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is ready it up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his hand at his bot, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside now, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
Real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome, folks. We're back here live with Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. My name is Aidan. I'm here with the one and only Giang for our week number 5 here, starting right now for our season's tournaments. And let me tell you guys, we have some big games for you today.
Oh man, big is not even the best way to describe, because these sets of series are gonna be so loaded as well, as we have 3 sets of matches set in store for you guys. As always, of course, though sometimes we do have 4 series, just like on our Saturday special. But today, it's going to be a blast because we have 2 APAC matches today against CN Confidence teams. We have KT.RY up against Weibo Gaming. We have G2 Blacklist against Fun Plus Phoenix. And later on our last series, it's gonna be Titans clashing once again. The undefeated Trace Esports will be challenged by the recently redeemed Nova Esports.
You know what, Jiang? I'm still so hyped from those last matches that we saw that Nova performed in. I mean, I think both of us are still recovering from that series. And I think it's fitting as well that it is the last series that we are going to be witnessing here today. You said it yourself pretty well. The Clash of Titans as we have it here in the final best of 3 here today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That last week performance from Long definitely is one for the books.
It's the best performance I have ever seen as a jungler, period. Including Season 1. And it's him that always is the key to the victory. And if you are going up against Nova Esports, again, I'm always saying this even when they have a matchup against another team. You always have to beat Long in order to beat the team. And last time for J Team, it wasn't the case. They got dominated by Long.
And the thing about Long and the rest of the Nova team squad is we saw their faces literally as they were winning that series, and they were just so chill about it. They went about their business like nothing happened. And that's one of the things that I love about this team, right? They always are all about that business, always all about securing those wins, and they never get ahead of themselves, which is, I guess, one of the things that really make this team super successful here.
Yeah, I mean, Nova Esports even commented on my post saying, just long things. That's what's so chill about it. But we have other players as well that has been really standing their ground during the past week of week number 4. Of course, we have Shin, we have Korn, we have Soil, and Langui as well in the support of Edward Gaming. Lots of members on Thunder Talk, to be honest. And this team is being very notorious for their undisputed record right now of every single game they had has been a 2-0 sweep.
I have to say, Langui here from EDG has been, I think, one to watch for the entire tournament. It feels like every single team fight that is in a highlight reel here for EDG, Langui is almost certainly always present. I mean, take a look at that kill participation, 64.12. It's one of the highest here along the tournament, and considering the track record here of EDG, I think they are in a pretty stellar road going up in the next coming weeks here of our season.
Especially Langui has been really active across the map, making sure that the sets are great for the side of Edward Gaming. But we're looking at the Apex side this time around, and we see Draw on his face right now, all serious of course, but the scores that he does have is really nice as well, especially skill participation, of course. Just always being there to support the team and set things up. Outplays as well has been really flawless when it comes to Draw.
And I think it's fitting too that we're highlighting Draw this time from G2 Blacklist, especially because they're facing up against FPX this time. The last time this team faced up against a China Conference team, GG, it wasn't the best result for them. Not by a long shot.
It has been an introduction or a welcome by J-Team against them during their first day as G2 Blacklist in the Wild Rift League Asia. And now, well, they're still coming towards, some troubles, especially their loss against Cerberus Esports. But ever since, they have been really grinding it. The rest of the Apex squad as well has been really giving their all, including T3, the guy that has been just carrying the name of Team Flash with his amazing performance, allowing Team Flash to finally secure their first win after a 6-7 series lose streak. Now they have their first win, and it's against KT.RY just because of T3 on his Aatrox and on his Gwen.
One more thing I'd like to say about the APAC conference team, though, I think is very fitting that we have two NOS players here in the banner right now. Fate and Calm. I think this really represents the consistent performance that NOS has this season in particular. I gotta say, GG, they've been looking pretty good at the top of the score points right now as well. The most wins so far in the APAC conference teams, and they are right up there with G2 Blacklist. And I think for the rest of the season, NOS definitely is going to continue on this trend as long as they keep their consistency.
And the main difference on NOS Esports and G2 Blacklist is that the one and only CN conference teams that G2 Blacklist has had is a loss against J-Team, right? But for NOS Esports, they battled against Nova Esports, and that has been one of the best games we have seen in a reverse sweep fashion as well, just because of Fate on the back-to-back objective steals. And it's just amazing to see, and I'm so excited to see more of those as well as we come towards this 5th week, because now we see still a pretty much unchanged category on the ban rates. Of course, Hecarim never gets to see the light of day anymore. Evelyn as well has been quite respected, but especially when it's available, teams normally pick it off. Vladimir, I think we are starting to see some hesitation just because of the counters, like the Zoe, of course, the Akali, and recently Corki has been one of the two champions that has been resurfacing as a matchup, like the Orianna as well.
Yeah, but Vladimir is still absolutely one of the top priorities here in our matches. But Hecarim, I think, is just way too strong. It's one of those picks where if it somehow manages to get through the banning phase, you absolutely have to pick it up, because it just gives you such a big momentum boost, I would like to say. in these games. But Aatrox surprisingly not here. Aatrox has been receiving a lot of priority, but Camille is the one that is top on the top 97% of the pick and ban picks face here. But let's take a look at the games we have today. Again, Weibo versus KT Rolster on our first matchup. Second matchup is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix versus G2 Blacklist, and the third is Nova Esports versus TE here for the day. Weibo versus KT Rolster. Let's get down to business here. Brass tacks, GG. Let's just talk about this matchup right away. Weibo versus Rolster Y. Weibo's had a pretty rocky season, but do you think Rolster Y, does that mean it guarantees them off the win against Weibo today?
I mean, Weibo Gaming, despite them having a bit of a rocky situation, losing against Thundertalk, FPX, JDG, and even Cerberus Esports just last Saturday, we can never discount this team because this is still well foundation of a team that had really strong suits in their name during the past tournament, and also just recently they have been experimenting a couple of their changes in the roster. Sometimes we see Jikan, sometimes we do see Kratos as a support. I think they're gonna be having Jikan today as a starting support once again instead of Kratos. So I'm looking forward to seeing the adjustments that they are gonna be making, but also because this is Weibo Gaming against a Korean team. This is kind of reminiscent of the recent Worlds in the Worlds 2023. Maybe there will be kind of a buff on Weibo or KT.
That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about as well, right? When you have a clash of teams from different regions start to come against each other, that's when anything and everything could happen. Talking about that thing that you brought up, the Worlds scenario, Weibo, literally the same company, literally the same team, this time from League of Legends, was number 4 seed in LPL during that season, and they went up to the grand finals of Worlds, and that's because of them having the opportunity to face up against teams from different regions. That's exactly the same case here as well, right? Despite the fact that Weibo is not really the highest in the scoreboards right now, they're facing up against Rolster Y, a team that perhaps they don't have a lot of experience facing up against. I mean, I don't know about the scrims happening here in the background, but in a tournament format, this is definitely somewhat of a new proving ground for both of these teams.
Both teams really need to improve as well because both of these teams have been upsetted recently. Weibo Gaming got upsetted by Cerberus Esports. Team Flash upsetted KT Rolster Y just last time as well, and it's going to be a big responsibility, especially for the mid laners, to really pick up the stack this time around, because we have seen them try a couple of champions like the Akali, the Kassadin, but didn't really seem to work alongside with them. Maybe this time, since we do see some priorities on the Yasuo, especially the durability build or the tank build, Undying Grass, into the Divine Sunder, into Wits End, stuff like that, maybe they would set their eyes on it, be interested in it, and pick it up against a counter here against their opponent.
Yeah, and I guess that's one more thing that you have to account for, right? When you have two teams coming in from different regions, is sometimes there is that shift in the meta that you might not necessarily expect. One of those being that Yasuo that you mentioned that has been receiving a lot more priority, especially from last week. It has been banned multiple times, so we haven't yet to see it again here in the stage. So I hope we do see a Yasuo as a Yasuo main. You know how much I love seeing my Yasuos, especially on that new tank build, right? I mean, I think it definitely is one unique build that deals a surprising amount of damage that not a lot of people really tend to expect.
For our junglers as well, right? We do see a bit of a disparity between these two players. Fan really likes to carry, does sometimes carry, but more on the engaging champions recently, like the Vi, sometimes the Olaf as well, during their game 3 against Team Flash, but didn't really pave the way to much success for KT Rolster Y at that point. So maybe this time around they would need to pick up a different champion instead. Sometimes you do see the Jace pop off for Weibo Gaming, just like their game 1 against Cerberus Esports. But before we dwell on it much further, let's go to the stage for the
欢迎各位
host to
收看
introduce them.
2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 YOHO。今天是第5周的第1个比赛日，首场 BO3 将由微博 Gaming 对阵首尔 KT.RY。状态不佳的微博 Gaming 在接下来这一段赛程里即将要面对诸多强敌，而首尔 KT.RY 也在上周的爆冷之后，今天一定会更加认真的对待。那么这一场的 BO3 胜负如何？我们一起到游戏里见分晓。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is boy YOHO. Today is the first day of the 5th week, and today's first best of 3 is Weibo Gaming versus Seoul KT.RY. Can WBG bring us back to WRL-A2 playing against KT, who lost to Team Flash last week and is going to be really aggressive and more serious today? Time to find out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Weibo Gaming and Seoul KT.RY.
게임을 시작하기 전에 너네들은 모두 질 운명이었어. 너네들한테 절망을 선사해줄게.
Dwayne is smiling.
안녕하세요, bro. Eat my punch.
I love the energy. He even like ran and then okay, oh yeah, I was supposed to walk.
That's adorable there. Eat my punch. Yeah, Weibo Gaming, you love to see it. You love to see this small kinds of banter we have here on the stage. Unfortunately, Roll.Y unable to make the trip over towards our LAN setup, but that's okay. At least they still will be able to play together as a team here. But Weibo, as you can see, is gonna be walking, making the walk towards the stage here, and here are the boys from Roll.Y. And you know what? I think that still gives a little bit of an advantage to whoever's on that LAN setup, right? You always want to be present in a stage like this. I mean, take a look at that.
I mean, even last season we saw some people supporting our APAC teams, primarily
下面有请打野选手 in the
Filipino
jungle
teams
fighting.
on stage. We saw some of their family members, friends, and colleagues be there in the background, cheering alongside with them as well. And in here, that will be the same. That's why we're just so excited to see the development of this tournament right now, because sooner or later, I mean, during the finals, we will see the APAC teams be sent out there, or at least those who are going to be qualified.
接下来让我们有请射手选手 in the duel lane
that will be
段
more
誉。
sooner than later. Here's players of Weibo slowly making their way towards the stage here.
段誉。
最后有请辅助选手 and support 搁浅。
Eat my punch, says Duanyu. Okay, we'll see about that. Weibo and Duanyu. See if they can actually topple down KT Roster for today's
接下来有请
matches.
首
And
尔
remember,
KT.RY 战队亮相，欢迎单人选手 in the solo lane
they've only had
RY,
two season wins this entire two series wins in recent memory, and both of those wins were 3 games. They went the distance, right? So Weibo haven't necessarily have had the easiest of seasons here.
Yeah.
接下来让我
So
们
they're
有请
hoping to
中路
break
选手
that
in the
trend
mid lane
now with
RY
KT
Luna。
They have been making a lot of mistakes, and most of their mistakes has been being exploited.
接下来让我们有请射手选手 in the duel lane RY Acrobat。
mitigate the mistakes they're making and strengthen their perks, their strengths here in this game, and
最
utilize
后有
it
请
against
辅助
KT
选手 and support
This team
RY
does not
Zero。
give any inch at all to their enemies. When they get an advantage, most of the
两
time
支队伍
it
现已
becomes
集
a
结完毕
one-sided，
让我们
beatdown.
即刻进
Just
入
like
召
how
唤
they
师峡
did
谷。
against
All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
And it paved the way for them to secure another win for APAC under their name for the APAC squad against AC and Confidence teams. And right now they're on their way as well to do that again.
Absolutely. So here we go. Both teams just prepping up for our side selection match as we gear up for our first series of the day. You know what? I really like that we have the side selection match here on Howling Abyss. Just not just to warm up our players, but also kind of like a sort of exhibition match of sorts, right? It's sort of
warm up.
Yeah, warm up, and it sort of gives an inkling of what these players are capable of, even if it's not necessarily the champions that they will be playing in our traditional Wild Rift games. And I like that. We get to see a nice change of pace, especially in the map setting as well, right? It's just one lane.
We see So many great fights as well sometimes.
True.
An extended one. Still, the time to beat is gonna be 5 minutes and 40 seconds long of a clash without stopping.
Is that in our side selection match? That is, right?
Yeah, that's our side selection match. So whoever wins in this fight for side gets to decide which, if they go on blue side or red side, then the team, well, they will proceed towards the match, and of course, whoever loses the actual game will get to decide which side they go on game 2.
You know what surprised me the most about the side selection matches here, GG, is they last surprisingly long. It just goes to show you the amount of competitiveness both teams have put up, right? Because there are teams that do prioritize a lot which side they pick, especially for that draft. And a lot of some teams actually don't really necessarily care, but here we go. That's the Garen spin to win right there, dealing a ton of damage onto Roaster Y. Beautiful 3-man knock-up coming through from Weibo. But Roaster Y, they have the liberty of poke. They have a Ziggs in on their comp, which is certainly nice to have here in this one-lane affair. Oh, here we go, the snowball play coming through. It's another 2-man knock-up fan making the most out of it as Zero down to 100 HP. And Luna so up front on that Neela, as you mentioned, which is a very interesting pickup here, especially in just one lane. That's going to be a really tough one to pull off. Yeah, Pyke as well. Execution, AoE, name of the game here for Roaster Y. As again, Weibo look for the execute, man. It is going to be tough to find these first engagements here. But first off, it is just a slow start from both sides.
Yeah, actually is kinda is potentially the longest time we have seen without a kill just yet. A minute? That's
1 minute.
That's weird, especially in battle clashes or fights that has been consistently happening, right? Even Ziha not going down there, and I think it's because there is a spread of tanky champions here on both sides, and you've got the Alistar passive on Weibo. Meanwhile, KT.RY, they have that poke potential, so I guess that's what the dynamic entails here. But you go another entrance coming through. Gekkian gets a double knockup, but Super Mega Inferno Bomb isolates him for now. True Shot Barrage connects onto 3. But KT.RY not really fully engaging as of yet, as they finally found Fan here, the first blood onto that game. But that doesn't mean we're going to be seeing a faster approach here as Weibo. Now running for the hills for now. KT.RY not really pushing on too far. Gekkian again going in. That's the isolation onto 0 to the back climb. And there you go. Trade off of kills as we hit to the 2nd minute mark. 2 kills for 2 minutes here, GG. Yeah, that's pretty uncommon. Normally it's like 2 or 4 kills per minute. And our first blood happened at 1 minute and 40 seconds. Very uncharacteristic. Maybe one of these teams are not really going too aggressive. Just a practice already to the actual game. Great setup once again. Zero will get taken down. KT.RY will just be backing away.
And I like this playstyle from KT.RY. They are playing to the strengths of their comp, right? They know that Weibo have the better front line. They essentially got 3 tanks on top of the sustain of that Alistar. So they're playing for the poke instead. Just waiting for the crucial items to be picked up on some of their arsenal. And for now, it is down to 0 to try and isolate these fights, try and engagement. Fan this time starts a fight with his Irelia. A Super Mega Inferno Bomb actually stops it from happening for now. Luna gets sniped by the True Shot Barrage as KT.RY collapse on the front line here of Weibo. Gekkian activates the Alistar ult. So it's fairly tanky for now. And Weibo not really fully aggressing for now as the world enters still active. But now that it's down for the count, Faye goes in. Double stun coming through from Rattle. And that's going to be the engage from the Irelia. Duan Yu, 1 HP left. Barely surviving as Gekkian holds the line until he goes down as well. That is the unofficial ace here for Roaster. But they will not be able to push because Zian is already here. Gets the snowball connection. Roaster Y now getting cleaned up by the Garen. Here comes Zihan again. But he's not able to stop this push from happening. The first turret is inadvertently going down here, and they don't care. They're just ignoring him for now.
Yeah, it's a Garen, but no damage just yet, so it's just gonna be ignored. KT.RY getting the tower, getting some waves pushed in as well to deny some gold here to Weibo Gaming. Kinda unfortunate here for Weibo Gaming, unable to get the execution towards Rattel, especially after he went through a 2 versus 1. tower dive? No.
Are they gonna go for tower dive? I mean, remember, they have 3 tanks in their comp here. Zihan, Gekyan, and Fan as well. They have a lot of engaged potential as well, so it's a possibility, especially because Zero is down. But now, stun connects. Gekyan breaks Unbreakable Will. Has been popped already, but that means Roster-Y gonna be backing off for now. No hook connecting yet from Do. As it's getting charged up. That is big stuns coming through, big damage coming through from the Super Mega Inferno. But Weibo looking undeterred for now. KT Roster, they can't really look for an engagement.
Actually, the Nilla pick might be just helping KT.RY in their XP right now. And they
That is
turn.
true. Starting fight for now. The snowball come back from Zero as fans down to 1! Apotheosis is huge from Leno in the background, but that is the Dimash and Justice shutting down that Nila down to 70% HP. Gets the hook up from Zihan for now. But that's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Weibo. They're just not tanky enough here, GG.
Yeah, no frontline just yet here for KT.RY. Aatrox does take some time to scale up the rally of Ratel, even if he had 2 kills a while ago. Isn't really that tanky.
Oh,
what?
that from below, from Do, finds the execution. Nice movement.
True. KT.RY just continuing on the push, continuing on the team fight here. Ratel as well is able to heal himself back to full health. Fan gonna get pulled. Luna follows up through some bronze, not really dealing that much damage here onto members of KT.RY as they try to defend. The second tower, Ratel just picks up yet another kill.
Yeah, Weibo is just too beefy. But until KT Roster gang up on them, the dive is now coming through. Ratel so deep behind that turret as Faye actually finds the back line. Do down to 1 as well. Almost going down. There you have it. The execute still survives as Faye saves that hold from Weibo. That's Luna getting connected on by the snowball from Zihan as the Garen spins in a desperate attempt to shut down that Nila. Dimash and Justice finally do his bidding as Zero left alone here on a 1v4 Aatrox. Can he hold the line here as Zero is this time in defense duty? But nope, he just gets executed against the face of these 3 tanks.
Yeah, there's like 3 crowd controls and a silence as well by Zihan. So he won't be able to cast even 1 Darkened Blade against them. But they do have Do. He just make the ball. Fan even picks up 1 kill. Finally, that from below as Ratel goes in.
What is that first damage coming through as Aurelia goes down? KT Roller, they find a kill, but they lose the rest of their squad here with Do. Anyone left standing for now. They don't have any front line, so I don't think they're going to be looking for an engagement, but they do have a little bit of damage going for them. Do has those cooldowns already so quick. And Zero charging up a little bit of the damage coming through here. Here comes the Death Bridge coming through from Weibo Gaming. Zihan has found Luna, and he will be going down without much of a fight. It's KT Rollster. Again, down 1 player. A really nice job on the setup there behind the brush.
There's just so much crowd control on Weibo Gaming. Even Luna is having such a hard time being able to free it just because of the layering of CC. There's the Renekton, the Alistar, even the silence of the Garen, and Faye just having so much backline.
Oh, what is that engage? Is there just go down without a fight? Here comes Gekyan behind the turret, tanking so many tower shots as Fan destroys the back line. Roster-Y have to retreat so deep as Faye is just chasing them down, but Death from below keeps him at bay and destroyed. Looking for the resets. Okay, gets the stun onto just 1 player. That's fine, but he's super tanky. It's Zihan who gets collapsed on as KT Rollster goes for the chase. Duan use the next target and he goes down without a fight as well. Fan the only one left standing and Weibo gets wiped off the map. KT Rollster, can they end the game here, GG?
Possibly just getting the second turret. Yeah, it is a little bit of a long cooldown or respawn timer for the other members of Weibo Gaming, but we do have the Nexus shields as well. And they're even unable to get this tower. Unfortunate for KT.RY. They didn't have the wave.
Yeah.
Now they go for.
Yeah, timing just isn't there, but they want to go for the engage Ratel. Okay, can't get the execute, but will take a death either way. So Roster-Y is sort of a semi-soft reset for them, I guess. As Zero and Acrobat, the last 2 standing for now for the defense. Hex Flash from Gekyan. As the snowball connects onto Zero, but I don't think Weibo just wants to start a fight yet. Oh! Okay, something fancy there from Faye. for Roaster Y to try and be scared, I guess, for now. Okay, nice little dodge there on the rocket belt. As Zero is the only one tanky enough to just be in the front line for now. Gekkian, meanwhile, playing with fire for now. Won't enter activated by Zero, and they have to look for a fight right now. That is the Unbreakable Will as well. As a true shot barrage. Feels a little bit of poke damage onto KT Roaster. But Do is here as well. Looking for the hooks. Another death brush set up and catches one. And that is again Luna going down from the Damascus Justice. And Roaster Y down one. Perfect execution in the backline. Faye looks for Do as he's the one who gets hooked back into tower range. Faye 1 HP left as KT Roaster look for the engage onto Rafael this time. That is the Aurelia going in and get going down here. Weibo just too tanky as they dive deep into the Nexus, but that double stun is beautiful coming through from Do as they execute their Renekton. It's revenge time from KT Roaster as they try and turn around, but it is a 3v4 and the HP just not there for the Korean squad.
At most, it's just KT Roaster Y being able to defend their second tower, but Weibo Gaming, stack at us 4, can actually engage them if they just close in the distance. That's the crucial part here of KT Roaster Y. They need to be able to guide the members of Weibo Gaming safely, or else they're just gonna be bullied all throughout the team. But they actually go in.
Oh, Do actually executes, but look at that! Another beautiful setup from Weibo as Luna and Do running for the hills, but Luna gets collapsed on. Beautiful apotheosis, gets the execute onto one. Duan Yu goes down, but that is the only response to 4 from Do. Weibo actually Do, death from below, finds a straggler. That's Gekkian going down this time. Do still has the execute, so can go for the reset as KT Roaster just desperately trying to stay alive. Rafael is the only one left standing with Do looming in the background. Gets flashed on by Zihan, and now the only one left standing, Ratel, looking for the fancy feats. Doesn't find it as he goes down as well. Weibo looking for the push this time.
I think they will at least be able to push in this second tower of KT Roaster Y, but again, actually no. Possibly no, because they don't have a way. The Mega Inferno Bomb just cleared it all off, and Zero's here to defend, and KT being able to just hold their ground, find the tower first down. Luna as well just gonna be picking up a kill. Space, the only one left, won't be able to survive, of course, as Luna and Zero cleans the team off.
Yeah, this is the problem that Weibo is facing. KT Roaster has so much wave clear if just Acrobat is alive, if you consider even Luna being there as well. But hold up, speaking of Luna, gets engaged on by Gekkian. It's a 1v1 between Anila and an Alistar, but Luna surviving for now, despite the fact that Gekkian's full HP. Luna just healing up the damage, doesn't take any from that Alistar. And Duan Yu is so deep into the back line. Snowball connects onto Duan, but no one's engaging as of yet. Do finally triggers the second part of that snowball. Weibo down to 2. And KT Roaster look to extend their control of this game. As True Shot Barrage again gets a bit of chip damage going through. Do dangerously low for now as he goes invis as KT Roaster goes in again. That's another execute coming from Luna. Very deep apotheosis from Danila, but Luna's down to 1 HP. Gets flashed on by Faye. And the perfect execution to try and find Acrobat, but he just blast packs away for now. Do hiding behind the shadows to try and find their counter execute, but Roaster Y runs away for now, licking their wounds.
Yeah, they will just be backing away, respecting some of the wave and also the engage potential here of Weibo Gaming. While waiting for Ratel and Luna, they dive actually. Death from below hits Fan and gets him off as well. Now it's 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3. But Zero doesn't have HP. Remember, he's the only one tanky enough to be the front line here for Weibo. Death from below. Just try and find a stun there, but unfortunately for Do, doesn't quite connect. Roaster Y really have to wait for their teammates. But this is what I'm talking about, GG. Their wave clear is just so good that Weibo can't really push up despite the lock of players here. Here comes Engage coming through from Zero. Okay, just finds the snowball but doesn't find the knockups yet. It's still with the invis. The hook, is it gonna connect onto Duan Yu? Nope, that's the target that they want to connect to. But Gekkian is so tanky here. And look at the scaling coming through from Luna and Ratel. They're just wiping down the players of Weibo one by one. Gekkian is the third to go down. And Fan, is that counter execute gonna be there? They just don't have damage. They might be tanky, but they're the last 2 players standing. Zihan, in a desperate attempt to find an execute, doesn't really survive, and he's the only one with the spin to win attempt. And he goes down as well. This could be the game. KT Rolster can't pick the side for our first series.
Nobody's gonna be there from Weibo Gaming to defend. KT.RY will get side selection priority. It's interesting as well, Datum, that we ended the game, or we ended the fight for side with equal amount of kills on both sides. That's cool. And the game started quite slow, to be honest.
True.
The first blood was at 1 minute and
more.
40 seconds. That took long. Pretty much uncharacteristic of the usual games that we do see, or the usual fight for side. Normally it's just within the few seconds there's already a kill. But maybe both of these teams are just really respecting each other out, just checking their movements, making sure they become, unreadable come the actual series. And also it's a great read towards your enemy team, just knowing what their playstyle is gonna be on the actual game. Also what potential champion they are gonna be using based on how they move in the fight for side. There's so many things that can be digested alongside with just the team winning, KT.RY having the side selection priority. So we will wait to see if they are gonna be picking up blue side or red side. We actually just received news. KT.RY will be on red side.
Interesting stuff here from Rolster-Y, especially after the way they played that side selection game, right? I think it was a very disciplined approach they're playing, really towards their strength. And I think them going towards that red side here really gives them a lot of opening up a couple of picks here on the second rotation, or the first rotation of 2 picks. Remember, when you're on the red side, yes, you miss out on the first ban and the first pick, but the beauty of that is you get to pick 2 initial champions on your first rotation, which is where you can really build your strategy and your composition around. So excited to see what the priorities are going to be here for KT Rolster, and if we're going to see something new here today, right, GG? Because we really love seeing those comfort off meta picks, if we do see one here today.
I mean, one of the benefits, or like the already known benefits of blue side securement is first pick, but also for red side you have 2 things, right? You have the counter pick potential, and also just last pick, which is an add-on
nice
to
have,
the counter pick. Weibo Gaming being on blue side is going to be a little bit concerning for me, though they have won 2 games rather on blue side. Actually, all of their game wins so far has been on blue side. So maybe there's something up with that. Maybe they will have the confidence to pick up their comfy champions. Maybe the Jace of Fan would come into play here. Possibly even the Zoe coming in from Faye. We have seen them just work a lot hard when they're on blue side and secure their wins. KT.RY needs to find a way to counter those out though.
First couple of bans coming through, and it seems like the trend continues here, GG. We're not going to be seeing a Hecarim, our first game of the day here. Both Vladimir and Akali banned out, so this is going to be somewhat of a fresh mid lane here. I wonder what we're going to be seeing, but Weibo prioritizing the Camille this time, of course, makes a ton of sense. Jax, of course, immediate response here for KT Rolster. Actually, it's quite surprised that they first picked Jax after Camille comes out. I think they would pick it for the second rotation at least. But immediate Galio ban away. Immediate Galio denial here coming through from KT Rolster is, of course, always a good thing against a Camille.
And since they have picked up the Zoe already, that's huge burst and pick potential here for Weibo Gaming. Great denial on the Galio though by KT.RY, because that's a pretty common, pick off when there is a Camille already. You have that combination, it's just so difficult to exit out of an engage coming in from Weibo Gaming or whoever is the team that has that Camille. Now the Onyx is picked up. That's another backline access that they can actually fully utilize here for Doe, and he has loved that champion ever since season number 1. But I'm a little bit concerned on their actual frontline power here, especially that Weibo Gaming does have tons of burst potential. Even if Doe can have a great kill potential, he is prone to getting picked off as well.
Absolutely. But all things considered, I think Weibo's pretty decent front line for now, but Luna, or rather KT Rolster locking up that Yone, something that we did not necessarily see a lot of, I think I didn't see much of in last week's games, or in our last week's game. So really excited to see Yone back again, especially up against this Aatrox. The rest of the bands coming through. No ADC yet on both sides. No bot lane for both sides yet, and it's quite surprising that we're gonna be saving that for our last rotation here. Xayah definitely still available, so I think that's gonna be the priority here for KT roster. First pick.
Corki is still available. Karma as well. Xayah for Weibo Gaming if they do want to have great repositioning ability. Though Zed is also very mobile, and they will just pick it up without hesitation. That's one of the champions that they have picked up in order for them to get a great win against J-Team. Duanyu is one of the best Zeri users here in Season 2, and it was backed up by their game against J-Team during day number 4. And right now, we have interesting approval ratings, 51 to 49.
Wow. Almost even here, but KT roster just edging out a little bit here by 1%, but come on, it's basically even here on both sides. Talking about comps though, I have to say I'm really liking both of the comps, but I want to favor Weibo Gaming's comp just a little bit more because of the simple fact that they have a little bit more mix up in terms of damage, right? I mean, you want to have as healthy of a mix here of magic and physical damage, and I think Weibo, because they have the Zoe, have a little bit more in that bag, but KT roster, they do have the liberty of the counter picks. Avione, they have sort of a reactive playstyle that they can go for with the Galio being available and the Karma as well. So I think they have a little bit CC wise and utility wise on fair ground, but in terms of mixability of damage, if that makes sense, I think Weibo has more in the bag, which is why I like Weibo's comp a little bit more.
Yeah, I actually really understand your point there, Datum. But I have to side on KT.RY this time around. I think I really like their counter engage potential. They have the Hero's Entrance for backup. They have the Transcendent Embrace on Karma of Acrobat. And we see Luna, the former ADC or Dragon Laner of KT.RY, that just is a really incredible Dragon Laner for KT, pick up the Xayah in the mid lane. I think that's going to be really interesting to see here. Actually, they're just going to be swapping sides. Luna is going to be in the bottom lane, and the Karma goes in mid.
That'll be interesting to see Xayah in the mid lane. I do hope one day we'll get to see that, but it's gonna be not today. It's not an easy feat to execute after all, but of course, opportunity once it arises, you want to see it. Something. You know what, GG? I want to talk about that, right? Off meta picks. It's something that if it works, it's wonderful. But if it doesn't work, you kind of look a little bit foolish, right? So, it's always nice to see. It's always nice to see. I mean, talk about like for example in Worlds, like Doinby picking up the Nautilus in the
Nautilus mid, Pike mid,
and absolutely destroying the competition. You always love to see it.
I mean, last Sunday, we have seen Pantheon support by J-Team against Nova Esports. And it was actually effective. Had it been not for long, getting so many Baron steals and also so many objective steals, they could have won. They should have won the game. They were ahead by 11,000 gold at some point in that time. So
such a
maybe we would see more Pantheons and other cheesy picks coming towards this second half of the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about it, Pantheon pick makes a ton of sense, right? Especially when you are in a matchup that doesn't involve a Galio or a Shen. Pantheon, that mobility, that global presence is always something that is very nice to have. This time, early rotate coming through from Fan done towards bottom side of the map here. Gets double locked up there by Luna on the Blade Caller. So just a little bit of a help shove the lane, I guess, as Weibo.
Just give a little bit of XP as well towards Fan. So you can recover from the earlier mishaps a while ago.
And besides, that's just a very, very quick full clear. I mean, take a look at the map. The whole blue side jungle here has already been cleared up by Fan there. So Aatrox wave clear speed. 2 thumbs up. Really good.
Top side.
Fan, okay, World Ender activated immediately on top of the Hextech ultimatum, and Ratel's got nowhere to run unless he flashes behind, and that's exactly what he does. Ratel survives the first gank. but that's a good first flash burn coming through, and the lane getting shoved as well, so Rattel can't really back out for now. Has to soak up this XP, which leaves him vulnerable for a second gank here, but I don't think Weibo fancies that. I think they're just happy with the flash being burned.
Yeah, it's just a flash burn, also some pressure being felt there by Rattel. Great rotation coming in from Fan, to be honest, and that almost had Weibo Gaming secure that first blood. Now FaZe gonna be in the bottom lane. Jikan not going in.
Well, there we go. Nice little counter engage there from Zero, as the one you gets chipped down to around 100. Not really having the best of times here in the early game. It doesn't have a lot of damage yet, but here comes the double knockup coming through. Luna gets ticked down by the Ignite, almost going down as well. Unfortunately, Duan Yu doesn't really have the positioning for that execute, so Luna stays alive for now. And really slow start here on our first game. We're approaching the 4-minute mark now. No first engagement yet. Both junglers potentially just waiting for the first big objective to spawn up. It should happen just a bit, but here comes the Fate Sealed from Do onto Zihan. Doesn't have the ult, remember, so the Exec ultimatum gonna have to wait for now. Knockup is there, but Zihan survives for now. Really good reaction times there on the hook shot.
Yeah,
but
no follow-up just yet from, or no full commitment coming in from KT.RY. I think they're giving so much respect here towards Weibo Gaming, especially in their potential to punish any sort of even minor mistakes.
True.
Are just so crucial here, especially that it's already a minute before the first objective spawn. I think KT.RY is very happy to just get a couple of small wins. Resources denied, summoner spell being burned, especially in preparation for the first objective, because they have really good scaling. They have the Jax, they have the Yone, they have the Xayah. Same goes for Weibo Gaming. That's why we're seeing them a little bit more passive than usual. Aatrox, even the Zoe scales up really hard, and Zeri later on will pop off.
yeah, exactly. Very similar comps, very similar win conditions on both sides, right? Which is why we're seeing kind of a slow game here on both sides. Sion got to be extra careful here. If he goes down, this Drake is going to go down uncontested inside of KT Roaster. So gonna have to find a little bit of a hold here on that bottom side of the map as Doe starts up this first Drake of the game. Meanwhile, Rift Herald getting started by Weibo this time. And Zihan getting dunked on by the bottom two duo. Luna activates the OT as the Exec ultimatum popped here onto Zero, but it's just a little too late, but he still finds the trade somehow, as that's a 1-for-1. And in terms of the objectives as well.
Great microplay there coming from Zihan, especially because he was able to dodge Blade Crawler of Luna. That paved the way for the tower to land an extra hit onto him and secure that 1-for-1. Weibo Gaming as well securing this first blood top side, or almost. I mean, that's still a couple of plays that they have secured without the use of the RH. It's just massive in terms of macro.
Absolutely. And because they didn't have to use that, they could use it somewhere else. That's huge here for their side. 6 minutes into the game now, and it is looking
mid lane's gone.
Pretty standard here on both sides. Engagement coming through as Acrobat looks to lock up Fan. Okay, that's a Rift Herald getting popped here as Daw looks for the Fate Sealed on the target, but just doesn't have the proper position. And as you said, that's a mid lane gone. Top lane almost going down as well, down to 200 HP on that turret. So now KT Roaster really have a dilemma. Which side are they going to reinforce? But I think it's only inevitable that the next turret is going to go down in favor of Weibo. So early game looking stellar here for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, KT.RY doing a really good job keeping check of the economy, because they have been farming really efficiently as well. That's why the gold lead isn't really as, concerning for them just yet, even if they have lost so many plays in top side and they lost their mid lane already. Rattel as well just handling his own, handling really well actually on his own against anyone here of Weibo Gaming, despite the ganks, despite the rotations, despite the constant pressure coming in from Zihan. Is not really feeling that much against Weibo Gaming. So KT.RY, despite them being patient, actually is being very, very efficient as well, since we have seen a kill as well for Luna. That's great scaling for his side. Weibo Gaming kinda needs to step up maybe to catch him.
That is true. And if you think about it, this minute gold lead that is present is ultimately a headache here for Weibo, because you said it yourself, GG, KT Roaster have the better scaling comp. They have a Yone, they have a Jax, and of course they have Luna on that Xayah, so the longer the game goes on, KT Roaster is inevitably gonna have the advantage. And now that they're not even behind in the early game, it's a nightmare as Weibo finds a long-range sleepy trouble. And that is going to be 2 players immediately down on KT Roaster's side. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. They should find an advantage in the early game, and finally Weibo does.
That's so unfortunate coming in from KT.RY, especially that we haven't seen Zero cast in the hero's entrance towards Taw. I think they had a miscommunication, also maybe just bad calculation in terms of the first potential hero of Weibo Gaming. That led to a 2-0 beatdown here by Weibo Gaming that will just set up this game for them.
Yeah, I think they were just not anticipating the amount of presence that Weibo had in that red side jungle. And I don't think nobody saw that Sleepy Trouble coming through, so KT Roaster really caught unaware there. Nice jump from Weibo, and this is the first step in the proper direction for them. I mean, we're talking about scaling so much here because KT Roaster, they're playing for the long game here. And Weibo, they're supposed to find the advantage before we get to that late game for them to stand a chance. But Ratel getting spotted by Gekkian. That is going to be the layer of CC onto him. Does have the counter-strike to stay alive for now, so stays relatively safe as Drake is spawning up soon. Look at the amount of presence that KT Roaster are posting up here on this Drake side. They're now fighting for vision, but Weibo is looking to set up another engagement in the blue buff. Do can't even get close to that blue buff. Instead, it's Luna helping him out. Smite actually goes in the way of Fan, and here comes Do. Gets the knockup. Not the Fate Sealed activating yet, so yeah, that's unfortunate right there.
Very unfortunate, especially for Do. He's down more than 1,000 gold against his matchup, which is Fan here on the Aatrox. And looking at this Aatrox by Fan, it's actually having so much sustain already, especially from the life steal that he has picked up on that worker. Very odd build. So far, it has been working here on the side of Weibo Gaming. So let's see how it's gonna be going later on. KT.RY is still struggling, down at 3,000 at 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Objectives are gonna spawning up in the next 2 minutes. But let's see if KT will be successful with this gank. Chicken spots Zero, and we'll just cancel everything out.
Oh, Gekkian. It's a knock up onto Zero. And that's, okay, got a reveal of the intentions here of KT Roaster as they get engaged on by the Hextech Ultimate on Zihan. Finds Ratel, but the counter-strike is just too big of a headache. Duan can't really get the execute for now, but that is going to be the old pop from the Zeri. KT Roaster running for the hills. Nice flat forward onto Justice Punch. And now the execute with the Fate Seal. That's Zoe goes down. KT Roaster pulls the trigger. They find one. They counter-engage the 1-2. Beautiful for them. Just in time for the Drake to spawn up as well. KT Roaster, they can reset, head towards the Drake, and really good job.
It's already taken by Fan at this point.
True.
While Weibo Gaming stalling, KT.RY and Do was on the way towards the top side. Fan already took the dragon for them, equalized the stacks. It's just an amazing macro play here by Weibo Gaming, baiting KT.RY.
Yeah. Bigger picture included. I think that was in the macro sense a worth it trade, considering Weibo is still ahead in terms of gold. Let's take a look at what happened there again one more time.
I mean, just a bit of an overextension there by KT.RY. Over a minute they stayed. That paved the way for Fan to take the dragon while Ratel was being pinned out. Great chase down by Duanyu as well. As Jigen is just landing, a great pressure against KT.RY. Zero turn, it actually was great, but the only thing that they secured is 1 kill. Exactly. In exchange for an objective, which is a dragon that they should have invested more so that they could have a soul point, is not really a good trade for KT.
Now Exhaust coming through as, okay, Luna stays alive because of the heroic entrance there from Zero. Gekkian pops the ignites. Okay, gets the blade collar stun onto one, but now everyone's engaging, and that's gonna be the Zaya out for the count. Flash forward coming through onto the hook shot as Zihan dives that tower into the back line. Do is out, and Zihan looking for more as Fan ticks down because of the ignite. Zero looks to protect his Karma teammates. As that's Weibo turning the tide against KT Roaster as they take control of this red buff side and they start the Baron. This is a very risky call here from Weibo.
Yeah, Ratel is pushing bot side, so maybe they can get at least a tower then in exchange for this Baron because they have no way to steal this objective unless Inner Flame would get it. Well, they didn't, and Weibo Gaming gets away with a big objective.
At least they're able to trade it with 1 tower, but Weibo Exactly. Slowly getting these big objectives and slowly taking control of the game now is certainly a good thing for them. And KT Roaster, that dominant side that we've yet to see from them. Remember, this KT Roaster squad, whenever they get ahead, it's really hard to take them down. But just getting ahead now is a big trouble for them already because Weibo just have so many engaged tools. Right? You got the hook shot coming through from Duan, and you got the engages from the Alistar, and even the Battle Star is a headache here for Faye. KT Roaster, they can't really even find an avenue to start these fights. If you can really notice here, Zero has been using the ulti very defensively here, so they really have been struggling to look for these fight opportunities that they so really want.
Interesting build by Fan as well. Bloodthirster and Trinity Force on Aatrox, because normally we do see the utility build coming.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's different. It's just a carry build.
Speaking of Fan though, he's looking to start a fight against Ratel, who's just so tanky in this late game. Look, level 12 on the Jack, still keeping up a fight against Fan, but they finally do find the execute onto him as Weibo start to crash down the base here off the side of Roaster Y. They can't realistically look for a fight. They are, remember, 7,000 gold behind now as Weibo. Not really looking to overextend. And, well, very disciplined. So, the amount of respect that Weibo still has for KT Roaster is immense here. But, yeah, Ratel just staying a little bit too deep here. Just full sense of security on that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it's a slow burn that Weibo Gaming is going at KT Roaster Y at this point. They know that they have great scaling as well, especially because of Zeri, because of the Aatrox. Now they turn.
Now Zero getting caught up here by the amount of CC, just trying to find a little bit of vision, but now it gets knocked up and knocked down. That's Zero going down, and no one has enough damage to shut down even Gekian here, who just plays guard duty. Now Sleepy Trouble connects into the second part of the queue, triggers the stasis coming through, but no can't survive this, not for sure. And two of their players go down there. KT Roaster make that 3 as Ratel goes down as well. That's 4 players out for KT Roaster, and Acrobat the only one left standing to try and hold the base as the first inhib turret goes down. That's the Nexus exposed. There is the Nexus shield to come up, but Acrobat, can he defend? No, he can't. That's Weibo walking away with the first game of the series.
It has been a slow but decisive victory here by Weibo Gaming. Incredible macro, incredible micro, and great read against KT Roaster Y that paved them with this game 1 win. And to think that KT Roaster Y actually had side selection priorities a little bit worrisome for them, because they pick red side, which is actually great, but knowing that Weibo Gaming has always, or has majority if not all of their wins done in blue side, should have been, you know, some information that they have utilized, that maybe it would be better to pick blue side against Weibo Gaming, because this performance definitely is more of a positive note for Weibo Gaming, despite that side selection paid priority by KT Roaster Y, and a little negative on KT's side.
Maybe, but I don't necessarily think there was anything inherently wrong with the Roaster Y composition, right? I just think it's
more on the execution.
Yeah,
right?
a difference in execution here. We already talked about the scaling composition that Roaster had planned up, but it just never got to that point because of Weibo's firm control, firm grip of that early mid game. Once they got the kills going, they just never stopped, and they played to their strengths really, really well there. The engage just wasn't enough there for KT Roaster, and Weibo just had plenty. Which meant that they could take as many fights as they could in the mid game. That's exactly what they did. Really good execution there, particularly on both Gekian and Zihan on the engagements. And speaking of Zihan, look at that damage that he put up. The most in the whole game.
I mean, it was really high on Zihan. Acrobat as well dealt really great damage, but it wasn't enough to prevent the pushes from Weibo Gaming, especially because of some minor mistakes coming from the macro play of KT Roaster Y. I want to call them minor, but the effects, the consequences was actually really high because of how Weibo Gaming keeps on punishing them, or the degree of Weibo Gaming punishing them is actually high. Fan on the carry build on this Aatrox is absolutely amazing, just having a bit of a diff against Daw in his performance, especially that he was actually focusing on some team fights, while Fan actually prioritized the objective to help out his teammates so that later on when he actually gets involved, there's gonna be more impact.
Absolutely. And you have to wonder as well if putting acrobats on more of that supportive role is the best idea here on the Karma, right? I mean, we've seen acrobats on these playmaking champs as well, and perhaps that could be what KT Roaster need to change here in our second game of the day. MVP here is going to go to Faye, who did not necessarily have the most flashy of games, but he did set up his team for that early kill here that netted them off that momentum going into the mid game.
Let's see how KT.RY is going to be answering this pressure later on, because Weibo Gaming is match point. We'll go to game number 2, but of course, we'll just go in a short break first. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that castle, and he tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. He is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Jamal would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Comes in! Chao with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chao body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, you have the Justice Punch, takes his at his bot, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though,
It's now game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Weibo Gaming and KT.RY after, interesting game number 1. I think both of these teams are just warming up for this series. KT.RY had some mistakes, Weibo Gaming had some mistakes, and both of them really needs to polish their movements come game number 2 because now everything's on the line for KT.RY. It's either they push this to game 3 or Weibo Gaming 2-0 step.
You talk about polishing their playstyle, and I think KT.RY more so than Weibo Gaming, right? I think the shot calling in that game was suboptimal there for KT.RY. I distinctly remember this one time they were looking for a fight down on the top side of the map when the Drake was up. So they just lost that Drake and ended up trading it just for 1 kill, which at the end of the day just wasn't worth it because Weibo was already ahead a little bit in gold. So KT.RY, I think they have to make better decisions moving forward in our series. Composition-wise, I don't think that necessarily was a problem in their comp. It's just a matter of playing the map better. Yeah, playing the map better.
And there's going to be a bit of an adjustment here on KT.RY's side, knowing that they kind of struggled with the Galio pick of Zero. Now the Gragas actually gets picked up first. Might be better for their side as well since it does have some isolation pressure against Weibo Gaming later on. Can help out against the Camille and the Aatrox as well. But so far, Weibo Gaming with their performance in game number 1, they're going to be very comfortable picking both of these champions up in game 2.
Yeah, and I think this makes a lot more sense, right? Because Gragas, as a pick as a whole, especially as a first pick here, makes a ton more sense because apart from the fact that you do get that reactive sort of playstyle that the Galio does provide, Gragas can be that initiator as well. And on top of the Jax and the Zaya, they already have enough damage secured here for the entirety of the game. So they're just looking for what could enable these 2 picks. Aatrox already picked up, so KT can definitely still go for that Yone routes. Evelyn locked away as well. So, options, not really a lot here in terms of jungling-wise. I would expect Yone get picked up again here one more time unless it gets banned out by Weibo Gaming. But the Weibo this time secured the Galio. So this is a drawback, right? If you give away the Galio against a Camille first pick, it's almost certainly going to come up.
Yeah, and it kind of is a bit of an opportunity. I'll just say it as an opportunity by Weibo Gaming since KT.RY did not ban this away since they focused on the Evelyn, the Zoe, and the Akali. Great respect against the FaZe performance a while ago. Now one champion actually got opened up, and it's the Galio. Fortunately, Shen is no longer going to be available, and Weibo Gaming bans it out since they already have the Aatrox. But KT.RY responding on the ADC. Interestingly so, still the Zeri open here for Duanyu. Pretty much neglects everything that has been banned away. That's actually odd from KT.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think necessarily Zeri is ban-worthy here because it wasn't necessarily a problem for KT.RY in that laning phase. In fact, they had a pretty decent duo laning phase on that bottom side. So the bans definitely are something unconventional here for the side of KT.RY. But nevertheless, they are cooking up a pretty decent comp on their side here. Vi is for that lockup potential. And of course, the Ziggs as well getting locked up here for a little bit of poke and a ton more damage. And I think this is, all in all, a more well-rounded comp than what they had here on that last game. Because apart from the fact that they have more damage, they have more mix-up of damage, and they have that lockdown potential, which is something that they didn't have that last game.
I mean, getting a Jace in the mid lane, I think, can be key for Weibo Gaming to land many pressure, especially in terms of poke. I think because the laser of the Zeri is already quite troublesome for KT.RY, and add in a shock blast from the Jace, that's gonna be many loads of trouble here for KT.RY, especially in positioning. Weibo Gaming has great engage as well since they still have the Camille. One of the problems that KT.RY actually had is the lack of engage. Yes, the Jackson actually engaged in game 1, but they really struggled with the follow-ups as well. But for Weibo Gaming, that hasn't been a problem. And now it's going to be more solidified with this Galio.
Oh yeah.
Man, the peel is going to be amazing for their side.
The one good thing that KT.RY have going for themselves is they sort of have a sort of soft counter pick, right? When they have the Gragas up against the Camille. Camille engages, you can just throw the explosive cast here of the Gragas, and you essentially nullify the Hextech ultimatum that Zihan has there, and you essentially deny the whole wombo combo idea that they have with the Hero's entrance. So it is certainly nice to have, and on top of that, they do have pretty good engaged tools this time. They have the Vi, they have the Gragas, which are both really good engages, and I would argue even an easier of an engagement, especially with the Vi here compared to the Camille Galio combo. So as far as comps go, I really like this roster Y composition more than the last game. But as we discussed, GG, a lot of it is gonna boil down to the same thing that it boiled down to last game, which was execution.
Execution, of course, and better positioning is going to be very, very important. KT.RY has to keep track of Weibo Gaming's movements all the time, because they have great positioning during game number 1. And also, they need to be more aggressive, I think, here in game number 2. They have the Vi, they have the tools actually to set things up in the early game. I think is very necessary for them to at least set the tempo up against Weibo, because Camille, Aatrox, Zeri, again, 3 scaling champions for Weibo Gaming, similar to game number 1, is going to be very scary to deal come minute 15, come minute 12, possibly even at minute 18. It's just going to be very difficult for KT.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it is going to be the laning phase here on both sides. Game number 2, remember, match or series point already secured for Weibo. So Roster, if they want to extend this game into a third game affair, they should secure this one in the bag. So they're playing against the wall here. This time it is the red side for Weibo Gaming, and Aatrox, of course, as we established in that last game, really fast clear speed. Actually, I'm not sure who has the faster wave clear speed here. Is it Vi or an Aatrox? Might be the same here. But you're see enough ignite pop by Zihan on that top lane against Rattel. So
like
yeah,
Thunder.
nothing too aggressive on either side yet.
Just Zihan telling Rattel to burn. But KT.RY actually having better economy, at least in the first interactions. We see Rattel shoving a wave towards the turret, denying some pressure from Zihan as well. Great rotation coming in from Do as well, just paving a way for Rattel to just keep bashing the turret as Zihan struggles to secure those last hits on the minion. And just generally a great macro and micro play hit for KT.RY. Counter-Strike connects to Zihan just to equalize the HP on both sides. But again, we have to respect Zihan still on the tactical sweep, sustained just like this. Might be in a lot of trouble, but Rattel, since he has a wave, will be fine.
Yeah, Fan looming around the air just for a little bit of insurance for Zihan there. Rattel picks up some healing from the honey fruit. And Fan actually looks for the engagement. Rattel doesn't know here, GG.
Yeah, Rafan is just being very patient this time around. Hextech Ultimatum is available, so does the Transmite duo of Rattel. So they will be able to dissuade Fan in his ganks, and Zero is gonna be here. The cast again is very amazing because, like we discussed earlier, right? Hextech Ultimatum can be denied, isolation can be made by KT here in this game, and I just am looking forward to them being able to execute it properly, especially better than game number 1 on the Galio for Zero. I think that's something that he really needs to polish the next time he uses it.
Wow, both flash and healed invested by Acrobat there on that bot side. So really good engagement from Duan Yu, who, remember, at the start of this series was the sort of hype man here for Weibo, right? And looking to continue on that dominance. You did mention Zeri, one of his most comfortable picks here, so still feeling very confident off of that engagement. And I want to talk about this mid lane matchup a little bit, right? Xayah against Jace. I mean, of course, before we get to that scaling part in that laning phase, Xayah is on the, at least first 2 or 3 levels, gonna have a field day against this Jace. But once that first few items, once the first item has been picked up, Xayah is going to struggle a little bit, which explains this lane swap here. Once Jace gets a little bit of damage going, it's very hard to imagine just how Xayah can survive an engaging Jace. So it makes a ton of sense from a micro point of view. But it is 5 minutes into the game, and we're looking to set up another long one for this one, GG. And makes sense because if you think about it, both teams essentially have a scaling comp. KT Rolster have a ton of scaling in their arsenal as well, right?
Jax,
Xayah. I'll take a little bit of time to ramp up. And both of these squads definitely gearing towards that team fighting anyway. I mean, you can argue that a Vi is built for pick potential. But so far, KT Rolster are not really looking for anything yet.
Maybe through the objective spawning up, KT Rolster Y can actually look for movements. They are settling now in the mid lane. So far, Daw hasn't been spotted just yet. Check on the engages here onto Zero, just chumping his HP down. They focus on RH, actually. Pretty interesting because WBG Gaming will not be any concerned against this trade-off. Fan is going to be more than happy to secure this dragon for the team. They go engage. Flash is going to be used. Cash as well, though. Not hitting on any member here of WBG Gaming. To different objective as planned, but WBG Gaming has a chance this time in game number 2 to have the soul. And they're gonna use just a heal being procced there by Acrobat to remain alive, as well as his ally Zero becoming overextended a while ago. But KT, they can bash mid lane this time around.
Already, the first objective fight here for KT Rolster looking so much better than it did in that first game. This time, they're able to put a little bit of pressure on that Drake and on top of getting the Herald as well. So, all in all, really good signs here for the second game, at least KT Rolster, as Duan activates the ults against 2. He knows that there's no way that these 2 players can engage on him because he does have so much mobility, especially with Jekian around the corner.
Yeah, and Zero doesn't have the CAC, so
true.
He's more than safe. Hero's Entrance is also available for Jekian, so again, the protection, the peel is just much better this time around in game number 2 for WBG Gaming. Daw's gonna be in the vicinity, just stalking behind, just getting his camps as well as Rattel struggles to clear out the wave. He took so much bullets from Duan Yu, and it's a little bit concerning as it gets poked even more. But low mana rather on Duan Yu can be a little concerning for the WBG Gaming. Maybe after this wave he will be backing off to the base.
Perhaps. I don't think he feels compelled to as of the moment as he gets jumped on by Rattel, but that's okay.
Exhaust, and Rattel should be taken down! The flash out play by Duan Yu says the gang isn't needed, but Fan still says thank you for the kill. Just one hit.
Referred.
Gonna be spawned in the mid lane. At least maybe secure this tower, but the explosive charge, at least the cycle charge, hasn't been used just yet. Shelly would just pick it up. No, he doesn't. 19 HP,
19.
But they do have the Zig, so it's gonna be very, very easy for them to secure the tower. But Acrobat just needs to be extra careful because Faye is here. It's stopping. Shock Blast connects, and that hurts so much.
Yeah, Acrobat down to 200, guys. Be extra careful around Faye here. They do have the safety net of their Gragas. KT Rolster looking to find another turret here. And remember, this is looking a lot like how Weibo started game number 1, right? They got the first 2 turrets. This time it's KT Rolster that looks like they will take the first 2 towers of the game. Weibo find one of their own. And Duan Yi actually doing a pretty good job here of 1v1ing against the Jax. Speaking of 1v1, Duo gets jumped on.
Oh, great Hextech ultimatum. Daw is just gonna get taken down here, being chased out. Flash away and still safe for KT Rolster. Why, after everything gets thrown out, he still manages to stay alive. That is just amazing for KT Rolster. Why? Now still a bit of a struggle here for Acrobat, at least on the tower securement here in the mid lane. 19 HP is just so tempting to force out, but since everyone for WBG Gaming is there, they just can't do it without any cost.
And this is the thing about Weibo, right? When you're playing against them, they won't really give you any space no matter how little they have. I mean, make it sound super dramatic, but 19 HP, that must be so frustrating to see on your screen there. KT Rolster definitely are itching to get that tower destroyed. But now they're going to jump towards that bottom side. It seems like they're targeting Zihan here. Zihan.
I should have thought that they would be at least throwing the Sato charge there. Zihan gonna be using tactical sweep to heal himself back up. Hextech ultimatum. Not gonna be used actually, as he just falls down despite the hero's entrance there by Jekian. Unfortunate for WBG Gaming, but still, we'll always mention mid lane every single time we see it not being taken out. KT Rolster Y still unsuccessful with it.
And apart from the fact that it is just 1 HP, it is a big always a big thing when you take out the first mid turret, right? It's a big hint of map
Weibo
control
gets
going
two.
towards their side, and yeah, exactly. I was about to point that out as well. That's the second turret that they're able to take down, while this turret in mid is still 1 HP. So KT.RY have to again start making these better decisions. Are they gonna look for a fight? I mean, they found one engagement towards that bottom side, but they haven't been able to find a translation after that, right? Typically, after you find a kill, you look for something else on the map, but not true so for KT.RY. They haven't found a second translation after that kill.
And it's more of Weibo Gaming just constantly applying pressure here against KT.RY. Now the Dragon's gonna be started here. Weibo Gaming, they're forcing a fight. That's going to be Zero flashing away, at least dashing away. Protobelt as well. My mid lane, Featherstorm gonna get denied. Luna still barely is alive. One unit will be picking up the kill. As Xian now accessing the front line. Zero's gonna be Hextech Ultimatum in. 2 kills picked up by Weibo Gaming. And the Dragon securement is just gonna be undenied by Weibo Gaming. KT.RY being choked out every single part of the map. And it's again soul point pressure this time for Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely. And Duan getting free reign of that back line. He was the only one who was dealing damage there to that enemy Xayah. And now Luna gets destroyed after just one shock blast. Duan gets the engagement, and look at just how free Duan is this entire time. Nobody was getting close to him, which is why KT.RY not even able to put up a fight in that scenario. Drake getting secured as well for Weibo, as now again they're starting to take control of this mid game. Is it going to continue on, or is KT.RY finally going to find an answer to this onslaught that Weibo is finally setting up for themselves?
I mean, if they're gonna be looking for some avenue that that will help them get back into this game, it's gonna be much more difficult this time around, because two things: Power Spikes and also the Dragon Stacks. But you getting caught out, it's just a great start by KT.RY. Great use of the cast as well. And KT, well, the only sad thing about this is that Baron is not available yet.
Yeah, that's true. So it's gonna be hard to find another objective there. Okay, they get the body slam engage on the fan, but they don't continuing on. Instead, KT look to push on this tower, but Weibo they're engaged. They're looking to find a response. They can look for a team fight here, but they're not going to do so. So there you go, KT.RY, the answers that we're looking for, they finally find it, and this time they keep the lead in gold.
Weibo Gaming, again, still the one leading in terms of the gold here. Is actually pretty sizable. 2,000 plus 2 Dragon Stacks, plus they have 3 scaling champions. Pretty much alarming here by KT.RY, but we cannot discount them just yet because they have incredible burst, especially with the Mega Inferno Bomb. If they can lock someone down on Weibo Gaming, maybe that can pave a way for them to actually win, especially if the target's gonna be Fan. I think that's going to be just top notch, because it's gonna be easier to chase down Duan when there's no one interrupting anymore, especially with the crowd control of the Aatrox.
Absolutely. Baron spawns up, and Zero's first to the scene. They're also trying to bait Weibo into this pit. Okay, Rocket Belt used up. Zero actually just trying to find a little bit of tension towards Weibo, to try and draw a little bit of attention towards that area. And Rattel.
Are they gonna turn? Counter Strike gonna be used. Cast for the isolation as Rattel flashes away, but Jikan backing away. Zihan will not commit onto the Hextech Ultimatum just yet. They will just go on a reset and respecting KT.RY.
This is the most tense part of the game for now. Both teams just looking for an engage.
They finally commit. Zero's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Flashes away, still has the body set to be able to escape. But now Dog going in. Season Desist as well is gonna be used, but he is able to at least stasis him up to buy some time. Luna needs to reposition those. Going to be very, very scary, especially for him. Metal goes in, a little bit questionable. It's gonna be kited away here by Duan. Weibo Game still is very, very safe, at least going for the reset, prepping for the Baron objective as well. KT unable to get any kills. They have used so much just to be able to land the damage.
And both sides used so much to try and find an engage there, but both teams are just disengaging after the fact. Nobody wants to give a single kill to the other side because of the fact that Baron is up, right? Once one of these teams have one player down, one of the other team, yeah, exactly. The other team has free reign essentially. So both teams just like a loaded gun at this point with the barrel pointed at each other, but nobody's just springing the trap yet. It is so tense. So this is potentially going to be one of the biggest, if not the most important fight here of the game, because it is an absolute trendsetter, and every single pick here is of massive importance. KT.RY looking for an engagement too. but the Drake is spawning in just a sec. It is an Ocean Drake, but it's still absolutely important here from both sides, considering just how even the game is.
Weibo Gaming is wanting, of course, to secure this soul for their side so that they will have greater late game scaling,
of course,
as well as damage amplification later on. But KT.RY is actually having bot side pressure and also prio. Due to the shock blast is a little bit concerning here, because Fan and especially Zihan would be liking getting close towards the backline, having access there. As now the side have turned, Cass gonna be used, but Jikan actually able to deny the CC. Just absolutely glorious here for Weibo Gaming. Now, key objective or key ultimate no longer available here for KT.RY, as Fan is gonna be starting this Ocean Dragon. Mid lane gonna be pushed for KT. They turn onto the backline. Zihan might actually be in trouble here. Zatel is low in HP. They turn back in for the bomb, dealing quite a bit of damage there. Steel is gonna come through for KT.RY, denying the soul here for Weibo Gaming. Sally turn onto the backline. Zero's gonna be in a lot of trouble. It's gonna be taken down here by Zihan, but the backline of Weibo Gaming is also in trouble. Duan Yu gonna get choked out as KT.RY getting the kills, getting them pressured up. Zihan getting chased out. Weibo Gaming running away, but will not be allowed to run away effectively as Zihan is on the other side. And KT.RY might have just done it, denied the late game scaling, and they're now sprinting towards the Baron.
Yeah, beautiful team fighting as well for KT.RY. They did not lose the fight, and they take away the Drake as well, which meant that they are on prime position to take this Baron. They do have a ton of damage still. Remember, it's a Jax Xayah comp, but now Zihan is closing in. Faye is there as well.
They turn onto Faye. No mana for this Jace. Zihan as well gonna be turned. Cease and desist as well gonna be on him as well. Does have the hull breaker proc. Goes in with a flash on the hook shot. It's a little bit concerning. Took a lot of damage, but Duan Yu is gonna be here. Just blasted also the ult from the Zeri. Just gonna be able to pick up that kill. And now Weibo Gaming is gonna be in charge. They can actually pressure for the Baron.
Absolutely. Duan Yu being up and alive here as well. And they do have a ton of damage already as well. They can take this Baron with a lot of speed. So Jekian could actually look for engagement as Fan sets up the vision here, knowing KT.RY is just around the area, so they can look for a fight instead. Weibo Gaming, are they going to set up for the Baron? It seems like they will, as KT.RY now the ones pressured. It is the turn of tables here as the Baron getting started by Weibo.
I mean, they can, so they will. Weibo Gaming forcing KT.RY to keep them in check. Back in turn bomb gonna be used. The Baron still gonna be taken here by Weibo Gaming. Let's they can do something about it. And now they turn onto KT.RY. Meter Engine actually doing a lot of damage here onto Weibo Gaming. Here's Enter is gonna be used as well. GA gonna be top. So Does just gonna be walking away, and Weibo Gaming is happy with that walkout.
Yeah, take away the Baron, and they deny the fight. No steal this time, as Weibo keep the Baron buff for themselves. But KT.RY, remember, they're the ones that are a little bit ahead in terms of gold, so they can't look for a fight here. The name of the game now for Weibo is spread their control, spread their Baron buff to as many lanes as they can, and fly away to these lanes. And potentially potentially deny these fights for now, because KT.RY, look, despite the fact that the Baron buff is in the hands of Weibo, they still have a 4,000 gold lead because they're still ahead in terms of items, and Weibo have to respect that.
I mean, Weibo Gaming is actually doing a really good job respecting KT.RY. In every single instance, they're not really forcing fights, they're not overcommitting in any fight. They give objective if they have to give it away.
Yeah.
But I think this last objective is not something you can give away.
Yeah, absolutely. Weibo Gaming around the area into the Elder Drake. Both solo laners in the Baron lane for now, but they do have teleports available.
Top side being pushed.
Consider that fight here on the bottom side. Look at how deep the minion lines here for the side of Weibo because of their Baron buff. So deep in, and KT.RY have no choice but to back on out. So Weibo have one more man here inside the Elder Drake. But
3 versus 3, it's actually more advantageous here for Weibo Gaming.
True, but they're not gonna be pressing on any further for now. Instead, just gonna play time a little bit more. But they're gonna reset as well. KT.RY, this gives them free reign to establish a little bit of vision towards Elder Drake. But realistically, KT.RY cannot start this Elder Drake. I don't think they have the position nor the damage yet. They can't take this far. They can't take this Drake fast enough. So Weibo still has a little bit more control here as they go for the reset onto the Elder.
It's a great positioning here from Weibo Gaming. Elder Dragon still well intact. Jikan as well is able to heal himself back to full health, especially with his Warmark's armor. KT keeping them in check. The Jax is in the bottom lane. Rattel pushing against Zihan. Top side is equal, is holding there. So KT.RY doesn't have any pressure in terms of macro despite the Baron power play of Weibo Gaming. Now it expires. Now it's only the Elder Dragon that can shift the tides here for either side. Both of them really checking each other out. Vision getting denied, Vision getting restored again. KT.RY, they need to be very careful, especially with the crown here of Acrobat. It cannot be taken down or else it's going to be more vulnerable.
Yes, you think about it, it's really unfortunate that Weibo got the Baron as the Elder spawns, but here comes the War Thunder.
Jikian trying to land the double taunt. Fan as well, gonna be dealing with damage. Zihan flanking from behind. Cass gonna be dodged with Hexagon ultimatum here onto Luna. Seasons is gonna be by Dot to try and get that CC done here onto Weibo Gaming. Great flank from Ratel as well onto the backline, but the backline has been breached already from KT.RY side. Weibo Gaming interrupted then and had a great damage being thrown out. Dar getting denied. And Weibo Gaming getting a clean victory unless Ratel is gonna be able to get that counterplay. Unable to do so as Faye gets a rage form in KT.RY ace. Weibo Gaming spreading mid lane.
A very scattered fight on both sides, but Weibo, they keep Duan Yu alive and they deal the damage more than enough here to clean up KT.RY, and that is going to be the game. It is the series as well. 2-0 Weibo take down KT.RY.
Such a great team fighting positioning by Weibo Gaming. Jikian engages, getting two-man taunt, Fan just landing pressure, and then Zihan on a flank, getting even a dodge on the assault and battery by Do, just to be able to, you know, lock someone down as well as an additional target. And the pressure of the Aatrox is just extraordinary as well. This is why this is just one of the favorite champions of any junglers, because you will have pressure come late game. You will be the one carrying the game as well. And that has been the name of the game of Weibo Gaming. 2-0 sweep against KT.RY, well deserved.
Yeah, and I think credit where credit is due. KT.RY had a lot of improvements over towards that second game, but Weibo just is the more firm team of the two. What I mean by that is they had more firm control of the entire series the entire time, and while there were some glimpses of control being asserted by Roster, why there like the steal coming through from Do, there was just glimpses as to compared to Weibo. It was consistent, right? It was reliable, so to speak. And when it comes to the team fights, Weibo felt like they were always in control. I mean, Duan Yu, I talked about just how comfortable he is on that second game compared to the first. Not to mention the fact that Zeri is, of course, one of his favorite champions here to play in the second season so far, or in Wild Rift in general. And it just shown in this entire series, right? Weibo looking very, very good against Roster wide there. I think this is going to be a start to them starting to climb back up into the ladders.
Yeah. Weibo Gaming looking very promising.
Yeah.
It's a cleaner performance by them. Not really the cleanest, but much better, I think, is the proper way to say it.
Yeah.
And again, them just constantly improving, redeeming themselves is a good sign that they are adapting here, especially as we're now halfway throughout the tournament. Acrobat dealt massive damage, but it's not enough to save the game and push us to game number 3. So KT.RY continues now on their lose streak after their loss against Team Flash, and will be needing some adjustments, especially for their next match.
Yeah, I think KT.RY have a lot of things to work out. But the good thing about this squad is I think over the course of the first of these 2 games that we have today, they improved a lot over the course of just the first game. And I think that says a lot about what KT.RY can do within this season. If they can improve that much within the span of just 1 game, 30 minutes or so. Imagine the amount of improvement that they can over the course of the 4 coming weeks that we still have in this tournament, right? It's still definitely a lot of time to perfect your craft, and I think KT.RY definitely have the tools to do so.
Duan Yu, as an MVP, not really surprising.
Yeah.
I think it has to happen. Their next match, the Zeri has to get that.
And love it from Duan Yu, the hype man of the squad here. Definitely love seeing him on the stage and on the Rift as well. This time he steals the spotlights as he deals 100% kill participation here. How often do you see that? Not a lot at all. I mean, talk about roles. Typically, you see the highest kill participation on the junglers or the supports, but seeing that on an ADC says something about Duan Yu's performance here.
Absolutely amazing from the 1U. Congratulations to Weibo Gaming in their win against KT.RY. And next up, we have a Jump Back Action series. Fun plus Phoenix goes up against G2 Blacklist. But before that, of course, we are just gonna get a short break. Datum and I will be back. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is scraping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see the one you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9-minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against Fun Plus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
This comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, needs it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive.
好的，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那我们也是邀请到了樊选手来到我们的赛后采访。樊，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是微博打野樊。
欢迎。那首先想跟你们聊一下，因为这一场 BO3 对于你们来说也是非常关键的，然后赢下了这一场 BO3，其实有没有总结过这个赛季相对来说没有之前那么稳定的原因呢？
可能有人员方面的变动吧，然后打法也有很大的变化。现在，
人员方面的变动，那打法的变化主要是在哪儿呢？
版本更新了，现在可能是 AD 版本吧，因为之前都没有 AD 出场过。
就还是以 AD 为核心的一个版本，但还需要时间去适应一下。So the first question for Fan is, compared to last season, you actually cannot play that stable in this season, and what do you think is the reason behind that? And his answer is like, well, I believe it has something to do the roster change in this season and the meta change in this season. We played in last season, we are so comfortable with the mage meta, but in this season, it's a matter for like marksman, so we still need some time to get used to it. 那第二个问题想问一下，就是其实最近很多打野建模，然后职业选手都会选择去出暴击装银血剑那一套嘛。那在你看来的话，银血剑那一套的出装，相比于穿甲装的话，它的优势在哪儿呢？
优势就是 carry 能力更强了吧，然后后期能力也会更强一点，但容错率可能会有点低。
容错率会低，但是换来的是非常强的后期 carry 能力。The second question for Fan is you got extra because your Bloodthirster as the first item, and what's the advantage compared to the traditional lethal building? And his answer is like, well, Bloodthirster can provide really high damage in the late game and got more potential to carry the whole game. 那最后一个问题就是，你们今天赢下了非常关键的一场 BO3，但是后续的赛程其实对于你们来说依旧是有着非常大的压力的，有很多强队还在等着你们。那对于后续的赛程有没有把握能够全部给他们拿下？
首先还是要对自己有信心吧。
还是要对自己有信心。那我也相信，跟粉丝们一样，也相信你们能够在后续的比赛里面打得越来越好。So the last question for Fan is: there are many strong teams out there waiting for you, and are you confident to get them all? And his answer is like, well, as a pro player, you always got the have to got the confidence to win them all. So that's all for our interview. 那这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了。我们后面的比赛稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to pro belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of WBG, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Fan has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra-kill.
Intercept comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0-3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, non-1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, taunts onto one, yeah, the Justice Punch. Faces at his bot, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted. Aatrox coming into the backside though. Counter Strike going in for the stun. It hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang. We will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Welcome back, everybody. You're still watching Wild Drift League Asia Season 2 2023 here. We are still your caster for today. My name is Dade and I'm here with the one and only Giang. And we just concluded our first series of the day with Weibo tying it up in a 2-0 very cleanly. But now we're going to another series. It's FPX going up against G2 Blacklist. And I'm super excited for this one, GG.
Yeah, me too. Sorry for my laugh. Come back, you're still Wild if you're watching right now. But we're going towards a great and exciting game right now. Fun plus Phoenix and G2 Blacklist battling right now here in this week, and it's just so exciting to see because both of these teams are just so aggressive. We look at the lineup here of FPX. Of course, we have seen this team have a 2-0 sweep against, oh my god, last Sunday. And it was a blast as well because OMG was actually coming back from their games. But FPX just keeps on denying every single comeback or win of that opposing team. That's actually what makes Fun Plus Phoenix really strong.
Yeah, they've had a ton of success in this season as well, right? I mean, they've won more series than they've dropped, and you can't blame them for the series that they've lost, right? Because they lost against Nova, with Long having a great performance in a series that went up to 3 games, and it was just a very, very hard matchup for them. But this time they're going up against G2 Blacklist, a team that has found so much success this season as well. Formerly Enigma Galaxy. So a team that was last season's top 2 seed, and I think that was a position that nobody expected them to be, and not even them, I would say. And this season they've been looking to continue that trend, and so far they haven't been disappointing. They've had pretty stellar performances so far.
Yeah. 2-0 sweep against Team Flash, 2-0 sweep against Invade Esports, and now looking very, very strong coming towards this series. It's going to be their second time going up against ACN Confidence Team for this season. Last season, they battled against many. They even won against J-Team during that time. And we look at the head-to-head this time around. Shingdo 7 has been really, really strong in the jungle position here of Fun Plus Phoenix, landing, a great performance on the Shen. Back-to-back Shen, just protecting Dawn 128, protecting SkyFL as well on his Akali. And I think maybe 2 things has to be considered here by KD or G2 Blacklist as well. Deny the Shen and also maybe deny the Akali. I think it's going to be very important.
But KD has been no slouch either, right? And especially in the past couple of series, they went up against Team Flash, and KD pulled up a Fiddlesticks. And then the second game, they played up Ione. KD as well played Kha'Zix up against Invade, and this is a jungler that is not afraid to play carry, right? While it does take a supportive role sometimes, I think that's really what makes KD shine as a player, is when he plays these types of carry junglers. And the amount of aggression that he can put up as well with these types of champions is world class, and I love that for G2 Blacklist, and I certainly hope to see it more of it, especially in this series.
I mean, last season, KD alongside Withdraw paved a way for G2 Blacklist, or formerly known as Nigma Galaxy, to win a reverse sweep against J Team. And it was absolutely glorious during that time, and now it has to be fully utilized in this series as well. As we look at the head-to-head, of course, of Sky in the mid lane against Aaron, it's going to be very interesting how they would be matched up, because both of these players are actually pretty aggressive, though Aaron, I think, has more control. I think he really picks his timing when he goes in. He loves controlling the lane. He loves picking up the Akali as well. So maybe he can actually contest FPX's Sky FL on that champion. I think that's going to be also required, because you either ban it away or you take it. It's the only option here of G2 Blacklist. We go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams. And let's just watch.
好了，欢迎各位回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。今天的第2场比赛由 FunPlus Phoenix 对阵奎松 G2B。作为2019年巴黎之战的延续，今天的结局会不会有所不同？让我们一起共同期待。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. Today's second matchup will be FunPlus Phoenix versus Quezon City G2 Blacklist. This is an extra chapter for the Worlds 2019 in Paris. Will the ending be different this time? Let's check it out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome FunPlus Phoenix and Quezon City G2 Blacklist.
I hope you guys can play well today. 2-0 would be too much for me. 2-1 defeated by us is also acceptable.
Alright, love the confidence. As always.
不会觉得之前赢过我们128就觉得自己行了吧？
I hope we can hear what you hear in English, but as you can see there from the G2 Blacklist intro, this team is a team that is pretty modest, I would say. But of course, this is a team that is a very talented roster, and these boys from G2 Blacklist have always been really, really kind, right? Always been really humble, but they're a team that are beasts in the water. Yeah. It's one of those classic moments where a team is very humble when you see them in real life, and then when you go up against them in the Rift is a completely different persona. So I'm hoping to see that side of G2 Blacklist today against FPX, and of course continue it on for the next continuing weeks here of Asia. And here comes FPX on the walkout to the stage.
I like how we saw Dawn 1-8 being, highlighted earlier as well. You have to win our
in the mid lane.
Maybe I mean I'm just guessing. Maybe they're saying like you have to win against our Baron laner first, or like our Baron laner is gonna destroy you. We can only guess. Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot understand just yet. Maybe soon.
Oh. Are you trying to learn their language?
有請輔助選手 and the support.
How's it going?
Bad.
To be fair, it's one of the hardest languages to learn. Right? I have mad respect for people who have learned their language.
接下來有請奎松 G2B 戰隊亮相，歡迎登陸選手 in the solo lane
to keep track of, right?
He just stares into the camera. Okay. Fine. Alright. I thought it was just going to be like a 10-second stare by Ime. Alright. I think there's just a bit of a delay on their actions. Like, okay.
接下來讓我們有請中路選手 in the mid lane, Aaron.
Okay, Aaron. Oh, okay.
Looking pretty fire.
接下來讓我們有請射手選手 in the dual lane, Golden Kite.
Golden Kite, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ben 10 pose. Okay, I love to see it. You love to see it.
Do I look to, be all cute on the camera?
兩支隊伍現已集結完畢，讓我們即刻進入召喚師峽谷。
Actually saw him
All the players are getting ready.
one of
Let's
the
start
recent events
into the
of
wild.
ESGS on the cosplay. Also cosplays. It's been just a recent news for me, and man, just mad respect.
And that's what you love to see when it comes to these LAN events, right? You get to see this quirky side and a more personal touch to these players that you don't really see in tournament format like this. Because as much as players like to fool around and kind of become goofy in their walkouts or during in-game where they try to like trash talk their opponent sometimes. It's always a more reserved kind of persona, right? And you only really get to see that other side when it comes to these LAN events. So it is a shame G2 Blacklist is unable to get to that LAN setup here in our stage, but it's always nice to have the setup being available for them, right? FPX though, they do have that liberty for them. But the good thing is G2 Blacklist, they will be playing together still, so that communication is still going to be there, that proximity with each other. And now both teams just getting ready for our side selection match here, GG.
Another time for fun. Hopefully it's gonna be more explosive than than our first series, right? Because the first series, well, it has been quite interesting, but a little bit on the slow pace. 1 minute and 40 seconds before our first kill, and only 40 kills, I believe, was secured the entire fight for side. I think this time we would see it kind of like maybe even tripled or at least doubled here, because both of these teams are highly aggressive. I have been saying it a lot of times already, but it is true.
Yep.
Urgot! Finally!
Whoa.
Finally!
Yeah. Here we go. I gotta be honest, I almost forgot this champion existed here, but here we go. Urgot getting shown here in our side selection match, and alongside two of my favorite champs here, Yasuo and Rengar on the Rift as well. And look at the damage being brought up. Well, Yone, maybe number 3. But it is right up there. I do like Rengar on top over Yone here in ARAM, but in a normal game, yeah, it's the brothers for me, you know?
It's the brother. And again, for everyone that is just tuning in onto the live stream, this is the fight for side. The side selection match, or a mini game to decide whoever wins here gets to decide if they go blue side or red side.
Yes.
For game 1.
Of course. The Blacklist, of course. Wow, what? Got the execute there on to Kong.
Going back? Alright.
What?
The
Still got a
tower
kill.
says nope.
That's impressive though. Arrow. And that's one thing that is very unique to Yone here in Howling Abyss, right? That snowball. SkyFL, speaking of snowball, that is a connection onto him. Are they going to jump in? I think that's Golden Kite that did connect the snowball. So he's gonna go in.
Whoa!
Whoa! Huge fate sealed coming through from Aaron there. Gets a double. And okay, pretty good start here for G2 Blacklist. A 2,000 gold lead already. They're looking pretty stellar, especially with the XP lead too.
Yeah. Is that a manifested Yone pick already by Aaron later on? Awesome Shadow.
Perhaps, but here comes FPX with the
13 HP, sad.
Ah,
sad.
It's okay though. It's okay though. Here comes
Aaron.
He flashed for it too. Oh my gosh.
I just love this guy. Man, the flash, the commitment.
I know.
Oh.
And well, we go again. Reset coming through. Here comes the entrance. Grand entrance coming for. Wow, he actually just got popped there, Golden Kite. As G2 Blacklist actually slowly making their way into the fight. Now Aaron doesn't have the fate sealed yet. And FPX, they can't necessarily push this. There's a ton of wave clear on the side of G2 Blacklist. And SkyFL goes down here without a fight. To the back line, Chow goes. That's the Hecarim. Doesn't have the onslaught of shadows for now, but is Dawn shutting down the Yasuo there. So the Blacklist without much to work with for now. Aaron gets to connect, and here comes the M3. They fate sealed onto one. Gets to execute, and he's down to 1 HP, but somehow, someway, Aaron survives.
We don't even see his HP anymore. And he's still walking up.
Alright, there you go. He gets executed this time by SkyFL as the World Ender gets activated. Draw going in with MF ults, and MA going back in with the revenge kill with that snowball. Done. Okay. It is going to be the reset so far, but the one problem that G2 Blacklist have is they don't have a necessarily front line for them. That's Chow going in. So many feared as KD goes for the reset, but not much of a fight being brought out by the brothers here because Aaron is down. MA doesn't have the damage yet. And KD's just running around, sort of becoming a ploy here. Aaron going back in one more time in a 1v4, an attempt to get the execute, and he does get it against Jingdao. And here comes KFL as well, Aaron gets left alone here. Golden Kite flashes to safety, and somehow, some way, is Aaron going down again.
I think it's the Urgot is the worst possible champion that you can circle around to, because you're just gonna get hit.
That is true. Ime going into the back line now. It's just a struggle for Ime to find something here, as he does manage to survive for so long, but not long enough. It's KD. This time playing with the Brush. Kong is just so tanky, but KD barely shuts him down. And Snowball connects, and of course you know the Chow is gonna go in on that Hecker. What? Almost survives that, he gets the double in the end. And that's the Fate Seal connecting onto just Jingdao 7 as Aaron is struggling so much, but we'll be able to find the execute onto that Corki. And somehow actually G2 Black is doing a pretty good job of denying FPX of the push, as they keep on fighting. That's a World Ender activated by SkyFL. Draw flashes behind to safety, and again it's Ime gonna struggle to survive. What is that damage? That is disgusting from SkyFL.
Yeah, especially when you have the Bloodthirster already. So much healing is present on this Aatrox of Sky. The jump be there.
Oh, the knock-up.
Wow.
It's KD for the execute. Draw is here as well. MF ult not up yet, but KD, wow, heals up everything. I think this is, it is an AP Rengar, which is why the damage is just so much with that heal as well, that roar. That's a knockup coming through in a desperate attempt to find the kill, but SkyFL just doesn't have enough going yet. And KD cleans up everyone. Oh, he's the only one left standing.
Just casually picks up the pentacle by KD.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a Hexakill already. Unofficial Hexakill. Just plug it in on Wild Rift because KD has done it.
Yep. Hexakill right here. The side selection game, and G2 Blacklist. Oh, okay, the wombo combo, but Ime seeming to pay for it as the Yasuo goes down. It's actually a double coming through from Jingdao 7. KD setting up something again. Heals up a little bit of damage, but he doesn't have enough HP for now as he goes down. SkyFL World Ender again activated. And it's this time Draw's turn in the chopping board. Golden Kite going down as well. So
okay,
a bit of redemption for FPX as they potentially can take another turret for themselves.
Yeah, they can. The recently spawned members here of G2 Blacklist will try to defend. I think they can still defend.
Oh, they can absolutely if they stay alive, but they don't. The brothers go down.
Yeah.
Sort of a freebie here for FPX as KD is the only one.
Oh, KD!
Look at the damage. He cleans house. Everyone goes down. No! But he can't cleanse this no more. Doesn't have the empowered second skill there. So he'll be executed by Dawn, but a little bit too late as he's already done the damage. He got 4 kills off of that.
Oh, I actually thought it would be another pentakill, but Dawn said, no, not allowed anymore. He had too much kills already. But AP Rengar with Rabadons, oh, it's so fun to use always.
It's a nightmare for FPX right now. Oh, Fate Sealed barely misses that. Jingdao 7 gets flash stunned by Aaron. Either way, gets the kill. A bit of a pause here.
No way.
At the perfect time. Look at Golden Kite. Frozen in air.
This just can't happen. The first pause on fight for side.
I know, right?
No way. It just happened, bro.
And look at that setup from their HQ, G2 Blacklists, in a round table. This is actually a very unique setup. Typically, you see teams in sort of a bigger table, but having them in close proximity like this, facing each other, is actually, I think, a very good setup. You can see the expressions on your teammates' faces.
Yeah. There's also a monitor. I think that's also their meeting room, like all around, all in one room. The gaming room, streaming room as well. Multi-purpose is quite efficient on G2 Blacklist. And again, this team has been constantly improving despite some of the losses that they have received. Just like their loss against J-Team, their loss against Cerberus Esports, they're always able to bounce back. At most, they're just getting shut down at time to time. Yeah. Just like this one, the momentum has been shut down. Unfortunately, with the pause, so please bear with us. I have no idea what just happened.
But I still gotta say that last season run from formerly Nigma Galaxy there is still coming to a shock to a lot of people, right? There's already a lot of speculation about APAC conference teams being, subpar, supposedly, to CN conference teams, and then there's just Nigma Galaxy, who's now G2 Blacklist, just defying all expectations, right? I mean, we're all surprised, and we're so happy to witness that run. And everything feels like a fever dream, but it's still happening. So it goes to show that the talent and the dedication is definitely there for G2 Blacklist.
I'm still wondering what the pause, because normally we have like a UI on it, right?
True,
we
true.
do see the reason, the progress, stuff like that. This time we're just going in blind. Hopefully the tech problem gets addressed as swiftly as they can.
Of course.
Is it on the Sten conference side? Is it on FPX side? We see them looking around as well, and some people in the background like making sure things are okay. So maybe it's actually on their side, not on G2 Blacklist. But we're here. We're still here. Yeah, it's actually Chow that had some technical issues, so hopefully it does get addressed and we can proceed.
Yeah, hopefully. And it seems like we're just speculating at this point for now, guys. But hopefully it does get resolved soon enough. And it is... Here we go. So we're going to be continuing here. G2 Blacklist. I think we picked up Jingdao 7 off of that engage from Golden Kite. So G2 Blacklist off to a very strong lead here, it seems like. As they are... Well, they've already secured all the turrets in the game. It's all down to securing the Nexus. They're marching down the base here of FPX. We're waiting for the execution. Soon enough, I think it's gonna happen because KD has already activated. He jumps into SkyFL. That's the tankiest player. Look at the damage being dealt, and here comes the engage from Aaron. Fate Shield still available. Kong doesn't get knocked up, but Aaron's dealt the damage already. It's Chow in the front line, hoping to keep them in check for now. But G2 Blacklist, it is a 5-man strong team against the 4 of FPX that is standing right now. This is their chance to strike while SkyFL is still down.
Maybe. I mean, quickness is gonna be available. It is available now for Golden Guide. They can proceed. They have 2 ultimates ready. Aaron as well.
Oh, double knockup coming through from Aaron, but the Fate Shield's not up yet. It is
beautiful.
going to be Draw, dealing most of the damage from the backline as he activates the ult, but off PX, they clean up. What?
No way!
They turned it around!
They circled around Dawn, and of course the Urgon is gonna have a great time with that. Yeah, that's...
Yeah. That's a bit of a weird
like,
turnout for
alright.
But now Draw is running for the hills. Dawn is chasing him. He wants blood. Doesn't get the
get
slow. And yeah, he will. Okay,
so
FPX, can they end this game? I don't think so. Yeah, they can't.
There's still the shield. At most, they're just gonna be getting this tower. And G2B will be able to defend still.
MA is looking for engagement. That's the quickness activated. Grant just does not connect, but MA has the minions to play around with. Okay, last Whisper invested here. And MA will be going down. They just don't have enough damage yet without one. Okay, Void Shield only gets 1, but Chow is super tanky for now, and Aaron doesn't get the kill yet. Nice little cancel there, but Draw again is left alone to fend for himself. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to do much here.
Yeah, there should have been G2 Blacklist game until that point. And FPX is like, what just happened? But whatever it is, I like the result. Draw gonna be infiltrated here, and nothing you can do to actually defend. 3 seconds for Ime. Maybe can actually help out since the minion wave is still there. But no, they commit. 300. Oh,
what? Kong, a snowball connects as well, and that's the execute. The KD running, chasing down. Ime activates the chase. And yeah, no way. No way, I would say. Draw, it stays alive as well, somehow. And now FPX running for the hills. This should... G2 Blacklist should look to end this right now. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to be able to find another chance. Especially now, there's only 2 players left standing for FPX. They're just waiting for the minions to crash onto the base. And here comes Golden Kite. Okay, nice little flash there as a response from Dawn, but he does get knocked up by the Fate Shield. Into the back line, Chow looking to deny them of the minion access as he almost clears up the way, but not quite enough. He stays alive for now, SkyFL running in, flashes forward, gets a triple and he cleans up. The World Ender gives him the resets.
No!
Blacklist, they just can't survive, and SkyFL is just too tanky. And Aaron tries to desperately save this team fight, but he's the only one left standing. He doesn't even have his ult, and he's all alone. FPX, they've scaled up, and G2, they got no response here. And FPX, they're just going to be distracted by Aaron just one last time, but he is inevitably gonna go down. And that's FPX. They get to decide their side.
That was interesting.
That was something.
Yeah, that was something. That was something else indeed. FPX will get side selection priority after that great result for their side. And possibly red side is going to be secured here because it is very, very, very popular in the CN conference teams, and we just received news as well. They pick red side.
Yeah, no real surprise as of yet. So the Blacklist will be getting the first pick, first ban of the first draft rotation here in our series. So I wonder what the priority here is going to be. We did see Aaron on that Yone in the last game, so perhaps see an Aaron picked up here by G2 Blacklist. That is one of the go-tos here of KD, even in their last game against Invade. I think they picked it up in their game against Team Flash as well, so wouldn't be surprised if that is one of their picks here going into the first game.
Quick shout out as well to TG back in the camera setup a while ago. Is going for the cheer as well. Support the coach here of G2 Blacklist. Just making sure they keep improving, keep adapting, and maintaining their strong suit as well. Working on their strengths and also just working on their some weaknesses as well. For FPX, again, we have known this team to be highly aggressive. So this is something that G2 Blacklist is going to be contesting this time around, since we do know that G2B is also very aggressive, likes to play around, likes to dive as well, likes the level 1 invades. So maybe this is going to be a banger of a series, just like our fight for side.
Yeah, I mean, typically that's what happens, right? When you have two teams that are like to take that tempo, that like to become aggressive, typically these teams, they fight for that tempo. So they start off really quickly. So I hope we do get that action-packed game, action-packed series that we are hoping to see here. One could argue that it's almost expected out of both FPX and G2 Blacklist, right? So we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. But composition-wise, do you think that's got any implications as to what the priority picks here are going to be? I mean, we did see that last game already. Most of the picks were pretty standard. The Gragas being first picked, the Vladimir getting priority, and the bans as well. Do you think we're going to be seeing an Akali priority here between these two teams here, GG?
Surely. Sky has to be denied of his Akali. Back-to-back MVP, that doesn't just happen. It is planned, it is executed, and it will be repeated if it's not banned away. And red side as well is indicating that intention. I mean, if Shen doesn't get banned away here by G2 Blacklist, they can just go with those again. First 3 picks, Camille, Shen, and Akali.
Of course, if you have Camille looming in the area, Galio's got to be expected as well, right? On top of the Ziggs, it's been a while since we've seen that triple threat come together in one team, just because it's so deadly, right? The wombo combo of the Exec Ultimatum into the Heroic Entrance into Super Mega Inferno Bomb is just to let slip past you. So we haven't seen it in quite a while. It's been denied time and time again. But here we go. Draft phase abound in the first couple of bans. Jax, Zoe seem to indicate that FPX might want to prioritize that Vladimir because Zoe has been banned away, which could pave the way for G2 Blacklist to get that Akali this time. Akali not banned away yet. Vladimir not yet either. So this is a looming possibility here. Evelyn locked on out. So the Kazakhs, another one of those possibilities as well, right? You talk about junglers, and KD, of course, loves playing that Kazakhs too. Ash getting locked away.
Hecarim not gonna be banned away? I mean, surely this is gonna be banned by FPX.
Yeah, surely.
We have only seen Hecarim
Wait.
being banned like 99% of the time.
Yeah.
Great ban on the Shen as well by G2B. FPX.
Are they gonna give the
No,
Hecarim?
they leave it open!
Oh, this
wow,
is
bold move!
This is a power move. They're saying G2
Power
blacklist. Okay,
Just pick it.
Let's see
You're
you
saying, just
play
pick
the
it.
Hecarim. Let's see you play the Hecarim. That's what FPX are doing here. Let's see you play the Hecarim, and we're gonna draft here around our Camille. But okay, G2 blacklists. They have the Hecarim this time. I think this is yeah, this is very rare. We got to see a Hecarim play.
Because I'm thinking if this is going to be a bait pick by FPX because they have a plan already against a
I know.
Hecarim. I mean, one way to deal with it is one Hextech Ultimatum, right, to at least pin this Hecarim down and prevent him from reaching any backline. And Vladimir being picked up is again late game scaling since they have denied the Zoe. Very few matchups remain, like the Orianna, maybe the Corki. Akali is still available. Maybe Aaron wants to pick it up, but again, you will need to be playing a lot safely because there is so much wombo combo possible here for FunPlus Phoenix.
There are a few options available. You talk about Vladimir as a champion as a whole. There's a couple of picks that can work out against Vladimir. I would argue that even a Yasuo could work out and go that all in. But no, they're going for the Renekton here instead. On top of the Gragas, I would expect something like a Galio or Gragas to come up in the second rotation. And they do pick the Gragas instead, leaving the Galio up in the air. FPX could prioritize that this time in the second rotation of picks, just to go alongside the team fighting potential of both the Camille and the Vladimir. But no, they're going to be picking up an Ornn instead. So this is shaping up to be a very tanky comp so far for G2 Blacklist. Lacking a little bit on the damage department though, so they have to pick up something robust here on the ADC side. Xayah is a top option, Corki as well. So still a couple of options. It all depends on what FPX bans away. Akali, there you go. They're putting priority on their mid side.
Oh, surely. I mean, Akali is a great matchup against the Vladimir. This time they have the luxury of taking it out, possibly even the Corki as well. G2 Blacklist, I mean, Aaron has had his fair share of battling against Vladimirs. Did pick up I believe they had history in picking up something like a Kassadin against it as well, but I'm not really a fan of seeing a Kassadin anymore, even against a Vladimir. It's just too much late game. It's too late already, and you would need to be giving so much resources towards Kassadin just to be able to make it work. Now even the Lucian has been taken out. Very great early game champion has been denied here by FunPlus Phoenix. G2B, great ban on Devi. I think that's a must ban against Xingdao 7. Possibly you can take away another frontline champion here for FPX. Aatrox can still be banned away. I mean, FPX can consider that champion for Xingdao 7. Great pick.
Oh, I do like this Lucian ban. It sort of works a double-edged shade. For one, yeah, they can't pick Lucian anymore, but for another, they deny the early game comp here of G2 Blacklist, right? I mean, if you take a look at the comp here of G2 Blacklist, they can go all in on the early game. They could go for an early game mid laner and then couple that with a Lucian on the bottom side and take this game as quickly as they can. So banning the Lucian works against that favor. So now G2 Blacklist has to work against that Xayah first pick coming through from FPX, which makes their work even harder if you think about it. Corki, of course, still a top option, but Yone, oh, this is something interesting, because typically you pick Yone against an Aatrox, right? But they do ban Aatrox away, so the Yone gonna be more of a sort of comfort pick here of sorts here for G2 Blacklist, which is, in my opinion, not really too bad of a pick. Zeri, of course, still available, so it makes a ton of sense to be picked up here for G2 Blacklist, seeing as they are still lacking that ADC in the damage department. But
I mean, a while ago, Aaron had such a fun time with this Yone.
That's true.
So he might have warmed up his play game already. Ezreal gonna be locked in here for draw, for Golden Guide, but the Fizz, I think it's not a good choice. Lee Sin is much better here for Xingdao 7, and it's gonna be locked in as well.
Look at the approval ratings here. G2 Blacklist looking like definite underdogs when it comes to that aspect. But let's not count our exit before it's hatched, because the series is just about to start here. Both compositions locked up, and Aaron gonna be playing the Yone again after that side selection game. And yeah, this is the first, I think, one of the rare moments where we get to see a Yone without an enemy Aatrox on the other side. And I think this is a pretty good idea considering the matchup against a Vladimir. I mean, I mentioned the Yasuo going really well against a Vladimir in the laning phase theoretically. Yone is right up there for the same reason. Both of those champs, Yone and Yasuo, are really, really good at all inning, especially at that level 6 mark, which is the one weakness that the Vladimir has in the early game. So I think it makes definite sense here in the matchup point of view. And all in all, a ton of tools here for G2 Blacklist, particularly in that early game still, considering all things. Not a lot of scaling options, but they definitely have a good engage composition here. A lot of tools for engaging.
Great setups can be made by both teams. Let's see which setup will actually pave them their win. It has been a long time since we've last seen a Hecarim. G2 Blacklist getting their hands on it. Let's see if it can be a win for them.
Let's see. Hecarim, of course, one of the most coveted picks here in this season because of just how powerful he can take over these games. G2 Blacklist looking to make a level 1 cheesy play here. They do get discovered by Jing down 7, so not necessarily going to commit to it. And FPX hoping to make a little bit of vision for themselves. They spot out where KT is going to be starting off that first camp. So that's pretty good information. And the one thing that makes Hecarim such a formidable foe here is Hecarim has one of the, if not the fastest clear speed of the entire jungle roster. So definitely nice to have. Nice popped up. Aaron down to 1 HP actually. Almost getting level 1 killed there. But we'll be staying alive for now.
I mean, the only time we have seen a Hecarim being picked up was during day number 1 of this season 2, KBG versus Nova Esports. Datan picked it up and even landed an MVP performance with it. So G2 Blacklist, I mean, they have a great stepping stone this time for backline access, especially with the onslaught of shadows later on as an engage. They just need to be very, very careful in the early game. Of course, Fun Plus Phoenix is notorious for their aggressiveness, and Aaron is feeling a bit of pressure here against Sky. Chengdo 7 is also here.
The one thing I'm scared of here for the side of G2 Blacklist is they don't have a lot of lockdown potential. Right? I mean, yes, they do have a Renekton, but it is going to be a really hard theoretical prospect how the Renekton is going to access that back line. I'm talking about the ADC here, the Xayah, for the side of FPX. They don't have a dedicated sort of assassin or a single target CC kind of lockdown champ that can have inevitable easy access to that back line. So that is going to be a challenging prospect for them for the team fights. But as for setting up these fights, they have so many tools. Talk about the cask, the Fate Sealed, even the Hecarim ults there as well. So they have that covered. But it's going to be really hard to shut down the ADC, especially because it's a Xayah, right?
Yeah, Xayah has repositioning advantage. It will take so many things to be considered for a teamfight to actually work here on both sides. I think G2B is playing this very safely into the early game because the only early game champion they actually have here so far is the Renekton. And that's the only lane that KD can actually help out. So Fun Plus Phoenix, they know it as well. Sky just being able to safely walk away against Aaron. It's not going to feel any pressure unless KD can have a great entrance here.
It seems like G2 Black is looking for an engagement. It's Chow getting the double knock up. Here comes KD. Doesn't, I guess, get cancelled, but here comes the corner of the Forge God. That's 2 knockouts, and that means G2 are in trouble. That's the first blood for Fun Plus as they take out the enemy Hecarim, and they look to set their sights towards the top lane.
Yeah, great setup, and now
they're going to look for the dive. Ime is down to half HP here, flashes to safety, but there's just nowhere to run as everyone's converging. FPX, first couple of kills in quick succession.
setup.
And now here comes the Fate Shield in the mid lane. They're looking to shut down Chow here.
What?
And that's an orange.
No
You don't want
way!
to dive that Aaron down to 1 as he gets jumped on by SkyFL. The teammate's already gone down, and this should be the execute for Sky. As he flashes to safety. KT roaming around the area, but it's just too late. FPX 4-0 as we head to the 4-minute mark.
Oh man, that was as clean as it can be. The counter engage into the mid lane, the gank into top lane, and that outplay by Chow in the mid lane as well. As an Ornn still managed to get the kill onto one member of G2 Blacklist, as Sky as well just following up, securing the kill onto Aaron. It's just massive, as now they have almost a 3,000 gold lead at 4 minutes into the game.
This is tragic here for G2 Blacklist. They look to get the jump, but FPX did the opposite, and now KT looks to engage. What? An insect coming through from Jingdao, denying KT of the escape, for now at least. But here comes the Horn of the Forged God, looking to get the second kill. That's Ime getting jumped for the second time this time, but they will be in the safety of the turret as Draw shows up as well. So G2, they managed to minimize the bleeding, but again, it's one kill that they can't find an answer for.
I mean, there's so many questions right now for G2 Blacklist here in this game, and they have no answers for it. Just like what you mentioned, the FPX is landing so many checks all across the maps, landing so many pressures against them just before that 5-minute mark. So basically, because of the lead here of FPX, there's no way for G2B to contest any objective, because teamfight so far has been heavily favoring FPX. Maybe they can trade out. RH gonna be prioritized here by Fun plus Phoenix. G2B can, you know, answer back, taking this dragon. But contesting this is going to be a different story.
Yeah,
they actually commit onto it.
It is gonna be.
See? KT going here.
Yeah. Seems like G2 Blacklist looking to commit to this Rift Herald here as they already started up. 2,000 HP left, and FPX look at the flank. SkyFL from behind as they jump onto that jungler. Jingdao is down early, even before the fight starts. Rift Herald secured as well. G2 Blacklist successful in that fight as they take the first fight of the game, first kill, and they take the Rift Herald as well. But it's not done. SkyFL looking to hold the line as Shelly charges down that mid lane turret. G2 Blacklist, great engagement there, and they deny SkyFL of anything.
Yeah, they try to charge the Rift Herald into the mid lane as well so that they can get that first tower. Oh, flash!
Nice into Slice Dice, and that's going to be the stun as well. Call the Meek connecting, and that's the first kill for Ime there as the Drake getting started by FPX. G2 Blacklist finally finding some breathing room.
But they are unable to get that tower into the mid lane, and I believe Dawn 128 pushing bottom lane allowed them to secure a tower. Let's look into this replay. Great wombo combo. However, everything did not connect, or not everyone got hit by the CC layering here of G2 Blacklist. The good thing though is they picked up the RH. Bottom lane, another kill for FPX.
G2 has been stellar with setting up these early game ganks. He's been the sole reason why FPX are so far ahead before the 4-minute mark. It's just really good awareness, G2 Blacklist targeting Jingdao 7 in that fight that got them the win. But at the end of the day, FPX still definitely ahead in this early game. Now Horn of the Forged God connects onto Ime. And that's just keeping the Renekton at bay in this early game. And again, FPX recognizing really well where they have to pinpoint. They shut down the Yone, and now G2 Blacklist have to respond. That's a cast to draw out, and he's down for the count. And now it's going to be Chow next on the chopping block, and he is got nowhere to run this time, as that's 2 kills this time for G2 Blacklist to answer for their mid laner going down. Aaron, remember, went down in the 1v1 against Jingdao, but G2 Blacklist, they're not backing down.
Yeah, Golden Kite doing a really good job as well, staying alive here into the mid lane despite the gank here of Jingdao 7 and SkyFL. But the tower's being pressured. On the way. Fate Seal!
Oh, Fate Seal forward, doesn't connect, but Jingdao goes down either way. SkyFL backing off. And that's really quick executions on both sides. And so far, GG, this game, it's been delivering, baby. All aggression on the board.
Yeah, both of these teams not giving an inch towards each other every single time they trade blows. But this time,
again, another engagement. Horn of the Forged God gets 2, 3 knockups. Golden Kite, 1 HP. Does he survive as Ignite takes him down? Yes, he will. But here comes Exegol to hit him from Dawn as Draw is isolated and he is out. Even though they don't secure the kill onto the Ez, they still get a kill onto G2.
Just a sacrificial support there by G2 Blacklist. instead of Golden Kite getting taken down. Mid lane, I think, can still be defended here.
Double knockup coming in from Aaron. No fate still available, but that is a nice true shot barrage there. KT.RY a little bit too deep, but look at the denial. KD gets nothing out of that flank, and that's huge here for FPX.
I mean, the goal of G2 Blacklist is just to be able to defend their tier 1 tower into the mid lane. I think they are successful at that point. G2 Blacklist still continuing on the answers here against FunPlus Phoenix. Still are down 3,000, but not really increasing gold lead for FPX is good news for them. Now, top side being pushed.
Again.
Gonna get contested.
Fate's Field connects, and that's Aaron looking to execute SkyFL, but it's a 1v2. Look at the damage being done. Now it's a 4v1. They're turning it around, and Aaron's got nowhere to go.
SkyFL surviving with 1 HP is just
crazy.
Too much.
Yeah,
crazy for G2 Blacklist, and now they lose top side, they lose mid tower as well. Ooh, the base is crumbling.
Oh, almost gets a knockup too. Golden Kite gotta be feeling scared after that. But FPX, they're just getting all the eggs here. And look at the gold lead here. It's majority of the FPX players leading. Just KD just almost at the top there, but it's just not enough. The damage is just not there. The numbers not favoring G2 Blacklist at all for now. Luckily for them, they don't necessarily have to look for fights yet. Objectives not up for the moment, but it's been a really rough early game for G2 Blacklist. 3,000 gold lead, gold deficit, as now they look for the engage. But look at the safety net that we were talking about there. The Desire stays alive. Kong gets jumped on again, but he is alive and safe. It's Draw getting turned on. And again, the exit ultimatum is not going to let him survive.
Oh, man! Insane! Oh man, FPX is just delivering deadly blows against G2 Blacklist. Let's check this TP one more time because it was just so clean coming in from FunPlus Phoenix. The counterplay, despite everything being thrown out there by G2 Blacklist, the catch Kong is denied. Even the cast was used but unable to get the kill, and then the follow-up. Great follow-up coming in from Aaron, but still unable to deal the damage just because of the protection here of FPX. Ime as well tried to go in a flash. They ganked 3 times, committed 3 times against Kong, and still wasn't able to get the clean wipeout here against FPX. They get aced instead, and now the gold lead keeps on ballooning, now going towards 7,000. Soul point for FPX as well. It's a disastrous situation right now for G2B.
Yeah, this is really rough for G2 Blacklist. Look at the gold difference. Not once has it panned out in their favor almost. And it's now ballooned to the biggest that it's been the whole game. 7,000 just now.
Yeah.
And this is looking like a done deal here for FPX. Remember, scaling option. The only scaling option realistically that G2 Blacklist have here is Aaron. And while he has done a pretty stellar job in those setups, he doesn't necessarily find the backup that he needs here for the damage, because there isn't any damage. There isn't any item going on. And now another player for G2 Blacklist gets caught. It's Ime again. And FPX is just so good at finding these stragglers that it's just happened over and over again that G2 Blacklist haven't been able to keep up in any way.
I mean, they can just start this Baron already and finish it up without any contest coming in from G2 Blacklist. Sky has them in check, has control, has a slow, has a choke point as well. Dawn is gonna be here.
Now it's engage coming through. SkyFL, oh my gosh. That's the Fate Shield used defensively by Aaron, and this Baron is going down quick. And now KD struggling to get close. He doesn't even get near the Baron as Aaron gets jumped. That's Elisen flashing onto him. Clask buys a little bit of time, but now they're going in. Jing now goes down. G2 Blacklist flash defensively, but here comes the Horn of the Forge God forward and FPX jump, and they are not gonna stop until they find the jugular. G2 Blacklist, they're fumbling big time.
And FPX is profiting big time right now with this Baron power play. Now knocking onto the base here of G2 Blacklist, opening up this mid inhibitor tower. Can they actually end this?
I think they can. It's just 2 players standing, Ime and KD. Can they hold the line? No ults to work with, and no more time. Finally, there comes KD's ult, and he doesn't even find just 2 kills that he needs at least. Oh, he's buying enough time. Actually, G2 Blacklist, they can survive. They do still have the Nexus shield, so potentially there's time to recover, but no, it's a little bit too late. G2 Blacklist, they go down. FPX take game 1 of the series.
13 minutes and a half. FPX lands a decisive victory in game number 1. And everything came into play for them, especially after the first conflict, the first team fight. 5 kills secured by FPX. A kill in the mid lane, a kill in the top lane, another kill into the mid lane, punishing the overextension of G2 Blacklist. And just is mind-blowing, to be honest, to think that they have just allowed this Hecarim to be open, be picked up by G2 Blacklist. It's just well planned of a counterplay with this Lee Sin pick of Xingdao 7. Just so impactful, more impactful even, despite the attempts of KD to actually have the backline access. No one's actually there to follow up. Yes, there were some attempts by Aaron, but such great defensiveness by Fun plus Phoenix as well to counter everyone from G2B.
And to win in such a decisive fashion, in such a team that is performing really well into the season, right? G2 Blacklist have been looking real good, and FPX just swatted them around like flies here. And I think the big part of the success here is because of Xingdao 7's early pathing. He knew exactly who to pinpoint. He went for Aaron first, and then repeatedly hit Ime in that top lane, which is essentially what crippled G2 Blacklist here. I mean, FPX knew that the only real threat to them in this early game was going to be Ime on that Renekton, so they pinpointed him to give access to Xingdao on that early game, which enabled both SkyFL and Dawn to pop off, and it just went uphill from there for FPX. It just never stopped once they shut down Ime.
Now it's going to be a big problem this time around for G2 Blacklist because, well, at least they will have side selection priority. Maybe they can pick red side instead, and then have them ban the Hecarim. It's just going to be more complicated though, I think. FPX, again, we have mentioned so many times before even the series began that they are very aggressive. They are very confident in their playstyle, and they remain unstoppable right now. It's just, especially for SkyFL, right? 6-0 and 6, landed so much damage as well, 32% in this entire game. 8,000 higher than the damage being dealt there by Aaron in the entire game. In 13 minutes, I think is just so impactful.
Yeah, I think they definitely need an adjustment in the composition here. And I like Aaron's pick here on the Yone, but it just wasn't enough to shut down SkyFL here. And actually, Chow will be the MVP of the game here with a very high kill participation of 86%. That's gotta be some sort of record there, with 18 out of the 21 kills he has participated. And I gotta tell you, the setups that he's been able to provide with just his ult has been very impactful. But if I were to pick an MVP here, definitely Chow is up on there as well, because of just his amount of presence here in this game. And wow, what a performance from FPX. That's G2 Blacklist have a lot of work going into the second game.
Let's see what G2 Blacklist is going to be adjusting to towards game number 2. Of course, Dado and I will just go in a short break. We'll see you again later.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
Oh man, I hope you could just hear us while during the break time, because we're also just having so much fun. But welcome back to the series here of G2 Blacklist and Fun Plus Phoenix. So far, match point already for FPX, and we only have one question. Is this going to be going towards game number 3, or are we going to be seeing a trend of a 2-0 sweep?
Oh, I do hope we go to that game 3 point, but so far this series has been delivering. It's been really action-packed, but G2 Blacklist, they took a bit of a beating in game number 1. Will they come back in game number 2? I think they have so many things to work out here if they want a chance to take us into game number 3, but I gotta say, I was not expecting that quick of a game to come out, especially against G2 Blacklist.
I mean, it was an explosive start by FPX, and we saw it a while ago. We were talking about it during the break as well. It seems to be a well-planned strategy of FPX as well from the beginning, from the side selection, from the picks and bans, them opening up the Hecarim, and them also banning or taking the Camille and the Ornn. Everything just went into place for FPX the minute they had the side selection.
Absolutely. I gotta commend Jingdao7's performance in that game. I mean, that early game really rotated around Jingdao7's performance, and he did not disappoint there. So G2 Blacklist definitely have a ton of adjusting to do as we go into the draft here of the second game. This time G2 on the blue side, so they will be able again to pick the first champion here in the rotation. Is it gonna be the Hecarim again here, GG? What do you think?
I actually don't know. Maybe because they ban away the Lee Sin now. Unless FPX has a different champion in mind for Jingdao7 to counter this Hecarim, I think this time FPX needs to take that horsey away.
Let's see. Lee Sin banned out by G2 Blacklist. That's a massive respect ban. As I'm talking about, Jingdao7's performance in that early game really set the pace here for this game, and G2 Blacklist, they recognize that. They ban out Vladimir as well, so it's gonna be a complete shakeup of comp here on both sides, I would expect. But I think Hecarim is gonna be left open again by FPX, so G2 Blacklist,
are they?
I think G2 Blacklist have no choice but to pick it up again.
Oh man, Varus has been taken away.
Yeah,
I think FPX will give up the Hecarim and then get the Camille and the Shen as well, but G2 Blacklist, I think they're looking to secure Ime's champion first, because he's just so good on the Camille, and it has to be the plan of FPX to open up the Hecarim, because they are just wanting to deny this Camille. But this time G2B has to be the one to have the answer against the Hecarim if FPX picks this up.
And that's the thing, I don't know what they have to do. against this Hecarim comp, because remember, majority of or most of the champions picked by FPX.
They let it open.
Okay, Hecarim still a viable option here for G2 Blacklist. Evelyn is the one that receives priority from FPX. But I think G2 Blacklist, they might go a different direction considering just how quickly the game got ended in that last game. Maybe something like a Kha'Zix is gonna fit more of KT's playstyle this time.
And G2B, they have Camille already. Shen is open. Galio is open.
True.
I think this is massive global pressure if ever they pick these champions up. The only problem that is gonna be resurfacing is mid lane and ADC potentially being focused here by FPX.
Oh, they're prioritizing Aaron instead. This is interesting here. They are not gonna go for the Galio for the first. Actually, they could still do so because it's second rotation still. But the Yone, we're gonna be seeing it again, and I like this from Aaron because Aaron's performance in that last game as the Yone is absolutely good. I think, in my opinion, it just wasn't complemented by the rest of his team.
No? Ooh.
Well, it's gonna be Yone on the jungle this time on KD, which is still, I think, a very, very good thing here because it anticipates an Aatrox pick from FPX.
I mean, so much counterplay possible here for G2B. Damage so pure, backline access already unlocked here for G2B. FPX, they can ban away the Ornn, I think, is going to be very much worth it for their side because that just provides so much backline access.
Galio?
If you ever get it open. Galio is also an option here for G2B. So I think that's gonna pressure FPX to not ban some ADCs here to Golden Kite. Ornn gonna be taken away as we have discussed already. If they ban away the Galio here on FPX's side on their last ban, that provides so much options here for Golden Kite.
That is true. A lot of options. Xayah still up and kicking. Ezreal as well. Varus is locked away, which is a big respect ban against Golden Kite here. But still a couple of bans to go on. Renekton getting locked on out. And here is the question that lies in for FPX. Are they going to take away the Galio, or are they going to take away one of the options here for the ADC side? And I think it's safer to ban out the Galio, and that's you go. There you go. That's what they do.
It has to be the Galio. Camille, Akali, Yone, so many champions to latch into with the hero's entrance. It has to be the decision here of FPX. And again, that provides more options here for Golden Kite to work alongside the Dragon lane. Possibly a chance for G2B to deny some of the Baron laners that can actually deal with the Camille. It's great that they banned away the Gwen. It's just so notorious for, you know, snipping down so many frontline champions here. We haven't seen many players be able to carry the game with just one champion, that is the Gwen. So that leaves the Fiora open here for Dawn.
Absolutely. Oh, so Fiora are going to be locked up here, which is a classic 1v1 here on the Baron laners up against the Camille. And I wonder what it is going to be. There is a couple of options here for draw here on the support role. The same is true for Golden Kite, but I think the Xayah is top priority for G2 Blacklist, unless they want to go a completely different route here. Alistar, I would say, is still one of those options. Nautilus as well, of course. They want a little bit more CC, a little bit more lockup, and that's going to make a lot of sense if they want to catch SkyFL. So I think this really complements the playstyle here. Zeri, Kai'Sa, definitely still available, but they're not really opting for the Xayah instead, which is curious here, but still, because Kai'Sa, a lot of the same playstyles here of the Xayah, but the difference is Kai'Sa actually a little bit more aggressive, right? Once you get a little bit of stacks going, you can activate the killer instinct and go in deep with your team. And that's exactly the type of playstyle that G2 Blacklist is trademarked for. That aggressive playstyle, I think that Kai'Sa really complements, is something that works for them.
No way. I thought we're gonna be seeing an Garen being used again here in Season 2. We saw too much Garen for Season 1.
Yeah.
And I don't want it anymore. It's the Jace that gets picked up. And what I love about the Kai'Sa better than the Zeri is repositioning. I think it's going to be very important here for Golden Kite to be able to reposition, because there's an Evelyn. If you get the killer instinct done, if someone has a CC into the backline, Golden Kite can just sneak there and go away from Shingdao 7, and that's going to be very important later on. But they have to have an answer towards the poke, because Jace for Skyfell is notorious for being able to dominate, at least in the early game.
Absolutely. Here we go. Stage is set on both sides here. And G2 Blacklist have a ton of damage on their comp. That's the one thing that they have. They have a crazy amount of damage and the playmaking potential on both an Akali and a Yone picked up here. So it is a particularly interesting comp here for G2 Blacklist. But for FPX, they have an Evelynn, have Fiora, Lucian. So a ton of early game prowess actually. Up to the level 5 mark, they have a ton of opportunity for picks. So FPX looking for a very definitive type of playstyle. Meanwhile, G2 Blacklist just want to go ham. They just want to go all in. So it's shaping up to be another game that is action-packed between FPX and G2 Blacklist. But this time, it's G2 Blacklist backed up against a corner. So will they be able to extend us into game number 3 here, GG? We're about to wait and see.
Yeah, let's see. Potentially the last game, and it's gonna be a banger of already. G2 Blacklist is gonna be contested and heavily killed off. 2 members down already. FPX with 2 kills at 10 seconds. No way!
No way. FPX off to another good start here, but this time even before the 20-second mark, and it's not done here, GG.
They want to commit. They want to take down Chow. But again, it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible even. And FPX even having the luxury of invading the camps here of KD. It's already a disaster for G2B.
I told you, GG, it's gonna be a lot of early game options, but I'd never expected them to do it at level 1. Look at how deep they are, even on the bottom side.
10 seconds, man. 10 seconds is the timer. And FPX got the first blood.
And they've got a 2,000 gold lead even before the first minute mark here. And Jingdao 7 is clearing up the camps here. Golden Kite getting dope. And it is not looking good for G2 Blacklist. 3-0 before we barely scratched the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, 2.5 thousand gold lead at first minute. Insane.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
FPX. They definitely know the strengths of their comp, I'll tell you that. And you wouldn't expect an Evelynn diving at the level 2 mark, but FPX, they're doing it. And now they're looking for more.
They want more. They want to take drawdown, and also Demon Guy just preventing any sort of scaling on their side. Shingdao 7 tanking a bit of damage here onto the tower. Still able to stay alive. Aaron though is going to be visiting, helping out G2 Blacklist. But again, 3 versus 2, not really good here for G2B. And they just walk away with 1 free kill.
They can do it again as well. I mean, Aaron, despite the fact that he can rotate, he can't really help because it's still a scattered fight. And a little bit of mercy coming through as FPX decide to pull away from that bottom side duo. But 2 minute mark, 3.3 thousand gold lead already. And there's no response at all for G2 Blacklist. It's looking a lot like that first game, except this time it is a lot earlier the get-go for FPX. And they've already reached 10,000 gold here. So the first item is going to be picked up soon enough. And once you hit that level 5 power spikes, you know that Evelynn wants to gank again here for FPX.
Shucks. G2B. What are they to do? Because they have so much scaling. I mean, that's good on their side. But early game has been so notorious for FPX. We saw that previous game, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, how do you deal with this problem? Big time of a gold deficit. 3,000 for Kong. And Golden Kite is just halfway there.
Oh my gosh. And look at the scoreboard. Everyone up top for FPX. It's just organized here per team, it feels like. And Kong leading the charge is the worst thing possible for G2 Blacklist to have the enemy ADC have the most gold here in the whole lobby. And that's even before we get to the part where there are ults, and now FPX, they have just figured out, they just got their ults in the bottom side. And now they're converging here, G2 Blacklist.
Oh, Shingdao 7 getting caught as well with the Fate Seal. That can be great here for G2 Blacklist. 2 kills picked up. Redemption on their way.
Okay, really good setup coming through there from Aaron and the rest of the G2 Blacklist squad. Let's take a look at that Fate Seal one more time from KD. That made it all happen. The triple convergence into the triple ults at the same time. But now again, bot side.
Red line connecting, but unable to escape. Even with the flash, FPX still picks up the kill. Now Golden Kite has to just walk away. He can't risk himself defending, but it's being tempted a little bit here. Aaron's also going to be on the way. Chow getting hit a little bit here with the Cassian Lane. Kong can be in trouble. Great bottom step coming through from Chow. Still this way. Shingle 7 is going to be here. Perfect execution going to be used.
Golden Kite
as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but a great shutdown onto Lucian.
The thing is, he had to invest everything for that fight. Golden Kite flashing and using the killer instinct forward, which meant that he couldn't escape that despite getting the kill. I mean, sure, they got the shutdown, which meant that there is some item pickups to come out from G2 Blacklist off of that fight. But in the grand scheme of things, it is still a big uphill battle from here on out for G2 Blacklist. They really have to use that Yone to set up some big plays here. Otherwise, it's going to be really rough time for the bottom side.
It's already a rough time, but I think they had some breathing room, especially after Golden Kite landed a great shutdown on
Okay,
Kong.
that's true.
So at least, you know, the disaster has been mitigated. Dustblade has been picked up already. It's only down 1,300, no longer a double situation. A while ago in terms of gold, teammates gonna be able to hook shot out. That's good. Still just a slow-paced game for G2B. They have great late game scaling anyway, and they don't really need to contest too much in this early game.
That is true, especially considering just how much gold Shingle 7 has in his pocket. So Rift Herald gonna be given away. Drake getting secured this time by G2 Blacklist.
Great scaling.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be playing for the long game here for G2. But the fact of the matter is, the early game still in firm control of FPX as they look to take control of the first, look to take the first turret down, and they do in the middle side. So Kong getting the most out of that. And actually,
nobody's gonna be here to defend.
Yeah, exactly.
That is odd for G2B. So 2 charges for Shelly. KD stalking will not commit here. 5,000 gold lead by FPX.
Wow. And majority of that again is on Kong. Gonna be able to pick up the first item now, and now set up from FPX.
Hook shot away, will get denied with a charm. Chow also gonna be here. Hexagon the medium and a flash away, tactic for the sweep, and the fake sealed onto the back line. And to get the kill on the Shingle 7, this is just gonna be so glorious and getting onto the Fiora, and G2B remains alive.
KD!
Void Seeker! Captain Ring, killer instinct as well by Golden Kite. Glorious redemption by G2B! The gold lead now getting chunked even more.
Okay, here we go. G2, they find a couple of answers, and a big part of this revenge is that ult, the Fate Sealed coming through here from the side of KD. I mean, Ime was done for here until he got the triple knockup into the combo. And it's just beautiful stuff here. And the Void Seeker connecting at the end of it as well. Make sure Jingdao 7 doesn't get away scot-free. And look at this snipe down too. Beautiful stuff from Golden Kite and KD there, keeping G2 Blacklist in this game.
I mean, they're still alive, they're still kicking, they're still breathing and fighting back against FPX. And to everyone that is supporting G2 Blacklist right now, I think this is a good sign. Getting a bit of a sigh of relief as a gold is still very much manageable, I think. FPX, yes, they are ahead by 4,000, but since G2B was able to get the first dragon, potentially reaching towards Soul Point is possible, especially because of KD's influence on this Yone. It's just absolutely great for G2B.
You can absolutely see why they prioritize this Yone pick from G2 Blacklist. It's not just Aaron that can perform with it, KD2 as well. And here we go.
Sealed, gotta be committed, still has to parry. Hook shot into the Hexical to Ime is taking too much damage on the Grand Challenge. Will be able to stay alive, especially with the heal. Ime also is able to stay alive. Defy to pick up the kill onto the Fiora. Shingle 7 is going to be walking away. Chow does have the cast, will throw it out, unable to get a kill onto Ime, is still able to walk that out. And Aaron picks up the kill in the back line, picking up his second kill already. FPX getting a little bit scattered here. Killer acing into the front line now. Chase down hit Sauce as well to slow him down. And Golden Kite being able to kite away free hit for days. And G2B now slowly chipping the gold lead away.
They're slowly swinging it back, and now they got more kills than FPX, and they're still looking for more. And guess what made it all happen again? It's the setup from KD. The Fate Sealed deep into the tower dive, gets the knockup, then the execute on Dawn. I mean, it was a shaky fight, but they did manage to get a couple of kills in the end here anyway. Ime almost going down there, is still somehow survives, and Chow was the only one who was able to execute him with, actually not able to execute him actually here in this fight, but nice attempt there, but G2 Blacklist slowly making their way with the sheer amount of kills. And we talked about it, GG. This Kai'Sa pick is gonna be really, really good with their playstyle, and we were absolutely right. G2 Blacklist to take the lead in terms of kills. Now the only thing they have to catch up on is that gold lead.
Repositioning, counter punches, haymakers being thrown out every single time FPX strikes. G2B strikes harder, and the impact is being felt now by FunPlus Phoenix. Look at the gold. Now it's only 2.7 thousand at 9 minutes. A while ago, it was so much.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be committing into the top lane. I think they have a really good chance of getting the skill onto Ime. Char's going to be connecting just to enable that counter play by Sky. And at least they found the kill.
Yeah, real well played from Xingdao7 as well. Waiting for the last possible moment to pick up the charm. Waited for the flash, anticipated the flash there to come out of Ime, and he was absolutely right. He flashed over the wall as well and got the charm after the hook shot connects. And I make sure that Ime is not going to survive. So Xingdao definitely a beast in his own right there. But now the Drake getting started up by Xingdao7 again. And G2 Blacklist this time is in a position to contest.
Yeah, they want to. They have placed a pink ward. Ward there. Sky landing a big chunk of shock blast there onto Golden Kite. Might force him to be disengaging. Dawn is being stalked as well by Aaron. Or at least it's the latter. So they actually reverse way. Now the Dragon 3.6 thousand will be disengaged here by FunPlus Phoenix and also G2B. It's such a high pressure situation right now for both of these teams.
So tense. But G2 Blacklist are backing off for now. FPX can't really commit to this Drake. They know the G2 Blacklist have the information because they can't have access to that backlane brushed inside of the Drake pit. G2 Blacklist, they can sit secure. They know that FPX are not committing as of yet. So now they have free reign over this mid lane. They can push up, they can shove these waves, which whittles control away from FPX, but at any second, anyone can pounce.
I mean, the goal right now of FPX is to have Sky chunk their HP down, poke them out, and then they strike. G2B is being pressured right now to actually be able to find a way to commit here onto FPX, especially through draw on that dredge line. Aaron actually split pushing into the bottom lane, while the rest of FPX is pushing mid lane. I don't think this is going to be a great idea for either side. It's just too risky for both FPX and G2B. Now they turn. Actually, FPX still committing onto the mid lane push. Damaging already the inhibitor tower here of G2B, and they win the trade.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist are bleeding right now. Now, FPX through macro have turned things around. They're the ones in control of the map now as they push down the mid lane, forcing G2B to respond. Now is the time for FPX to strike. The players of G2 Blacklist are isolated. It's a 3-2 split. As FPX, they're together. They're more clumped up, but they're not looking to engage yet. What is FPX planning to do here?
They're playing for stall. Again, the winning condition here of FPX is through Sky, getting the pokes, chunking down the HP here of G2B. So far, it's only Golden Kite that actually took a bit of load of damage there. KT starting this dragon already. Sky, will he actually commit? Hextech ultimate onto Xingdao7, the action turn. Great cast coming in here from Chow. The punish coming through towards Amy. Perfect execution. Xingdao7 still survives. Now Aaron's gonna be in a lot of trouble, still hiding under the shroud. That turn's gonna be used. KT with a fake sailed onto the back line, and everyone got obliterated. Flash is not gonna save the Holly here of G2B, and now it's a 1-for-1 trade. FPX committing, flashing in by the solution, and Golden Kite will be able to walk away, but the dragon still secured by G2B.
G2 Blacklist, they're slowly walking away and getting these advantages one by one, and every team fight KD will deliver. I mean, FPX, they got the jump onto Ime, but they didn't have enough damage, paving the way for KD to set up another great team fight here for G2 Blacklist after they take away that Drake. I mean, FPX, you could see that they are starting to lose grasp of this game. They drafted this early game comp to take control of the early game, but guess what, GG? It's not the early game anymore, and G2 Blacklist, they're starting to scale up.
And it started in one fate sealed by KD a while ago. Just picture perfect, and then a series of events of G2B coming back slowly, but so far surely here against FPX.
We'll go in. KT actually doesn't get the knockup for now, but look at the damage being dealt. KD's gotta have what, 2 items completed already at least? That is a very scary to Yone to 1v1. And it is certainly gonna be hard to deal with that later on once he starts split pushing even.
FPX needs to find a way. In order to stop this bleeding coming through by G2B, they need to find a proper pickup. Yes, they are ahead by 4,000 gold still, but G2B again has massive scaling. 3 items picked up already here by KD. It's just so difficult to shut down. 100% crit chance this time around for this Yone. And just massive sustain as well.
Yeah, so much lifesteal. Both Blade of the Ruined King and Bloodthirster completed. And this is... yeah, this is gonna be really, really rough ask for FPX, but I think they can still fight one more time here. I mean, late game might be over already, but I think the lead that they have in terms of gold gives them permission of one more team fight. That is if they can find the proper targets here. Maybe Golden Kites, maybe KD, whoever is squishy enough for them to execute should be the target here, but it isn't the easiest of tasks because they rarely have backline access. And the thing is, there isn't a lot of execution damage going on anymore because it is more of a defensive route of build here for the Evelynn. Remember, it's a Crown of the Shattered Queen first item, so it isn't the most of damage, more of defensive route here for Qingdao 7. And it isn't the easiest.
The reason is because Kong is actually the one being funneled most of the money.
True.
Look at the comparison. 13,000 compared to 10,000 here of Golden Kite. But it's not being able to be fully utilized that as they intended it to be because of the massive backline pressure of G2B. Akali, the Yone, and the killer instinct coming in from Golden Kite as well is just so threatening that Kong isn't able to flee it as he wanted it to be. And FPX is feeling the pressure already. It's being transferred now towards Sky as well to land those shock blasts so that FPX can charge forward so that Qingdao 7 can position effectively towards the backline. But still, it's a lot more complicated than that.
And you gotta remember the solution we're talking about is one of the ADCs with the shortest range, and he's got to come up close to get those combos going, and it's not the easiest task, but here we go.
Qingdao 7 commits! That's the exit ultimate gonna be used as well. Don away committing with a flash, but still Ime able to escape! No! 1 HP survives! And FPX unsuccessful with the gap, but at least they were able to pick up the tower. Also just get the kill onto KD as well. Is it time for them to go towards the Baron is the question. 30 seconds death timer.
That is huge coming here for FPX. They are trailing behind now. I mean, it's technically still a 6,000 gold lead for them. But if you take a look at the state of things, G2 Blacklist starting to
connect.
Find a little bit
of the hook.
Yeah.
No follow just yet. FPX just forcing them out, pressuring them, committing now onto the Nautilus. Drummond actually be in a lot of trouble. They turn on to Ime, but Sky is also gonna get turned. Ghost Golden, at least, hiding under Shroud. Aaron's gonna get obliterated. Qingdao 7 with last caress, and now it's gonna be crumbling the members here of G2 Blacklist. Kong's gonna be committed to the killer instinct here by Golden Kite, still kiting away. Gets shock blast here by Sky, and gets the kill onto the Nautilus as well. KD trying to pick up the slacker for G2B, but unable to get the reach onto Qingdao 7. Almost are they on the soul, but FPX found an angle and they will deny this last dragon.
Finally a good team fight for FPX. They keep Kong alive and KD was not present in that fight. So G2 Blacklist had no realistic way of setting up that fight there afterwards. The killer instinct was commendable there from the side of G2 Blacklist, but the fight won by FPX nonetheless. They've already taken away the Drake and now they're looking at the Baron.
Chow as well. Just tracking KD, preventing any sort of follow-up coming in from this Yone teleport incoming. KD, will he commit? Face Sealed will get denied. He flashed in, but unable to get a steal. Qingdao 7 picks up the Baron, and FPX still alive.
They're not out yet, and they've taken everything from G2 Blacklist. They extend the lead to a 10,000 gold lead. And this is the farthest FPX have been ahead this entire game. And this is do or die right now. They should look to end this game right now, but Elder Drake is up. FPX have no choice but to try and deny this from G2.
8,000 and the Baron. But Elder Dragon is up. If G2B finds this and takes this, they can still miraculously win against FPX. Qingdao 7 getting spotted, gets wrench line, and CC Chain! He might actually get taken down. The killer instinct into the hook shot as well. Is gonna take the kill onto this Evelyn right now, but the backline has been breached. Don Montoya trying to intercept here, get chased away. Denied of the Grand Challenge. KD remains alive, but it's a trade of flows here. FPX still has 3. They turn onto the Elder Dragon. KD needs to find a way to get his health back in full. Does have the 100 fruit nearby, but also has the lifesteal. Chow gonna get infiltrated right there, just interrupted there by KD. Is still alive. Honey fruit gonna get taken. Still gonna be denied by Chow. Can he actually deny KD is the question.
What?
It is gonna be through. They get the kill on the jungler of G2B. It is a disaster for G2B.
Oh, they could get this Elder Drake right now. Kong has just finished basing. And no one else is G2B. Nowhere else can they be found right now. Golden Kite is the only one close enough to contest this. And it is... I think FPX should start this right now. There is no real contestant available for G2 Blacklist. And now they finally started doing so. With just a few seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining on the death timer. And this should be the Elder Drake for FPX.
Ime, Blacklist still is going to be committing onto this.
What?
Tactical sweep. The steal by Ime. It's just glorious. Killer's onto the backline already to pick up the kill onto the Evelyn. Now Draw's going to be the first target here of FPX. Aaron not landing the shuriken. Killer Instinct has been used. Hook shot gonna be used here by Ime to try and reach the backline. Skyfell gonna be slowed out. Tactical sweep not connecting. But man, oh man, G2B is still alive, forcing FPX now to walk away. KT.RY unable to find the kill, especially off the stacks of the Kai'Sa. But again, you can never discount the Blacklist. They will continue to break the code. FPX has yet to end this game.
Ime, he steals this Elder Drake without the smite because of Draw's double knockup. That's beautiful team fighting here for G2 Blacklist that keeps them in this game. And take note, this is without the star player of the game so far, KD. This is without a smite. And FPX, they fumbled the bag big time there. They were just hanging around the Elder Drake for so long, waiting for nothing. And then now the Elder Drake is out. Their gold lead down to 2,000. And the Baron Parent play, I think it was negative here. GG.
Negative.
It's falling apart for FPX off of just one bad call.
After one miraculous steal by Ime, it paved the way for G2 Blacklist to keep on breathing, keep on fighting, keep on taking down Chow. Cat's gonna be used right now to try and stay alive, but it's not gonna be allowing him to stay alive at all. G2B found themselves numbers advantage and Baron spawning up.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist have the golden opportunity to take this, but unfortunately, G7 is up and kicking. Steal is available for FPX, but can he do the same thing that was done earlier by the top laner?
I don't think it's gonna be the case. G2B, so scary. Double objectives right now, or at least the Baron is gonna be fully utilized this time around because the Elder Dragon is about to expire.
FPX, even without the Elder Drake buff here for G2B, I don't think FPX can actually contest these fights. Because if you take a look at the quick fight earlier with Kong around the backline, he just doesn't deal enough damage anymore because such is the nature of Illusion. In the late game stages, you just kind of fall off. It's just not as powerful as the likes of Kai'Sa, as the likes of these other ADCs like Xayah. And FPX is only going to struggle further because their composition is not built for team fights. They have...
Look at the goal!
Evelyn, and look at this!
It's gone!
It's even now!
It's even now! G2 Blacklist creeps on, breathing, fighting back, kicking back at FPX! They don't give up. It's not in their dictionary. They will keep on fighting. They will keep on challenging FPX. Last gun is going to be used, but no escape route anymore. Stasis is going to be used. Ime still here. Can't commit. Here we go. Look at the perfect execution. Gets a kill onto the jungle laner of FPX. Now they're going to be fighting, trying to commit here onto the tower as well. KT.RY going to be connecting. Golden Kite still is alive. Unable to be reached by any member here of FPX. They turn onto the inhibitor tower into the bottom lane. Gets the inhibitor tower into mid lane as well. And FPX, they're in big trouble. And big trouble is what G2 Blacklist want. They commit onto the Nexus. They want the game number 3 and they will get it.
They secure that win. And G2 Blacklist fight through hell and back to secure this game. What a performance and what a game from G2 Blacklist. They will not go down yet. FPX, you are not getting away so easily.
Yeah, nobody's getting away. Nobody's gonna go home tonight because we have one more game here in the series.
What a steal from EJ. I can't even say his name properly here anymore.
Man.
It's
No
just
way.
Ime with How do you even do that without Smite? And how does G2 Blacklist come back from such a big deficit? And man, it wasn't the cleanest of games, but boy did they pull through.
They did! Insanely so! Insanely so! Man, that game, it started off on the wrong foot for G2 Blacklist, but man! The game and the moment we saw, I mean, KD on the Yone is just God, Aaron on the Akali is just God as well.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist. I mean, this is why G2 Blacklist is such a powerful team heading into the second season, right? I mean, even despite the fact that they fumbled huge in that game 1, in that early game, they came back with everything that they've got. And this is what champions are made of. They're made of determination. They're made of tenacity. And that's exactly what they show here. G2 Blacklist coming back off almost impossible deficits. Oh, it's a 23-minute game almost. And they stretch they go the distance. Game 3. And this series. This series, GG, it's everything we hope for. It's everything.
It's everything we hope for. I'm just so happy to be here right now, to be able to witness this live. Man, we cannot ask for a better series than this. And we're having one more game. G2 Blacklist and FPX going at each other one more time.
Yes, sirree. And Golden Kite here, holding strong here despite the early game shenanigans towards that bot lane. And it is just... I'm at a loss for words here. GG.
Same, bro. And we were saying a lot earlier.
You may become... Oh, of course. I mean, there was a lot of moments here.
That Elder Steel, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, one could argue that KD could be the MVP too because of the setups, but the Elder Steel, no way he's not the MVP. No way.
Yeah.
No way.
He deserves, as much as KD deserves the MVP as well, Aaron as well with his impact, and every single member here of G2B, that Elder Dragon Steel was the key to them being able to bounce back. But they have one more game. FPX still can bag this in if they don't get this game number 3. Last match later on, but we'll go into short break first. Tatum and I will be back.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage on the fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players. Man, that game was wild! Insane! Out of my mind, blew us out of this to this space a while ago. Man! It should have been the game of FPX a while ago, but G2B, that's the very definition of not giving up. And I love every single minute, every single second that transpired in that game. And we have one more. We have been blessed by the gods of Wild Rift to have one more match of G2B and FPX. I wonder what's going to be the plan here of both of these teams. G2B definitely had such a great performance in that game too. FPX has to start respecting this Yone for KD, this Camille of Ime. I mean, there's only one champion that G2 Blacklist is going to be able to pick up this time, since the Camille has been banned away, and that should be the Yone being locked in here for G2B. Akali gotta be over this time around. At least that's one champion being secured here for G2 Blacklist. FPX, they can still steal this Yone out away from KD. Fiora by Donma28 was really good a while ago, but it wasn't enough to actually, get the sizable kills on G2 Blacklist, especially in the mid to late parts of that game, because he was actually quite outplayed even as he was overextended. But this time, it's a chance for him to redeem himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the Camille locked on out, I think Fiora as a blind pick is a very, very good one. There's not necessarily a lot of things that you can pick. I don't think there's anything you can pick against Fiora that will go well against her. Or have an easy time against her in that laning phase, whatever it may be in a blind pick. So I think that's pretty good here. Akali here is anticipating a Vladimir pickup from the side of FPX on top of that performance from Aaron. So I think it's pretty stellar here. Finally, we get to see Golden Kite's Varus, who this time the ban got swapped on out by Ime's Camille, who, remember, stole the Elder Drake, which is why FPX is banning it out this time. And then Necton getting locked on out as well. So G2 Blacklist, we're not going to be seeing the same comp from last game, but they could definitely still pick the Yone if they want to, and if FPX don't ban it out.
I actually thought that G2 Blacklist will be picking up the Gragas early here in the first rotation of picks, because it's just a great combination, to be honest. Varus, Gragas, we have seen it multiple times in season number 1. I actually predicted that that's going to be the meta back in season 1, and it came through. So this time I'm a little bit concerned that we're not seeing the combination anymore. Though we do understand the Ornn does provide more of the team fight setups. Right now, maybe the Alistar is still okay here for draw. We can pave a way for G2 Blacklist to still have great engages. Nautilus as well by him was so good. and I loved every single part of it. But FPX will be taking away the Gragas, and I think that's a worthy response.
Yeah, the Gragas is so versatile as well. I mean, if you use it for engage, if you use it for disengage, so it really limits G2B's options here when it comes to what they can pick. Galio is not necessarily an option, a huge option, because they don't have the Camille and the Yone getting banned out this time. So we get to see something to come out here, something new to come out here. Aatrox is available.
Aatrox ban? It should be banned away. I think G2 Blast can not. Oh yeah, the Shen as well.
Yeah,
because they have the Fiora, they have the Kassadin.
It's rough.
And it's a rough decision to be honest. Now Aatrox is open and FPX can just take it.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, are they gonna? I think they will. I think they will inevitably do so. But nope, they are gonna be locking up an Ezreal instead. So yeah, Aatrox should be the obvious choice here for side of the G2 Blacklist. If they, unless they want to do something else here, and they're gonna be going for the Nautilus priority instead. A very curious strat here on both sides now. But the Kha'Zix, what?
Kha'Zix by KD. So early game priority.
Okay.
Also, just the assassination's gonna be online.
Okay.
Kha'Zix is actually a great matchup against the Aatrox as well.
Okay.
This might just be an interesting composition on both sides, but we kind of forgot about this champion. We focused too much on the Aatrox. Now FPX, especially Shingo 7 says, let me get a try on this horsey.
Oh my gosh, I cannot stop smiling because it is gonna be everything on KD's Kha'Zix this time, going up against one of the strongest junglers that we have currently in Wild Rift. So this is gonna be a heck of a challenge for G2 Blacklist. But hey, if there's any team that's gonna be up for it, I'm sure it's G2 Blacklist.
For one last time, they will go at each other's throats and just stick the knives in onto each other as well, threatening one last time in the early game. Back-to-back clashes in early game as well for game 1 and game 2. Well, we only have one question here, Tatum.
Yeah.
Is that, are we going to be seeing one level 1 clash again in the mid lane? And who's going to win? Because it has been back-to-back for FPX a while ago, right?
I think we are going to see an early game clash this time, but the chances of G2 Blacklist winning is significantly higher this time because they're the ones with our Necton and a ton of early game potential here. But have to wait and see. I mean, both teams by now, I would think, have learned that both teams really like for that early game level 1 cheese strat. So yeah, both of them steering real clear away from it. And I guess no one's going to be winning the level 1 skirmish because there's no level 1 skirmish for now. And I think both teams going to be playing more towards that safer side of things. But one thing is for sure, G2 Blacklist are the ones pressured to find that proactivity in the early game, right? Because they've got a lot less scaling options. Meanwhile, for FPX, they got a Kassadin here for that late game sort of insurance. But the thing is, the Kassadins that we have seen of late haven't really found a lot of success, do they?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Most of the time, they get shut down pretty hard. Golden Guy's about to, if he doesn't play this out safely, as he should be. Is able to still walk away is good. But it's better for FPX, as they can deny a wave against him.
That's true. Golden Kite, the first time we're going to be seeing him on his signature Varus this series. He's been banned out twice in a row. We're finally gonna be blessed with it this time. Let's see how much impact this really can get, especially in conjunction with that Nautilus. And the one thing that I love about the composition here of G2 Black.
Whoa! The flash! The kill! First blood by Ime! Wow! He had perfect timing on the skills of Don 1282.
Yeah. There you go. Ime again. Let's see that one more time here. Both of them chipping each other really, really low, but yeah, this is Dawn actually coming up a little bit too close there. She has to be anticipating that play from Ime, especially because of just how much rage Ime had in that point. So I think a bit of a miscalculation there on the side of Dawn. Let them up a huge punish. Now G2 Blacklist. KT actually so close down in this bottom side. Force out the shift from Kong. Oh, Drishline doesn't connect though, so that's pretty good thing for FPX. Not really giving a lot of punishments here for that bottom side duo. G2 Blacklist looking, this game actually looking a lot more standard, a lot less aggressive than the last two games.
Yeah.
But KD is about to hit level 5 here, so I think that could change soon.
It's like two people suddenly, or two brothers that has been quarreling for like 2 decades suddenly matured and like started respecting each other, start giving good gestures onto each other
Turn
as
from
well.
boys to gentlemen.
To gentlemen, to men.
That's not to say they weren't mature before. We like boys. We like boys who are quarreling.
Like, what?
Who are fight? I mean,
your check. There's no comeback from that, bro. It's checkmate.
you didn't have to do me like that. GG, come on, bro.
I'm sorry. Get back to the game. G2 Blacklist just. too much.
Anyway.
Being watched.
Anyway, moving on. It's again Don and Ime fighting up against each other in that top lane skirmish, that Baron lane skirmish. But what I mean to say is we like the early game skirmishes.
The early game. We like seeing them getting so aggressive.
Yeah.
It's just like game 1.
Yeah.
Yes. You guys, what are you thinking, man? Your mind is a palace, and the palace should be protected.
You know what? I'm gonna stop talking for 30 seconds. I'm gonna let you cast. I'm gonna let you cast for 30 seconds. I'm just kidding, of course. Guys, we like a little bit of banter here on the casting desk. But here we go, Jingdao actually finding a little bit of space towards that bottom side. KD's around the area as well. Both of the ults are up for both of the junglers. And the Horn of the Forest God is available too. But it seems like neither of them really want to look for a fight. They're both resetting for the first objective, which is spawning in just a bit here. Both Riftherald and Drake. It's going to be Mountain Dragon to spawn up. So they're going to be prioritizing that instead. But this time, only 1 kill on the board. Very uncharacteristic of these two teams to be this quiet this early.
Yeah, they're just really just taking this slow. Both of them have great scaling, especially for FPX, right? They have at least 3 scaling champions. The Fiora, the Ezreal, and the Kassadin. So actually everything that's being happening right now in this game so far has been favoring FPX. Despite the first blood here of Ime in the top lane, gold lead isn't really as high as it should be by G2 Blacklist. But the only good thing here on their composition is that they have so much crowd control, to be honest. The only champion that doesn't have crowd control is possibly just the Akali and the Kazakhs. But everything else has so much potential in working for a team fight. Chao goes in with a charge, but unable to land it on anyone.
Yeah.
And we'll be fine. I think Jingdao 7 is just gonna go to the orange.
Yeah, so much lockdown potential here. As you mentioned from G2 Blacklist means that Kong has to be extra careful with the positioning as well. And now they're setting up something on this left side brush here on the middle lane, as the Rift Herald is getting converged on by actually KD is the only one. And it seems like FPX is going to be turning their tides towards this Drake instead. No contest to come out on either side, so it's just going to be a shake of hands to the trade of objectives. The first quiet one that we've seen in the whole series.
Trade of objectives, but despite FPX getting the first Herald, or getting the Herald, top lane is getting pushed. Call the Force Yard getting called out. Don with 8 unable to land any damage at all towards anyone. But at least KD was forced back. Don with 8 denied as well the depth charge, and FPX just gonna be looking for other avenues to spawn the Shelly here. And G2B just gonna be playing passively as well.
Very weird here, GG, that in the past couple of games we got first bloods in the first minute of the game, the first 2 minutes of the game, and now it's 6 minutes and it's just 1 kill on the board.
Yeah, like 10 kills at first 5 minutes. Now it's just 1 kill. Now it's like about to change. Don Water is being chased out here. Good charge, pitch out to be able to walk away safely. Shelly is not going to be spawned up just yet by G2B. They're taking the time, actually. KD is being very patient. I think they want to spawn it up in the mid lane instead, because FPX, they're willing to scale. They're more than willing to just delay this game.
Absolutely. FPX have, of course, remember, got the better scaling options of the two. That's not to say that G2 Blacklist doesn't have any of their own. It's just that they have to be proactive here in the early game, right? Especially because of this Kha'Zix pick to come out. And while they do take out the first turret, haven't really found any engagement in terms of kills here. They have found a little bit of a lead in terms of gold because of that. SkyFL barely misses Aaron there on that recall. But again, it's the reset just for G2 Blacklist. So at this point, I think they're going to be trying to look for something. Drake spawning. There's a lot of time before the next dragon spawns up. And it is an Ocean Drake as well. So G2 Blacklist looking to stack up those dragons, of course. But Ocean Drake is one of the lesser prioritized Drakes here. G2 Blacklist, I think they're going to converge here on SkyFL. Okay, Chow is around the area as well.
They can do if they want to, but they have to respect Chingdo 7, especially with his possible re-entry. Counter engage here against G2 Blacklist. KD is gonna be sneaking around, but still is being sniffed up here by Kong. So it's gonna get denied. G2 Blacklist taking their time as well. They know they have great scaling anyway.
Yeah.
And it's just one pick off, just one setup that can decide the victory here of G2 Blacklist. Even if this is going to be max level Kassadin, if he gets locked and pinned down, CC chain, he won't be able to do anything.
And that's exactly the type of playstyle that FPX is going for, right? Protect the Kassadin at all costs while essentially it's not a champion yet. Essentially, SkyFL is just a glorified caster minion for now. But now they're going to engage onto Ime.
Great charge! Actually, great depth charge coming in here from Draw. Also, Sarah's still going to be committed here. Draw is still able to tank in a lot of damage despite the second charge here by Chow. G2B going to be happy, I think, despite the numbers advantage by FPX. Ime and Draw being able to hold their own is an avenue in which KT can actually get here into the mid lane. Kong might actually be in trouble. The slow coming through, the isolation damage! Ghost Golden, Ghost stays there, not gonna be able to survive at all. Now the Chain of Corruption is actually infiltrating the backline. Chingdo 7 gonna be chased out. Aaron landing damage as well. Perfect execution out! As well as the flash out to get the kill. Double kill already by Aaron. And G2B, 5,000 gold lead in, is now dictating this game.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist finally decided to strike off the back of that isolation. They knew that Ezreal had to be alone there because they spot both supportive type of tanks here on the bottom side, and they just strike without hesitation. KD going in, and I really like the play here as well, waiting for the flash to be committed from Kong before jumping. That's the little things that get them off these executes, and then Aaron going in at the perfect time to get the double kill as well. It's just immaculate playstyle here from G2 Blacklist, and we're wiping it up, waiting for G2 Blacklist to make the first move, and finally they do. What's the net value revenue? They get 6,000 gold in return.
6,000.
Yeah.
This is so different from Game 1 and Game 2.
Yep.
Now it's everything being taken by G2 Blacklist. FPX is the one scavenging, looking for some ways that they can actually get any resource at all. Bottom lane is being pushed by G2 Blacklist. Mid lane as well is being pressured. Top lane can be destroyed by FPX. I think Aaron is going to be a little late here to defend as a tower being taken down. But G2B can just answer in mid lane.
Yeah, I absolutely can. But they decide to go for the dragon instead. That's the second dragon.
Ooh.
Secured by G2 Blacklist.
The tower again?
Converging in here. Pressure is on SkyFL. I mean, I do like the playstyle of FPX so far. Try and protect SkyFL at all costs. But the thing is, that leaves their other players available. I'm talking about Kong here. Too susceptible to these two assassins. Remember, there's two assassins on the side of G2 Blacklist, on top of having a Renekton as well, on top of having so much lockdown potential on both the Varus and the Nautilus. So it's just not just SkyFL they need to protect. Kong is also very, very vulnerable here, and they have to choose. And so far they're choosing Sky, but now Aaron's getting collapsed on.
They choose to cap Aaron. I think is not been the best option here. He has the Shroud, has the Stasis, can jump away with a perfect execution and Shuriken toss as well. So it might have been better, I think, if they target KD or Golden Kite, but now they actually target Draw. Landed the CC chain, depth charge is going to be used to force this disengage as well. Force guard not doing anything onto anybody, and again, Golden Kite able to kite and just land the arrows here onto the members of FPX. Some damage! What? Gonna get taken down. Aaron going to be coming here onto SkyFL and will be taking him out. Actually, he's still able to rip off the arrow from downtown. Kobe for 3 here on Golden Kite, shooting the arrows. Chow's gonna be next, able to charge away, but FPX loses 2 members, and Golden Kite and the rest of G2B getting everything here, even the top lane tower.
And that's why you don't give Golden Kite his Varus, baby. That's the type of snipes that you're gonna be able to get here from his Varus. G2 Blacklist, look at this convergence coming through from them. It's essentially a 3v4 because draw is so low until KD and Aaron go in. Look at Sky, couldn't do anything in that fight, and then the snipe down as well from Golden Kite. They are just executing out of their minds, and G2 Blacklist know when to press on, and they're pressing on right now, GG.
Yeah, they're pressing on, applying pressure against FPX. And again, this is one way to redeem yourself, especially as a team. Look at 4 members of G2B ahead against FPX in terms of the gold. And it's just absolutely glorious here for G2 Blacklist right now. But again, the game is still not done. There's still massive scaling on the side of FPX. They can still redeem themselves later on, especially at the bigger objectives like the Baron, like the Elder. That has been the way for G2B to be able to bounce back in the second game. It can be done by FPX as well.
Yeah, and this is still FPX we're talking about here. This is a team that is so good when it comes to these team fights, and we've yet to see a proper front to back here from their side. So maybe perhaps they get the jump onto G2 Blacklist. They will be permitted off that fight that they've been longing for, but now Horn of the Forge got used up, but the Baron take is botched here from G2.
At least it was actually good here for FPX. The only goal they have is delay this game so that the other members on their side can still scale back. But 10,000 is so difficult to come back from here for FPX. We have seen this so many times already. It's so difficult. Many teams have tried and only a few is able to actually succeed.
Baron getting sneaked on out here by G2 Blacklist. Xingdao about to discover this. It's down to 4,000 HP here, GG. They have to do something.
Xingdao 7 spots him out. They turn, they commit. Onslaught of Shadow is gonna be used. The steal's not gonna be possible. The stamina by Xingdao 7, and now G2 Blacklist is running away. FPX actually landing the damage, still able to kite away here. The A-Run, Akali just so good right now, landing the damage onto FPX. Kong still able to free hit though, especially with this Ezreal. Arrow committing onto Chow, nearly take him down. But G2B, with 4 members still intact, now receiving the Baron buff, is perfect for their side.
Nice little decision making there from G2 Blacklist, sneaking away the Baron and then taking on the team fight head on. Let's take a look at that one more time. By the time Xingdao makes his way into the pit, the Baron was already down to 3,000 HP, and there was just so much CC. I mean, it was a nice ult from him, but after that, wasn't able to get the Baron, and the fight broke through. And the reason why G2 Blacklist won this fight is because they had no access at all to Golden Kite. I mean, the only bit of damage Golden Kite took was a single auto attack, I think, from Kong, and after that it was just free reign. And now G2 Blacklist have the Baron, and they're getting jumped on Ime.
This time, Grand Challenge is gonna be used for the second time. This time it will be proc, because that was the problem in the last Baron fight. The Fiora of Dawn 128 wasn't able to proc that Grand Challenge, so the sustain wasn't there for the team. But now, 2 Dragon Stacks by G2B, still with the Baron power play, they're able to pressure down this tower in the bottom lane as well, despite the kill by FPX. In the top lane, 11,000 gold lead. FPX has a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the problem that you kind of face when you don't necessarily have a lot of that engaged potential and your Hecarim falls behind, right? You don't have as robust of an option to start off these fights as something like a Gragas Cask or something like a Dredge line here from the Nautilus, apart from your Nautilus ult, or apart from your Ornn ult rather. And that's the problem that FPX are facing right now. By the time that they can engage these fights, they've already been dealt so much damage that they have to back off. And that's solely because of the gold deficit that they have. So they really have to wait for SkyFL to come online as the saving grace here. And thankfully for them, he's already level 13. But is it going to be there? Is it there? That's the question.
Item is not there just yet, but 4 members are gonna be here. Ime immediately slice, dice, and flash away. Skedaddle, says he. And G2B, or at least the rest of the team, are going to be here into the bottom lane as well. At least FPX able to get the tower in the bottom lane and not be killed by anyone, I think is a good sign by FPX.
Yeah, I think for the most part that is a good thing for them. Would have been ideal if they got a kill at least, but still a little bit of map control towards their favor that G2 Blacklist have not answered, but that is about time that they take one turret for themselves. And now they're getting jumped.
Great damage coming through. The Ezreal's gonna get taken down this time. What's gonna be the target? KT jumps away. He follow, but still gonna be there. Aaron timing his shuriken. Is he gonna be committing here? Perfect execution here onto the front line. Still is able to kite away. Sky will not be impacting this fight this time around. G2B gets 2 kills for free.
Yeah, it's so hard for SkyFL to get into the fight because he knows he's just gonna pop the moment that he does. That is the impending problem with an Kassadin, right? You have to be up close and in their faces. But when you have things like a Nautilus and an Akali in your face, you can't really do that because they have so much damage and CC going for themselves that SkyFL is just Nautilus. It's just nullified for now. G2 Blacklist, they're marching down the base of FPX.
Yeah, where do you go? Do you def top side? Do you def bottom lane? Do you def mid? Because every single lane is being pressured and G2B getting 1 inhibitor tower is actually massive.
Absolutely. And now the Baron getting jumped on again. G2 Blacklist. There's a little bit of vision coming through from the True Shot Barrage, but the truth is, G2 Blacklist, they don't need to take this Baron. They've already got a mid push going because of the super minions going on, and they could push either way without the Baron. So them actually starting up this Baron is more detrimental to them. That it is helpful because it gives FPX a chance to steal it away. But the Elder Drake is a completely different matter. This is an objective they have to fight.
We saw G2B bouncing back because of 1 Elder Dragon steal by Ime. And FPX wants a piece of this big dragon right now. Fire-breathing dragon is being taken here by FPX. God of the War God gonna be used already. Will it connect? It doesn't! And now the Shade of Corruption as well, connecting here onto the members of FPX. Shingdo 7 needs to back away. And Golden Kite, rest of the G2 Blacklist squad just says thank you for the leash. Xiao getting pinned down. 2 kills already by G2B. Shingdo 7 is about to be next. Chasing away, he is a horsey, but a base is already being taken down. 186 HP is not gonna be enough to save the stay already here for FPX, but they down 1 to 8. Still committing. Dredge not connecting onto SkyFL. Still clearing out the wave. Saving this game for now. FPX being close to being obliterated by G2B, but still breathing in this game.
Yeah, FPX, they didn't have much of a choice but to start and attempt that Elder Drake, but Jingdao 7 just took too much damage. He's down to 1 HP by the time the Elder Drake was taken, and now he's running straight into 2.
CC chain stasis to buy some time. Golden Kite able to dodge away, deny some damage because of the crown. Now Jingdao 7 might actually be next guy as well. Still committing. Trying hook, connect. Elder Dragon Breath will take 1 down, but at least 2 kills by FPX. I think this could be great here on their side.
Okay, they're fighting back here. And SkyFL has finally come online. It seems like SkyFL, it's a little bit late, but it's better late than never. They found a little bit of breathing room. Ime is in a 1v3 here, but here comes the Horn of the Forge God.
Not connecting onto anybody, but they do get the tower in the mid lane. G2B still alive in this game, still the one dictating the flow of this game, but they cannot be too overzealous. They cannot be too confident because again, the more this game goes by, the more FPX scales up, the more the Sky can actually impact this game.
Absolutely. And we saw just a glimpse of the damage that Sky was able to do there on that 1v3 inside of the base. Imagine what he can in a whole team fight. Especially up against the key players here. I'm talking about KD as well.
Oh.
Can they spot each other out though? And KD, will he
spotted him?
Will he look for a fight?
He doesn't. Walks away. I mean, it's so crucial. If he dies, that's already Baron for FPX. But if he does get the kill, that will be Baron for G2B. Or at least priority onto the Baron. And I think it's too risky of a trade.
And contrary to last game where we had a Camille that could potentially steal away, or it's easier to steal objectives with, there's nothing in the way of FPX that can do that. I mean, Golden Kite has that in the form of his Varus. It's kind of like a second smite, but FPX, you don't necessarily have something like that. Now G2B converging.
Draw actually took a lot of damage. Grand Challenge is going to be used onto KD, but still unable to land the damage. Guardian's going to be prof. FPX running away. Aaron actually in a lot of trouble, still able to save his away. Chow as well, going to go with the charge, but it is interrupted here by Draw. They give up away the Akali. 4 versus 5. But still, G2B running away, respecting FPX, especially that angle wasn't too safe for them.
Hold on a second, FPX, this is a refined look we're seeing right now, very different from the one that they've seen the whole game, because they've been actually trading blows now with G2 Blacklist. G2, they're not walking away so cleanly anymore because FPX are finally dealing the damage that they need to shut down these players of G2 Blacklist, and now they're getting kept in check. 21 minutes into the game, Baron is getting started by FPX this time.
Yeah, FPX has great vision onto the pathway here of G2 Blacklist. KT gonna be spotting one ward out. I think it is also gonna be spotted here. But the rest of FPX, are they gonna be committing? The steal still very much possible. Still KT has a flash, goes in, gets the Baron here, the steal! What was that? And FPX gonna be in a lot of trouble, still able to flash away. But still, the teleport coming in here from G2 Blacklist. The Akali wants a piece of the dragon. The Akali of Aaron wants a piece of the meat here of FPX. And Don's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Is being hit by a lot of shurikens here by this Akali. Has to parry away, dashes away, gets a kill here onto the Nautilus, but will not be able to escape. The shuriken connects, and that's gonna be it. Sky desperately getting an outplay here into the bottom lane. Got the kill onto the Crocodile, but G2B with the Baron. Can they clean up this game? It's still a long way to go. Very crucial 2v2. The most important 2 versus 2 battle will be walked away instead by G2B. They're waiting for the last wave. They have a big wave incoming. They can actually take the tower into the top lane as well to deny the inhibitor tower there of FPX.
Sky.
Turn, Golden Kite committing, crashing the wave as Aaron walks towards the Nexus. Is not going to be able to get there. But Aaron backline access. One more attack. The cannon will do it for G2 Blacklist. Reverse sweep completed, as sweet as it is.
KT with the Baron steal keeps G2 ahead and secures them off this series. G2 Blacklist keep their heads straight and keep their game strong. What a concluder to the series, with both teams giving it everything they've got. But G2 Blacklist, they proved to us why they are the number 2 seed from last season, and they hope to find an even better finish this season.
They're joining they're joining now as Esports now as one of the teams that was able to beat ACN Confidence team, and this is one way to deliver it as well. A redemption story by G2 Blacklist, that Elder Dragon steal a while ago by Ime on his Camille, and this time around a much cleaner execution coming in from G2 Blacklist, giving FPX a hard time, especially in the late game. Despite the late game potential of FPX, it was just too much.
Yeah, it was so good to witness here for G2 Blacklist, and the way they were able to execute it as well in a very, very unique kind of playstyle here. I mean, who stretches to late game with an Akali Kha'Zix combo for their composition on top of a Renekton as well? This is not conventional Wild Drift that we're seeing right now here for G2 Blacklist, but they are definitely able to pull it off against a standard composition. This is a Hecarim Kassadin combo we're talking about, some of the most powerful supposedly picks of the current patch. But G2 Blacklist are defying expectations in their own way, which is something beautiful in my opinion.
Beautiful Wild Drift.
Exactly.
All I can say. That game, man. This series, oh man, I keep saying this is the best series of season 2. So I think I have said this 3 times.
Yes,
already.
last time, yeah.
Sunday said this. This might be my new favorite. I'm sorry, Nova Esports. As good as it is, now I have another one as well.
Yeah. I think it's too early to call your best series, GG, because we have one more series upcoming.
We have one more,
and it is Nova
Day's
and
not
TE.
done.
So it is big teams coming up as well. But let's talk about this game a little bit more. First, finally we get to see the Varus from Golden Kite as well, right? I mean, some would say it was overshadowed here by the performance here of perhaps the likes of Aaron, but I would say Golden Kite definitely did his bidding for this game. We'll have to wait and see for the damage graphs in just a bit as we try and fix up the post-game analysis here for you guys. But G2 Blacklist, it was such a phenomenal execution here on their composition. Let's take a look at that one more time. It's actually Golden Kite with 32,000 damage. And surprise, surprise, actually SkyFL dealing the most out of the whole game. But you can see that in the team fights where SkyFL was able to participate in, it was just so hard for him to get into position because of the fact that he's a Kassadin. He has to be in range, and it's just so many melee threats here from G2 Blacklist. It's made it so hard for him to do so consistently.
And this time, G2B sets a trap against FPX on this Hecarim pick. Because game number 1, we saw FPX landing the trap against G2 Blacklist. They picked it up and got outplayed with it hard with a Lee Sin by Qingdao7. But this game, KD, it was so good on the Kazakh despite the attempts of Qingdao7 to even get anything from team fights to objectives. It keeps getting denied by KD. Even the Baron contest there by Qingdao7, even if he infiltrated or landed the onslaught of shadows, KD went through to his form and still got it for the team. I think it's just massive improvement here by G2 Blacklist. We can't help but just feel happy for them. And also props to FPX. I think this is something that they can still redeem on. There's just a little bit of adjustment that they have to make, and they will bounce back on their form once again.
Yeah, all things considered, FPX performed beautifully this series. And you know what got in their way at the end of the day here, GG? The steals. KD steals. And Ime steals of the biggest objectives of the series, which is not supposed to go in the way of G2 Blacklist at all, but somehow they're able to do so. And that speaks massive volume for FPX that the enemy has to steal away big objectives for them to just secure a game against them, because that means FPX were in a winning position twice. It's just G2 Blacklist performed miracles in front of them, which is why they weren't able to win.
Also, the team fighting of G2 Blacklist is so good to watch. Everyone was going everywhere and still being able to get into great target selection despite so many messy team fights. They were calm, collected. KD getting rid of the objectives here for G2 Blacklist. In FPX, to think that one of the most aggressive teams got, shut down hard, got forced to be playing very passively, is big for any team, and G2 Blacklist is the team that has done it against them.
Not to mention, twice in a row, G2 Blacklist was able to not only nullify the early game presence of FPX, but to surpass it and then win the game is no small feat at all against such a coveted team as well. So G2 Blacklist has to be proud of that game, have to hold their heads high as a big performance into this game. I mean, FPX, they put up such a good fight, but G2 Blacklist was just miracle workers tonight. I mean, G2 Blacklist, there was some weaknesses in their compositions, but they compensated for it with sheer playstyle, and I love that. I love that from them.
The mobility of this composition is actually out of this world.
Yeah.
I got nervous when we saw Golden Kite and Aaron getting picked off at the Nexus, but the minion said, "I got this, bro. I got this. You deserve this win this time. You deserve it." And well-deserved victory. KD as well getting massive popularity lately, of course, as the gold that he has received and the impact that he's done in this entire game is out of this world. And I can't believe we're gonna be having this as well. We'll have an interview once again here today. We're gonna be diving into the thoughts of G2 Blacklist, how they felt, what was their game plan, everything. They're gonna be interviewed in just a short bit. Man, the series. Yeah, I'm just happy to have this right now.
Absolutely, me too. And now that I'm taking a look back at the compositions that we had the whole series, the one game where they didn't play double assassin, where they didn't play the Yone Akali or the Kazakhs Akali combo was in that first game, right, where they picked the Hecarim into the Gragas, and it was the game that they got stomped on by FPX, right? And it goes to show you that G2 Blacklist is a team that really performs when you give them their comforts, right? When you give them their own type of playstyle. It doesn't matter if they're playing off the meta, because that is their way, where they will perform. And they did show us that they can draft around the meta too, but they won't be able to perform at the same level that they did in the second 2 games if you don't give them their comforts, which is something that screams character here for G2 Blacklist, right? Not a lot of teams could do this, and even less can do this that against the best that the CN Conference has to offer. FPX is one of the best that definitely CN Conference has to offer, and G2 Blacklist, they just pick their comfort comps against him and they win. They just win.
Yeah, this is a team that had a reverse sweep victory. One of the teams that beaten down KBG, and they won against them. Let's go to the interview of G2 Blacklist.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。我们也是恭喜 G2B 让1追2拿下这个 BO3 的胜利，同时也是请到了他们的打野选手 KT 来到我们的赛后采访。Hi KT, can you say hello to our audience?
Hi guys.
Welcome. So how do you feel? Because this is really tough one.
I feel like tears of joy because we win because we know that FPX is really a great team in China.
Alright, got it. 那第一个问题我问了，就是在赢下这个比较艰难的 BO3 之后，他现在的心情是什么样的？然后他说，因为 FunPlus 在 CN 赛区也算是非常强的一支队伍，所以说赢下来还是蛮开心的。那第二个问题想要问一下，就是他们当时在第2局的开局非常不顺利的情况下的中期的这个构思是怎么样的？然后从而去拿到第2局游戏的一个翻盘。So you made a great comeback with huge disadvantage in Game 2 in the early game. So I want to know your communication, your plan in Game 2.
In Game 2, after the incident happened, we know that we're still gonna win. Like we play our game.
You just play your game, just play normal.
Just stick to the plan and play normal.
All right. 那他的回答也是说，可能因为第2局比赛前期确实崩得有点厉害，但是他们整个阵容的后期的能力还是存在的，所以说也只是稳住心态，中期慢慢去找机会，然后按照他们一开始原本计划好的来，然后才能够去拿到那个翻盘。那第3个问题想要问一下，就是在第2局那个抢远古龙的那一波，他们的上单选手抢到了那条远古龙，他们当时的反应是什么 ？So let's talk about your reaction when your top laner he stole the Elder Dragon in Game 2. Let's talk about that.
We're very happy because Elder Dragon is really a big buff, something like that. So we're really happy that he stole it. And we know that we're gonna win because Elder Dragon is really OP.
The Elder is really OP. Alright, got it. 那KT 选手也是说，因为当时他们其实局面也比较焦灼嘛，所以说就商量着能不能去试着抢一下。结果后面青钢影还真通过战术横扫拿到了那条远古龙，然后他们当时也非常的开心，队内基本上就炸了锅了已经。然后他们当时就觉得，拿下这条远古龙可能对于第2局这种翻来覆去的一个形式才有了一个决定性的一个作用，因为远古龙的属性在当前版本的后期还是非常OP 的。So the next question for you is, next week you are going to play against TT. They are really dominating in CN. So how much confidence do you have to win that one?
I'm not really that confident against them, but we will do our best.
You will do your best. Got it. 那最后一个问题，其实问到他，就是因为他们下一场将要去面对 TT 嘛，那 TT 在这个赛季的 CN 赛区也是非常具有统治力的一支队伍，所以我想问一下，就是他们作为上个赛季 APAC 赛区的第1名，在面对上这个赛季的 TT 的时候有多少的信心？然后他说，其实可能也没有特别多的信心，因为 TT 确实这个赛季太强了，但是他们会尽可能的去做好他们自己所要做到的一切，去尽量拿下这场比赛。So congratulations again and thank you for joining me. And it's all for our interview today.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
今天
I just love how humble KT actually is, and this guy is also the guy that respected Team Flash when they battled against them and 2-0'd them as well. And I look forward to the match that they're going to be having against Thunder Talk, because they just defeated the top 3 of FPX. Next time, they're going to be battling against the top 1. But they have one more series, everybody. We have Nova Esports and Trace Esports. Get ready, because we're about to dive into it after this short break. The 4th week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all, as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that Cassidy. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on his Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall. Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here? He gets seen by the turrets. What he is scraping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning solar flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face steal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially the Chihuahua would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Fan has to flash that out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the 5. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihan and Duan the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Just comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting kill brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in. Dawn 1-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
Number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Duran, taunts onto 1, he had the Justice Punch, takes his dash at his bot, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though.
And we're back here with week number 5 of Wild League Asia Season 2. My name is Data and I'm here with the one and only Giyang Gaming. And we are just about ready for our 3rd series of the day here after that action-packed 2 series that we've had already. This time we're gonna have Nova Team versus Trace Esports in a Battle of the Titans.
Yeah.
GG. And I can't wait to get this started.
I'm just so excited for this game because Trace Esports, again, is a team that is undefeated so far. And in the 12 game state, they have played only 2 games are dropped by Trace Esports. And now they're going to be challenged by Nova Esports in their incredible redemption recently. 3 series win streak and 2 great comebacks. One against FPX in one of the best comebacks that we have seen. And their game against J-Team that was just one of the best series we have seen so far. I'm just getting too rusty already and the many times that I've said best game, best comeback, but that is just the beauty of Wild Rift, especially in this Wild Rift League Asia, because we see so many great plays and redemption stories by these teams. And now we see the roster of Trace Esports. The way Batak synergy is still here for TE. Korn gonna be in the mid lane, Juju as well in the Dragon lane, backed up by the members of former Trace Esports. I'm just so excited to see them right now.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with their super strong performance in the season thus far, right? No series is dropped. And Nova team, or Nova Esports rather, a team that we just highlighted last week, and Long being, well, one of the reasons why they were so successful in the series last week. So consistent on the jungle. And I really like this matchup that we're about to have, because I think Long has even his work more cut out than he did that last week, right? We talk about Nova Esports being a sort of at a redemption arc because they haven't had the best of seasons, contrary to one of the teams that has been having the season of their life, and the stakes could not be higher for Trace Esports, right? But let's take a look at the host first.
欢迎各位收看
to introduce the
2023英
teams.
雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。那今天的最后一场 BO3 将由 Nova Esports 对阵 Trace Esports。TE 连战连捷，那现在已经拿到了他们的连胜，而今天把矛头指向了 Nova。野王之间的对决，究竟谁能够更胜一筹？让我们一起到峡谷里见分晓。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho. Today's last matchup is Nova Esports versus Trace Esports. So, Huiba has got 5 trophies on his Bone Tooth necklace. Will Long be the next one? Let's check in the rift. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nova Esports and Trace Esports.
听说你们中单曾经是世界亚军，我只能说我们中单已经送走了你们队一位中单，今天再送走一位。世界亚军都来蹭，你们是 Go Team 吗？
Yeah. I like that we just waited for each other's comment. I have no idea.
Yeah, but let's talk about this matchup a little bit more, right? The last time we saw Nova, they looked pretty good, right? They're on a hot streak as well, right? The last 3 they faced off against, they beat in such convincing manner. While it took a bit between them and FPX and them and JT, they definitely still won. They're on a 3-win streak so far. And they're hoping to continue on here against one of the top performers here in the China in the CN conference here, Trace Esports. And I think there's not a lot to say about Trace Esports other than they have been godly this season.
Godly. Just out of this world, out of everyone. Just defeating so many teams. Very consistent as well. Landed at a first sweep against Keepest Gaming. Always gonna say it so many times as well. They 2-0 J Team as well. Last Friday, Nova Esports 2-0 them as well. So, man, it's going to be a tough road here for both of these teams. 2 Titans clashing once again. And as always, it's going to be a banger.
Of course. See on the screen now.
I like how they like coordinated this post.
In the dual lane, Nova remake TE Jojo.
I mean, it's better than the standard esports, I suppose. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
The one that you see in every single player banner.
Nova Yummy TE.
It's always nice to have something new. But again, look at the players here looking like they're so humble, right? I mean, again, talk about this time and time again how those Wild Rift players always look so kind and so humble. But then again, put them on the Rift.
All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the Wild.
They're crazy.
Man. What I'm so hyped up about this as well is the battle of our junglers.
Oh yes, of course.
Weiba, backed up by Tak, and Long as the hero of Nova Esports. Just an incredible performance by both of these junglers so far, paving a way for the team to get their victories going. And both of the main carries this time around will clash against each other.
And the one thing I love about Nova Esports and Long in particular is they don't necessarily draft around Long, which is crazy considering how much impact Long makes in these games, right? There was this one game last Sunday where they drafted the Kha'Zix on Long and then Neon on the Vladimir, and those two are two of different sides of different coins, right? They're essentially designed completely to do completely opposite things, but Nova was able to make it work just because of Long's performance there on that game, and it was absolutely beautiful to witness. And that's what I love about them as well. They have their own characteristic playstyle while not necessarily having to change a lot about their individual players, which is again another one of those characteristic of teams where it's just so unique of them.
What I love about I actually was thinking prior towards this game, what can be the champion that Long uses and what the champion WBG is going to be using right now. For Long, it can be a little bit predictable. There's so many champions that he can actually use. That's very comfortable using anything, but WBG as well has that case. But to add that, he's comfortable in getting so many of the cheese picks as well. He used Dr. Mundo against KBG.
Yeah.
He used Dr. Mundo and it had such a great impact. He's the only one to have ever done it as well.
He's used a ton over the past few games, right? He used Neela, Shyvana as well up against Naos, and they used so many different things that I think Nova has to be on the lookout here against WBG, of course. But now we're just getting ready for the side selection game as we head into the Howling Abyss. And as you can see, in case this is your first time watching this, of course this is the game to decide who gets to pick the sides for our game proper best of 3. So certainly a good nice to have here if you want to select your side. I mean, you always want to select your side, right? And here we go. First Hope connects, and that's an easy execute here coming through from Trace. Nova Esports unable to find an answer back, so that's the first blood over towards their side.
We see WBG on this Viper side on the Dr. Mundo. Is this going to be a sign again?
Some preemptive signs.
We saw it a while ago on Aaron on the Yone.
That is true. That's true. I would love to see that. Mundo on the jungle here on WBG. But of course, it's too early to say here. And we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But for now, WBG's Mundo is definitely taking the spotlight here in our Howling Abyss. Here comes the hook. Dirge line connects. Coming through from Yami, and that's one taken down on the side of Trace Esports. Yami goes in again as he gets hooked this time on the other side. But Lee Sao is done. Flash forward from Yami. He's looking for more. WBG is 1 HP as well. And that's just the cleanup coming through from Nova. Everyone going down from Trace. Korn, the only one left standing after he has respawned. But this should be the first turret of the game here for Nova.
Yami surviving with 1 HP is just amazing to see. The minions helping out. We saw Long as well helping out, soak the damage in since he does have the Yumi. And now they take the tower 1 minute and 32 seconds in.
Yeah, they do. Without losing a single member. Yami still alive and kicking here. And getting healed up by the Yumi is certainly a good thing here. Trouble Bubble connects. No follow-up though, as Yami actually goes in with the snowball, and he's certainly going down here in the face of 5 people from Trace Esports. Oh, a little bit too late there on the cast to deny that repositioning from Neon. But Trace Esports might be potentially looking for a dive here. They do have lots of tanky options to tank these turret shots, but not with WBG. WBG down to half HP now, so Trace Esports can potentially look for a reset for now.
Yeah, they can. Let's see what remake is actually going to be planning here in this.
Well, depth charge as Yami gets knocked up on all of them. And Trace Esports looking to run for the hills for now. They get healed for a second, but Tak goes down. WBG into the back line, looking to make something happen, but he is a Mundo. Doesn't have enough damage for that fight. And Lee Sao backing off for now. And Nova Esports, they recover. Well, actually, Trace finds a couple of kills after that, but what an engage coming through from Yami.
Yeah, Trace Esports still fighting back. I think they have a lot of ways to scale up towards this fight side as well. They have the moment combo as well. If Korn lands a great Inferno Trigger.
Well, that's again Long down to 1 HP. Another Inferno Trigger coming through from the side of Korn there. But
damage though.
Yeah, doesn't have enough damage yet for the moment. Doesn't even get through the shielding. And Trace Esports looking for another hook to connect. It's Yami's hook this time on the dredge line. That does. Oh, Tak doesn't connect that time as well. But Trace Esports, they're 1 man up. Korn might be low, but they do have a 5-man strong front line here. Tak looking for the setup. Another great ulti there from Yami. Gets a couple of knockups, and now Trace Esports is out of the map. Nova gets a second consecutive teamfight win. This could be an opportunity to find for another tower, but I'm not sure if they have enough damage for it.
they do. And no one's no one's gonna be there to defend it. It's up to Nova Esports if they do really want to secure this tower or go with the reset back into the base. Some does, it's a split decision, and the ones left are, you know, gonna be in a bit of trouble. Trace Esports is able to defend their tower, that's a good sign for them. Still just down 3,000 gold as well. Maybe this time Corn can actually deal the damage that he's supposed to. If he does have the collector, I think that's a key item necessary for him to be able to deal the damage, especially with Inferno Trigger. Since they do have Juju as well, maybe they can set up using Panda. At the burst.
Okay, no one getting a little bit of an engagement yet. Here comes again another push through, and the death charge only finds one knockup this time. It's Korn that's getting caught up, but he does survive in the end. That just gets away with a flash. As Weeba goes into the back line, trying to deny anything to come out from the side of Nova Esports. He goes golden for a second till he goes down. That's Yami getting traded out. Neon goes down as well. But here comes the Killer Instinct from Long as he goes into the back line to try and terrorize. And he cleans up the team fight. Nova Esports for the third time in a row win another cleaning team fight.
Oh man, Trace Esports couldn't handle them at all. This tower's gonna be falling down as well, especially with the consistent defense and great kiting ability here by Nova Esports. He just slaps him with his whip. It's like bonk.
Smacks him down with his hook. Actually, still goes down as well. Surprisingly so. Tak still goes down a little bit too a little bit too soft on the thresh here. Not tanky enough. As we get an item check.
Wait, Yetze hasn't gone back to the base just yet.
Oh, that's true.
The entire game.
0 deaths. And he's got 100% kill participation too. Nova Esports looking to make that run complete here. As the Yetze still doesn't go down without a fight here. Still hanging on to Neon. This can provide the healing still as long as he's in there. What damage is that? Yetze finally goes down, and here comes Killer Instinct from Long to try and avenge his teammates. But Weeba is just a little bit too tanky there. Death sentence from Tak. Not pulled yet. But there you go. Yetze finally able to pick up the items here. For the side of Nova Esports, but after that,
items. You can see it's like 1 and 18 a while ago.
Yep.
1-0 and 18. Surely he has at least 2, maybe even 3 items.
Maybe
right now. It's been involved. Okay, 2 items.
Look at that.
Oh man, rich.
Yeah. That's the Rabidance on top of the Luden, so a ton of damage for that Yuumi. Attack, that sentence connects onto just one, and he just doesn't find the setup yet, but it's gonna be fruitful. That's a beautiful Inferno Trigger. It only gets one. It's too far behind, left behind by Yami, but it is a 2v2. Can get the connects. It gets Tether on as Lisa with 1 HP. Yami, one more auto attack, auto do it, and there you go. Yitse goes out, goes back in for the shielding as Yami goes golden for now. Weeba just does a little bit more damage, but there's, as you said, too many shields, but is the damage gonna be there? There is way more going for the side of Weeba, but I like the way Yami's playing this, denying that first ability from the Mundo, and there you have it, Weeba. It's not going down yet. Here comes Tak with a little bit of a bailout coming through, but Nova Esports is unable to clean up the team fight as Neon goes for a reset. Sleepy Trouble connects, and there should be the execute on the way, but there you go, as Nova Esports finally back up to 5 people and standing.
Yeah, Yitze has now a favorite person to tether into.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm sure. Infinite shields.
Okay, that's just one knocked up, not set up for success there, but Juju down to 1 HP actually because of the snipe down. Speaking of which, there you go. Battlestar connects from Neon, and it's only just gonna be the base standing in the way of Nova for Thou. As Trace Esports, a 4-man strong team down to half HP. Yami's waiting for the OT to come back up online. That sentence and connect again, and now it's just to his own detriment as he goes down. Tak unable to find any good hooks this game has sort of become a problem for Trace.
Yeah, it's a big problem for Trace Esports. They couldn't actually scale up well into this game right now. Nova Esports is just giving them a one-side beatdown.
Okay, they go back in with a snowball, and it is just working out perfectly right now for Nova Esports. Remake just kiting everyone down. But by the time he goes out, Nova has cleaned up the fight. Long and Neon and Yitze up and about, and they should be the game. Nova Esports have the side to pick.
Side selection priority for Nova Esports. So, it's going to be tough, to be honest. Nova Esports has great wins on blue side and on red side. If we are to tally it all, it kind of leans more towards red side. So maybe they would be interested in that as well. So, to add, considering, you know, most of the DC and Confidence teams just love counter picking instead having the last pick as well. And if we're talking about Nova Esports as well, Long, I do believe that Nova Esports would be loving giving his champion a chance to be last pick.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. But now both teams just prepping up, just gearing up for that drafting phase. It sets up these team for success, and of course the side priority here is going to be a big question as to which one is Nova going to go for. As far as I remember, Nova Esports does prioritize that blue side from their games last Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do go for that as well. Let's take a look at the numbers from that side.
You're right.
Real quick, yeah.
We've just received news, and blue side was taken by Nova Esports.
There you go. There you go.
And there you go.
And there you go.
And there you go.
And there you go. Nova Esports on the blue side now. And there's been a lot of speculation around the squad, right? I mean, after winning, after becoming grand finalists in Icons, they've been sort of in a very inconsistent performance ever since then. This season included, including with the last season as well. So they've been looking to recuperate from that. And it seems like they've been on a pretty good path. I mean, in last week's performance, if it's of any indication, they seem to be on a win streak of sorts. So exactly, only way up to go for now seems to be up, but it's unfortunate for them that they're facing up against literally who is at the tippy top right now.
It is at the top right now. I mean, Trace Esports top 2 team right now, so far at +8 in the scoreline. It's 4 points below Thunder Talk. Only dropped 2 games so far in the whole of regular season in the 12 games that they have battled. Now, will this blue side pave a great win for Nova Esports? Again, this is a team that has been battling for redemption. History of this team has been day one, or the first series they've lost against they've had against KBG was a loss, and they got reverse swept as well by Now's Esports. But every single game after that or series has been a win.
Okay, first bans coming through. Already 3 out of the 6 bans is for the jungling side here. So Long gonna have to work his pool here. Try and wonder what he's going to pick. The same is true for Weiba. But first priority is going to be towards that Camille. On to Yitse. Certainly nice to have Gragas on top of perhaps an ADC here. That's going to be Weiba locking up the Ezreal for his teammate Juju. And this is where our guessing game starts. Okay, it's going to be another ADC pick here. I was expecting a little bit of a jungle priority here.
No, it's Nova Esports. They want the last pick Long.
Okay.
He's the hero. He's the main character.
Main character.
The protagonist. Main character. So Zeri and Ornn gonna be picked up. Early take on the Gwen actually is pretty good here for Trace Esports. We have seen so many great outplays just because of the Gwen reaching mid to late game.
Yeah.
And man, every single frontline will be shred into pieces because of the snip.
Yeah, and apart from that, it just is... Gwen is one of those picks that is really, really good against an Aatrox as well, right? Does it? And that's one of the threats that this pick accomplishes, is it almost ensures that Nova will not go for an Aatrox unless they want to risk it. And besides, there is a couple of options for Long as well. I was about to say Kha'Zix, I was about to say Shen as well, but both of those outs for the count now. Yeah. So the Aatrox is getting really forced in here. So I don't think Trace is going to be banning that out, which is really smart for them. Because if they force Nova into it, it's going to be really rough. There you go. They banned Yone too. So, yeah.
Vi was taken out earlier already. So, what's going to be the ban here of Nova Esports? Is it going to be something like an Aatrox? I don't think. Because Weiba loves enabling his allies, making sure they get the team fight setup done. And he's the front line for it as well. Yasuo just for Korn is just massive respect, because we do see a lot of interest already on the sustain Yasuo as well. But so far, well, great respect towards Long. What will be the champion that they are going to be picking up for him later on?
That is the big question. Still a couple of slots to be filled as well. They don't have a mid laner yet. Vladimir is available. Haven't locked it up. Nobody has banned it away, so could be a priority. Actually, banned away. I missed it. Vladimir has been banned away, so Kali can be a choice here. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Why not, right? So far, he's actually one of the first people to try out the Nilla. Or rather, one of the first person to try the Nilla is actually Weiba. And Long wants a piece of this action.
Yeah, he wants to deny it
now.
No, he wants to deny it.
Landed an MVP against FPX when they battled against them as well in game 2. Morgana being hovered is pretty interesting because one of the ways to shut down the Nilla, right, and also there's to CC chain them. So many crowd control is available for Trace Esports. So the Morgana, though it's risky, can pave a way still for some outplays.
Oh, really smart from Trace Esports as well, picking up the Aatrox for themselves after banning everything that could be picked as a counter. Well, you can argue that a Camille is sort of a counter as well to the Aatrox. It doesn't necessarily it's not necessarily built like that. Their comp for that Aatrox this time. So and I believe this is the debut Nila of Long here. I think this is the first time he's playing it this season on a tournament. So gonna be exciting to see how that turns out. His first time bringing out the Nila here to deny it from the opposition. And is it going to work? Oh, is it the second? For Long?
The last time that he used it was against FPX Game 2.
Oh,
it was
true.
one really great comeback that they had as well. And Long even landed the MVP. Secured, I believe he secured a triple kill with it as well. This was one of our highlights as well for the week. And that's just such incredible, right? Because now it's going to be challenged on one of the most important games that they're going to be having against the top 2 right now, CN Conference, against Weiba, the guy that started the trend on the Nilla.
It's going to be really interesting to see, especially because Weiba is also on a very powerful champ as well. Aatrox putting into this man's hands is certainly no joke, on top of having nothing in his way apart from that Nila, of course. So it's gonna be an interesting one to witness, especially we forgot to touch up on this, but they locked up a Morgana on the side of Nova Esports here just to try and reinforce that Nila. But against a team that of course has a lot of CC, that makes a lot of sense. But Morgana we don't see a lot of for a good reason, and that's because Morgana, once you if you don't have your ult, if you hit your first ability, if you don't hit rather your Dark Binding, there's literally nothing else that you can do as a Morgana,
you're
right?
just
so
a
it's really
shield.
Yeah, there's a shield, yeah, but there's nothing that you can start fights with, right?
Yeah.
So it's a really tough one to execute, which is why we don't necessarily see a lot of Morganas anymore. But
and wave clear as well is quite difficult, to be honest.
True. That's true.
You would need at least level 3 on your DPS, of course. And not only that, you're so squishy, don't have that much range. That's why there's more interest on Ziggs as an APC in the bottom lane, because of his safe position all the time. Just one Mega Inferno Bomb, you can clear a wave already. You can deny push very easily as well. Just poke around for teamfights.
Absolutely. But against this bot lane duo, I think it does fit the bill decently enough. It can go for some early skirmishes against Juju here, as long as they get the catch on him. But yeah, all eyes. My eyes are on Nila here. Okay, Dark Binding connects though on the bottom side. Knockup does get cancelled by Tak. Nice little body slam there, but the exhaust already popped onto Juju. Yami's down to 1 HP. Tak flashes forward for the execute, and that's Trace. First blood on the board.
I just want to say, Tak, as a support, always spams the emotes. When you see him spam the emote, that's the fact. It means that they're just dominating a game. And this setup in the bottom, that counter with a body slam, just
so good,
so great coming from Tak. That outplay is what makes Trace Esports so difficult to engage on.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, another engage coming through. Yitse with a beautiful flash over the tower. And Yami right in time for the knockup backup. And Huiba will be surviving too for the end. So at the end of the day, no one going down because of that save from Yami. Means that nobody is gonna be in imminent danger for now for Nova Esports, as both teams just backing off for now, waiting for the next objective.
What will be the game plan here of Nova Esports is the big question for me, because they have so much late game scaling. The only early game they have is Camille. Possibly the Morgana can help out, and also Yami. But in terms of like impact, damage, objective clearing, I think it more so is possible for Trace Esports, even if they have so much scaling champions as well, just because of the amount of CC.
Apotheosis committed by Long though on the top side, and Lee Sao gets caught in the middle of it. Doesn't have the ult as of yet, which means that he is not going to be surviving for now until Tak shows up. That's a beautiful cask into the body slam, and he gets denial as he saves his teammate from falling. Nice little assist there from Tak.
Man, the outplay by Tak is like the great wall of defense here by Trace Esports. Prevents anyone from having contact towards Lee Sao. It just prevents anyone from getting kills.
Contact, get it? With a K. Contact.
Yeah. Well, Nova Esports definitely has to really step up in order to finally get their first kill. But as they don't, Trace Esports slowly getting a great goal lead. Darkbane not connecting, unfortunately for Remake. He has more chances all throughout the game.
And I think the biggest opportunity that Nova has to find that first kill is in this bottom side. But because of that big mishap in the earlier skirmish, they've taken a step back in terms of damage. I don't think they necessarily are too far behind to find it, but of course that is a big hit in their momentum in that laning phase, right? So Remake have to work double time to perhaps find a good dark binding for Yami to set up on, because realistically, as you said it yourself, they don't really have a lot of early game options, right? The only biggest threat that they have for now is the Morgana into the Ornn combo, and it seems like they haven't been finding the same amount of proactivity that they've been hoping for.
Nova Esports, I mean, they can bank on late game still. I think it's gonna be very possible for them to be able to deal damage. The only problem is we have seen so far great counters coming in from Trace Esports. What more come late game? What's gonna be their answer towards this Gwen and the Aatrox? Because I don't see a way for them actually winning team fights later on unless it's a great outplay from Long. But they have been banking on him so many times already. Trace Esports is fully aware of that, and I think they have many ways on shutting him down as well.
Absolutely. The first Drake spawning up, first Rift Herald as well. And it seems like Trace Esports will be prioritizing the Rift Herald instead of the Dragon. Nova looking to contest. That is the Horn of the Torch God comes in as Yitse goes in for the engage onto Korn. But he gets snipped on by the Korn instead. Yitse caught between a rock and a hard place as he doesn't have anywhere to go to. Flashes out to safety as well as that engage is botched by Trace. Drake up for congestion as well. So Nova didn't get a kill. They did not get the Rift Herald as well. So what can they find in response?
It's going to be very difficult from now on for Nova Esports. We saw the intention of Long actually interfering onto that Arch, potentially even getting steal. But because of Lee Sao just being all aggressive against him, it forced him to just walk away. Flash even invested just to be able to escape. And now Trace Esports potentially getting 2 for 2 on objective.
Unless Nova can actually contest this or slowly making their way towards it. But no, they're not. So Trace Esports first on the scene again here on this Ocean Dragon. And yeah, it seems like so. Looks like Trace Esports are going to be taking their second objective of the game here. And you can see on the map just how far the Nila is. So Nova Esports willingly gave that away, knowing that they cannot look for a fight for the moment. And this is looking like a really good early game here for Trace.
Nova Esports, they've been in this situation before.
Yeah.
They've been in exact situation during their match against J-Team. So we can never, ever, ever discount them out. Even if they're down 10,000, even if they're down 11,000, this is Nova Esports. But this is also Trace Esports. This is a team that doesn't give up their lead. it's so difficult to come back when Trace Esports are the one, having the goal lead, having the advantage. Now with the Dragon Stack they picked up, with also the RH charging into the mid lane, they can open up mid tier 1. Lisa was well taking control of top side. Yitse being forced to just constantly disengage against him.
Yeah, and I want to reinforce your point that despite the fact that Nova is a team that makes these miraculous plays, there is a reason why Trace has not dropped a single series. It's because they are pretty darn good at closing out games, right? Nova seem to have struggled with that a lot in the past, right? It's one of their biggest criticisms that sometimes when they get ahead, it's really hard to close out games, or even just getting ahead is a struggle for them, which is one of the things that really has made this season sort of a struggle for them. Trace hasn't really faced that at all. They've been so consistent, so good at so many scenarios that there hasn't been any looming doubts to their game-ending capabilities, which is another hurdle that Nova Esports have to overcome in this series. And when they don't really have the lead right now, the prospect of them coming back or relying on the comeback, on the miracle play, becomes more and more possible. And just how possible against Trace is that? Hold that thought though, as Juju gets collapsed on, and of course Nova Esports gets to execute on them, and at least they get the shutdown onto one of the players from Trace.
But Trace Esports open up mid, and that's all the great jungle access here onto the areas that Long recently has, a great control of. Trace Esports also is ahead by 2,000 gold lead on top of the Dragon Stacks that they have. Plus they have great scaling. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem of them all here against Nova Esports. If Trace Esports allow Korn to just continue to scale up when he gets his at least two items already actually scary for a Gwen.
Yeah.
And later on, nobody's going to be able to survive. Weibo as well is going to be raging against them. So Nova Esports, yes, they've been able to pick up one kill. They need more.
Absolutely. The thing about Weibo's comp though, or Trace's comp rather, is that they could just wait the long game. Just play the long game right here. Wait for the Aatrox to scale up, as you mentioned. Wait for Korn to scale up. And they're not really pressured to find anything as of the moment. I mean, yeah, they could look for kills here and there, but they don't need to. They're already 2,000 gold ahead.
They don't.
And as long as they keep this lead up, they should be good to go. Yitse, though, on the other hand, is a completely different matter. He is the one pressured to start and fight here. Huiba is just around the corner, so he can get Doe pretty soon. Lisao providing the pressure for now, but Weibo is backing off. Seems like the priority here for both junglers is less of the pick and more of those objectives. But Long, more importantly, just wants to power farm for the moment. This is one thing we're missing out talking about on the Nila pick. Absolutely one of the best scalers in the game as well. Once we get to that late game, the healing that this champion can provide for herself is immaculate. Not to mention the fact that she has an AoE counter-strike, right? She has a Jax counter-strike for the whole team if they're close enough to her. And that's
true.
That's a really good, nice thing to have, to say the least.
The ult is just a great counter tool for Nova Esports, especially as a counter engage, right? It's not going to be hesitating at all going into the members here of today's Esports, but also can pave a way for some outplays later on just because of the sustain. The damage later on is going to be massive. We saw him getting a triple kill during their previous match against FPX as well. So those are the things that we are considering going towards this game, going towards this matchup, despite its slow-paced game here by both teams. Now it's about to be amplified. Second dragon potentially for Trace Esports.
Yeah, Nova Esports, they have to contest it this time because certainly we don't want to be giving away objectives for free now. The long around the area secures some space as they get the Brushy down into here. Yitse is already down deep, and here comes the Horn of the Forge God. Doesn't get the connection, but the smite is gonna be there! Nice little steal there from Long as they try and disengage from the fight. And everyone chasing them down. Lisa being the first one. Huiba dashes over the wall, chasing down Yan as the Darkened Blade doesn't connect, but the Mystic Shot does. It's Juju for the cleanup for now. Huiba down to half HP as Lisa looking to shut down Long, but everyone from Trace Esports looking to chase down against his first turret. Look at Long again. And Weibo running for the hills as he flashes to safety, and Long looking to clean up house. Juju goes down. Long again comes up huge for Nova.
That steal and the quadra kill by Long is just too damn good. We're looking to this replay and how it actually happened. Because it was stolen. Trace Esports were mad. They want to get more because they've been denied of a crucial objective. They got to get onto the Zeri already, but Long was kiting so many members here from Trace Esports. He waited for Lisa to actually fully commit, had a perfect kiting ability. Look at that damage, waited for the parry, went in, Apotheosis just onto everybody, knocked them up, flash in, and just a free it, slapping everybody up with the whip of this Nilla. Quadruple, almost even a pentacle if Yami didn't charge onto that last member. But man,
engagement coming through here. Snip snip onto Yite. It's a 1v2 against him and Lisa. Korn will be the one to reign supreme there as they take down Yite. But Nova Esports, that team fight was absolutely beautiful. I think that's a bit of a fumble for Chase Esports actually, because I think after they got that first kill, they should have backed out, but they decided to overstay their welcome, and Long just slapped them for it. And now they're getting punished again. Yami gets a knock up onto Juju. That's the Horn of the Forge God getting the knock up onto Tak as well, but there is not gonna be any follow-up for now. And they're just looking for the push. Long looking forward.
Man.
Activates the damage, and that is going to be slapped down off the Gragas. But Long and Apotheosis finds another kill. Lisa shuts him down for now, but the rest of the Nova squad look to avenge their teammate as Korn goes in with the needlework. The snip onto Neon, and that is gonna be the damage up the Gwen. This time reigning supreme as it's Nova Esports running away, licking their wounds.
Yeah, they have to start respecting Korn. Especially the counter ability here by Trace Esports. They still have massive scaling. They have great damage that they can throw out here against Nova Esports. When you go to this replay, how it actually happened, and that's a bit of an overextension by Long. Yes, they had secured a quadruple a while, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna be invulnerable and immortal all throughout this game. Yes, there is the protection from the Black Shield, but you cannot block the damage coming in from the rest of Trace Esports. And that's being done by Lisa, a great shutdown onto the jungle god himself. Trace Esports, through Korn, through Juju's kiting ability as well, paved the way for them to be back in the game once again.
And not to mention, Korn is on a Gwen. Gwen is almost certainly going to deal more damage at this point in the game compared to Anila, because they are at... oh wait, never mind. There is one more item in the bank of Long, so perhaps that could not be true here. And he's also level 14 at this point, so definitely the most powerful champion on the Rift right now. And you're gonna have to make the most out of Long's advantage right now, which is why they were eager to put him in such an aggressive position earlier. But the thing is, it's still a very vulnerable Nila, right? Despite the fact that that has a lot of healing, Nila at the end of the day, to her core, is still a carry, a glass cannon for that matter, and has to make the most out of the damage that she's done while also isolating herself from potential damage that is going to come in from the other side.
But it's a great utility item. Mortal Reminder, anti-heal!
Here comes another execute. Tak gets caught off guard as he had to flash over the wall. Stay alive for now. What is that damage on the Horn of the Forge God? Juju got chipped by around 30%. What?
Yeah. Actually got surprised as well. Is that AP? No, it's not. But still, man, the impact is insane by Nova Esports. They're still ahead. They're still the one controlling the game. So many carry potential here by Long on this Nila. We see the damage. We see the potential.
Oh, what? They got to catch on the back binding, and Lisa has just gone down. Here comes the Exec ultimate on the back line. And that's going to be a Long going in again against Korn. So he's going to be backing off. Double knockup connects from Ian. And that's going to be the cleanup afterwards from Long again. Korn is down to 1. And Nian is chasing for him. No more Gwen. Another good dark binding. And Trace Esports is nowhere to be found. Nova are cleaning up the undefeated top 2 seed. And they are making it look easy.
Can they end this game? I think they can. Or at least open up this mid lane right now. Death timers are starting to be long since it is 16 minutes into the game. And with that decisive team fight, we see a decisive victory by Nova Esports.
What's a performance by Nova Esports? And how quickly did they end that game? It felt like it was just above 10 minutes. There you go, 16 minutes. And Nova Esports have already started this series to be unexpected almost, but boy, was it a good game for Long.
Oh, that game was so exciting to see. After the quadruple, every bit of nervousness by everyone that is supporting Nova Esports just went away. Yes, there is a bit of a mishap that happened into the mid lane. Long got the shut down, but afterwards he picked up the Mortal Reminder. It just reduced every single sustain that Trace Esports had significantly. Most of their members actually had lifesteal and was really relying on the sustain. The Fiora, the Aatrox, the Gwen even relied on the sustain, and everyone just got nerfed out of that just because of that one item that he picked up after he died. And great win by Nova Esports. They're one win away from being able to do two amazing things. One is, of course, extend their win streak, and two is give Trace Esports their first series loss.
Yeah, but what a performance here. And Nova Esports, again, on their streak to continue to proving the doubters wrong, right? I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about Nova. A lot of people saying that they definitely need a saving grace from Long every now and then to keep them at their lead. So what solution did Nova come up with? Put Long in a carry Neela, and it works. It works to wonders here, especially against Trace Esports. Did not even let Trace get to that golden point where their Aatrox and their Gwen have scaled up, and it was such a dominating run for them. Nova Esports making quick work of Trace in that game number 1. And of course, I have to give Long the MVP there. Despite the fact that they did give away the first objective, the objectives weren't necessarily...
I mean, surely.
Yeah, objectives weren't necessarily the goal there for Long, and the kills reflect it. And look at this remake with 100% kill participation. Wow.
Wow. Just amazing performance by everyone here on Nova Esports side. They really made sure that they get every bit of advantage that they need and the best possible time as well. Power spikes came in. Long had the perfect chance to punish the overextension here by Trace Esports. And well-deserved MVP, of course. To think that he has been prioritized heavily in the bans but still able to pull this off, it's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, wonderful. Shows the versatility of Long as well, right? Can play more of a supportive role, can play the carry, can play whatever is necessary for the team to succeed. But that is just the first game of the series here, folks. It's still a best of 3, so Trace have a chance to come back. My name is Daedum, and this is Giyang, where you are watching World League Asia Season 2. We'll be right back after this break.
The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that caster. He tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. What he is scraping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see Duan Yu get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fury Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Check here, Call of Force God gonna be used, face seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when it's would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akenna also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox as Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash
Oh
that
my
out
God.
as well. There's a triple top by Aketo. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Very clean for Service Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Just as it comes in, Chow with explosive cast brings it down, yeets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy Danta denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough.
That's a triple.
Long triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in, hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting kill and brings him back to safety.
I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Don 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Don 1-8 in danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is ready it up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto 1, yeah, the Justice Punch.
After that incredible victory by Nova Esports in game number 1, we move towards the potentially the last game here in this series unless Trace Esports bounce back and pushes to a game number 3. We're your casters, Gyang and Tatum. We're very excited for this game already. Let's dive straight into the pick and ban.
Yeah. Surprisingly, Trace Esports have some
Morgana
adjustment
ban.
to
Whoa.
do. Yeah, to get into this series back. And they're gonna ban the 2 things that made their game a misery. Last game, it's both the Nila and the Morgana away. I mean, I think this is a bit overkill. I think they could have just banned the Nila and got on with it. But nope, they want to be sure that nothing like that happens again, so they ban both of them.
I mean, if you can, why won't you, right? And they do. I mean, the impact of both of these champions on both the players of Nova Esports just is incredible. But it will reduce the amount of champion bans that they can actually take away from Long. Hecarim gonna be banned away, of course, a must as well. Though we have seen the Hecarim be a curse lately.
Yeah, that's true.
The last series that we have seen. Camille, though, being picked up by Lisa was just great for Trace Esports. He's very good on this champion. Can go with Gali as well here for attack, as he is notorious on that as well. Early? No. Oh? Is he? Is he actually gonna be picking up the Kassadin or the Vladimir first rotation?
I think Vladimir makes more sense here for Nova Esports. Nian is very, very proficient on that Vladimir, and it gives them a lot of liberty when it comes to the ADCs and Long's pool, right? This is where we get to dictate what happens in their composition. If they go for the Zaya, they want to go for that late game scaling. They could go for the Ezreal for a little bit more of a safety net. Lucian is available as well. So there's a couple of options available here for Nova. Or they could go for a Kha'Zix just to put that in the hands of Long as early as possible. But now they're going to be saving that up for later. So Ezreal instead. Quite telegraphed in my opinion. So the Gragas is going to be a top priority here for Trace Esports. Are they going to go for the ADC? Could be a Zeri or a Zaya pick here for them. But nope, they decide to go for a Kassadin instead. Ooh. And is this going to be the first successful Kassadin that we see today? Because we haven't seen any good ones. Or any successful ones today.
Yeah, usually it's, being denied a lot. It's very risky. I actually would lean towards a Zoe pick instead. But they still commit onto the Kassadin. Let's see if Trace Esports would be able to make this work. Or it won't. Because the Gali is going to be picked up here by Nova Esports now. They have great coverage for team fights. And we move down to the second banning phase, in which surely Trace Esports is going to be denying some of the champions here of Long. And Nova Esports will focus on Weiba.
Aatrox banned on out. And with Yoni out of the table as well, we could be seeing something completely new here in the jungle. Now that Kazik's already banned out as well. Evelyn out. Look at the bans here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 6 of the bans so far here are against Long's jungle. And this is gonna be particularly interesting one to witness, as the choice is getting dwindled down. Decent out, so of course, it's gonna be a jungle ban as well. And the last one,
Shen gonna be removed?
Perhaps,
because it can be picked up by Nova Esports, though it's not really the usual champion here for long. But man, if anyone that is going to be able to fully utilize that champion, it has to be him as well. And they have massive protection for team fights if ever.
Gwen still available too. That is certainly an option if Trace wants to go the same route again. Or, I don't think it was too big of a headache for Nova Esports to deal with, but they could potentially pick it away. But as far as Gwen goes, Long is not really...
last pick, Long.
Yeah, it will be the last pick here. Gurnekton will be the priority here for the side of Nova Esports. Josiah, a very good choice when it comes to the ADCs. Now they're only lacking just the one pick on the jungle as well. And they're really saving it for last year, GG.
I just love the adjustment here. It's only Nova Esports.
Wait.
That last picks their jungler. Trace Esports as well. The one that responds accordingly to, just because of the massive respect against Nova Esports. We do see this Amumu being hovered so many times, even back in Season 1, but I don't think it's ever gonna be picked up. Irelia gets its debut right now here. Is going to be actually quite interesting to see what will be the result, because it's a very risky pick. Nova Esports locks in the Jax. Man, we're going all in here.
Absolutely. Well, this is what happens when you have 6 jungler bans here. You're sort of run out of options, and this time Long gonna be on the Jax, which I think is not too bad of a choice. You have a fair amount of, or a lot of damage, a fair amount of wave clear potential, or camp clearing potential, and a pretty good gank potential as well. It's just,
you know what? This is just crazy, but the only non-jungle champion we've seen here is the Morgana. 9 jungle champions banned away. You'll never see this in any other series than this. Battle of junglers. Weba and Long. Who will be the king here? Who will take the throne? Will Long remain on his throne, or Weba be successful in challenging him?
Who will be the Tarzan? You see the movie George of the Jungle?
The George of the Jungle.
Who's gonna be the George of these 2 junglers?
Yeah.
Let's see. It's Nova versus Trace Esports, with Nova already on series point here, 1-0. In what some would say is an upset of sorts. Nova Esports are continuing on their dominance, unless Trace Esports can stop them right in their tracks here in game number 2 of today's best of 3. Let's get on to the Wild Rift.
Because it's going to be a very risky situation here for Weba, especially with this Irelia pick. Because it's so difficult to exit out with an Irelia. This is a full engaged champion.
Yeah.
And so many ways are there to interrupt the reset on his jump. Nova Esports has great counters as well. The counter strike, the hero's entrance, so many crowd controls to interrupt the Irelia is going to be key for them to win the fight. But Tak, very notorious on this Gragas, can set things up for Trace Esports.
Yeah. And I guess you can make the same argument for a Jax, but Jax is tankier, has got a counter strike, and has a much lower cooldown on that mobility skill, provided that Irelia doesn't get the reset. So in that regard, Long has a little bit more of a safety net and doesn't really have to go all in at every single fight that he takes, and can actually scale better than an Irelia. So that's one thing going for Long this time. One thing's for sure though, Nian is certainly happy to be back on that Vladimir. One thing that's very consistent here for the side of Nova Esports, and that's the one thing that we are sure of, is that they can play for the long game here, right? They have a lot of scaling on their side, so they can definitely do and extend the game for as long as they can.
Yeah,
But the one drawback in their comp now is the Jocks. I'm not sure if the jungle clearing speed is gonna be as proficient as the Irelia. But I think it won't. I think it's gonna be a little bit slower here.
It's more towards the scaling, I think, is the priority by both Trace Esports and Nova Esports. Yeah, almost every single champion that they have picked up is for late game scaling except for Baron lane. So that's going to be quite interesting. Irelia does, have the power spikes a little bit early than other champions, but does fall off a little bit towards the late game, depending on how it is utilized. So that's the flexibility that Irelia actually provides. Trace Esports, knowing Weba, I think it's gonna be going ham, especially in the position in the bottom lane. Flash is gonna be used by Juju just to be able to escape. It's a bit of an overextension. He shouldn't be there, to be honest. Just walking too far forward. That's a key ability just used already.
Absolutely. Pretty good for the side of Nova Esports there. But unfortunately, they can't necessarily look for a dive as of yet for the side of Trace, because they don't really have a lot of tanky options in the roster. Top side though.
The ultimatum, Bang's Edge gonna be used as well, and that's first blood by Trace Esports.
Wow. Couple of ults used up, and that burst damage actually caught me off quite a bit. Trace Esports on the board first this time at the 2.5 minute mark. Long is just around the bottom side of the map now, but I don't think I want to extend to this. Tak is the only one here, but he is a Gragas after all. That is not the easiest of champions to dive, but they are putting a lot of damage down in. Rotates coming through from both Korn and Juju. And Nova, about time they backed off for now. There have been some pings going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trace Esports, they pick up an early lead here in the early game. But their bottom side looking to find a lot of resistance so far.
At least Nova Esports were able to get a couple of plates in the bottom lane. They're looking to also extend the lead and pressure as well there. While Trace Esports looks the other way. Potentially more ganks towards Yitse, because if you are going to be successful in shutting down the next, then there's no power spice going to come through on this champion at all. Because this champion scales downward. And Nova Esports is fully aware of that as well. That's why they have been really investing so much on long. And this Jax later on is going to be one of their keys to victory.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily expect Nova Esports to contest these first objectives, right? In the same right that they didn't that first game. They're going to be putting a little bit of a power farm sort of play style here for long, which would make a ton of sense as well. Unless they could potentially find a pick before the Drake spawns up or the Herald spawns up, right? But either way, I don't think objectives are going to be the priority here, at least for the early game. And I think the rotations are going to reflect that. Perhaps they should just go and look for an opening pressure for some of these turrets, which is happening in the bottom side so far. But other than that, I think Nova Esports should pivot that attention to long either way. But because of that first blood being in the hands of their Irelia, actually long trailing behind in terms of gold right now.
Trinity Force Jax has been picked up as well. Nia might be in a lot of throw advantage. It's gonna be used, but the Hero's Entrance dismembers anyone that actually overextends. And Nova Esports, after getting the jungler down, now has great chance to pick up double objectives. They start with RH, but they actually turn here to the top lane, forcing Korn to just disengage. Barrage shot could be connecting onto anybody, but still, massive control by Nova Esports. Great response by Trace Esports to just delay the stake on the Herald.
Yeah, I think they should contest this right now. Nova Esports, though, they're ganging up. I think they're going to continue on to commit to this. Remember, there's no smite for Trace.
There's no smite, but it's time. Weba's going to be here. There's a buy of time, buy of space delay here. Off the take. Lisa as well. Tracking Long. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be used as well. Long still able to counter-strike this way. Deny some of the damage being thrown at you by Trace Esports. They're getting zoned out. And a great steal coming in here from Weba as well. And to think that he was taken down earlier and then come back and take the objective is just a massive outplay.
Yeah, Nova Esports, they kind of hesitated attacking the Rift Herald. It took a little bit too much time. And Weba had enough liberty to resurrect. And now, Trace Esports are in a good position to actually contest this Drake. I mean, I said it earlier, right? The early objectives wasn't necessarily going to be a priority here for Nova, but because they took down Weba, that's when they started the Rift Herald. Now, because they lost the Rift Herald, they might as well commit to this Drake, and that's exactly what they're doing. First Dragon here, and Weba is around the area.
going to be very crucial, very difficult, challenging, as they're being challenged right now by Trace Esports. Weibo still unsuccessful with a steal, but the backline can be breached here by Nova Esports. Here's entrance gonna be used just to display some of the members here by Trace Esports. And Weibo getting taken down for the second time was actually one of the keys to victory here by Nova Esports, at least in securing that Dragon.
That was a lot of damage from Long there. And let's take a look at that one more time. Just one leap strike and one auto attack deals so much, but he is able to smite down the Dragon this time. Look at this. Immediately bonks down Weibo, and after that, Trace Esports just dispersed. They don't want to fight Nova.
Early power spikes for Long, especially coming in, especially because of that Trinity Force. A big adaptation actually by this jungler of Nova Esports. Normally, right, we do see Divine Thunder and then Riftmaker being picked up, but this time as a jungler, he focus more on the burst. Corn this time around doesn't have that, so he has to walk away first.
Gold lead now gone from Trace as Nova takes 2 kills, no response. Here we go, Weibo though, getting jumped.
Oh no, Weibo is gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around. Slice and Dice to make sure he gets the kill, but the sustain is actually massive. A 1-for-1 trade at least here for Trace Esports, but Juju can be in a bad place right now. Able to at least be blocked by some of that golem. Gonna be safe unless Long gonna be committing onto this. No, it doesn't. Just gonna be body blocking, just making sure his ally is able to walk away, go back into the base safely.
Oh, but I think off of that, because Trace Esports rotates away from this turret, Nova can look for the push. Corn is around here and gets the wave clear up and going. So Nova Esports unable to find the turret there, but that's okay. At least they got a trade of kills, so they're still a little bit ahead in terms of gold. But I think at this point it's inconsequential. It's just a few hundred here in their favor. So a big team fight could change all of this.
I mean, Nova Esports is not really relying that much anymore here on Jitse, on the Renekton scaling. They know that the only thing they need is actually the stun. Now Featherstorm gonna be used here to try and walk away. Will Caller as well, just to be able to escape, including the flash. Weibo this time around is feeling so much pressure. Oh, the Vladimir might actually get the skill right now. Heroes enter as well to just prevent anyone from following up here onto Neon. Nova Esports get a tower, get the kill, and just walk away safely without any casualty stack. They're fearing some of the recalls, but not able to set things up.
Yeah, pretty good reaction time there from Yami. Knew the moment that Neon overstepped a little bit, immediately had to use the hero's entrance, and that's exactly what he did. Bailed out his teammate there, and keeping Nova ahead for now. And it's just, well, this Jax is just getting stronger and stronger.
That's the third time he interrupted someone. He's still committing. Yo, dude,
Yitse, come on. Come on, you can be seen there, Yitse.
No mana, okay. No mana. Fine. What just happened there, man?
Well, ever so slowly though, Corn is becoming a threat now as well. So, as far as threats go, Long is not the only one that's sort of becoming a big headache here on both sides. And we've yet to see the damage come through as well from Weibo on this Irelia. So, gotta remember that this is still at its core a scaling composition from Trace Esports. They got 3 scaling champs essentially. Make that 4, why not? Camille sort of scales really well as well. And they have a lot of space creating champs here, right? So a lot of split pushing capability on top of a crap ton of wave clear means that Nova Esports, this is going to be a nightmare of a game to close if they don't have something like a Baron buff, or if they don't get a couple of kills. So Nova Esports have to look for as many engagements as they can and win them.
I mean, and same goes here for Trace Esports, right? And so far, we have seen a big struggle coming in here from Weibo. 1-4-1 is the scoreline. The only good thing is that he is not really trailing that much behind in terms of gold. Only 500 gold lead here by the Jax of Long, but second Dragon now about to spawn. Potentially soul point for Nova Esports.
Here we go. Ocean Dragon
Yitse?
getting started.
Oh no, Hexagon Ultimate gonna be used.
He's so far behind right now, but Yitse doesn't have anywhere to go, and that's one already down. Nova Esports down 1 man, and Nova, they have to back off from now, but look! Oh, Neon gets caught off! Uses the Sanguine Pool a little bit too late, but has the flash to stay alive for now. Okay, gets the heal up, but that is certainly the Ocean Dragon going in the way of Trace Esports as Nova back off.
Great dismembering here by Trace Esports. Great pressure as well, as Yitse was a little bit caught there on the backside trying to get into the bot side river. That paved the way for Trace Esports to at least equalize the number of dragon stacks.
Yeah. Go though. That's certainly going to help out Trace Esports in the late game scaling department. And of course, you help them survive a little bit longer in those insane team fights. But Nova Esports gotta be feeling the sting off of that. The positions just wasn't optimal for them, and they got caught off guard. Trace actually reset off of that, but Nova Esports are just starting to look at the Baron.
This is going to be one of the most important objectives right now, and we have seen Nova Esports come back heavily just because of Baron steals by Long. Trace Esports also fully aware of that as well. You can never discount Wei, but despite him being taken down so many times, they can still carry Trace Esports here.
So being there for the vision. So the only one here, I think they can jump on him. That is going to be the Justice Punch. Nice little flash over the wall there for Lee Sao. Perfectly timed. Keeps him alive for now. True shot barrage. Long with a little bit of wave clear there, but there's 4 people from Trace here. They could get ganked up on.
3v4.
And that is going to be a very risky take here for Nova Esports, but they do have the safety of the tower for now. As long as they clear up these waves, they should be good to go, and Neon is around the area as well, so they do have the liberty of that wave clear. Long is just in the red buff too. If they want to turn, they could definitely do so. But the Baron is gonna be a point of tension from now on. Whoever has vision here is going to be a great contention, and it's Trace Esports starting it off first. Long is nowhere to be found for now. It's out of 6,000 HP. Now that they've seen Long, Trace Esports is going to back out, and this is going to be the dance for a bit. The Baron buff. But whoever has more control of the map here is certainly going to have more success, and currently, that's Trace Esports.
Yeah, they're really tracking down Long. They know, they recognize, and they give the 100% respect towards Long, especially the escapability to get the seals going. They get a tower as well along the way, helping them at least regain some of the economy and have a bit of a lead on it as well. 1,200 gold lead. Nova Esports not really trailing that much behind. 3 items already by Long, as the Starax gauge has been picked up already. And again, this is going to be helping him so much on the sustain, but might need, an enchantment here. Possibly, Zonia's one. Or Gargoyle, I think it's going to be very, very useful for him.
And again, there's still so much more map control, curiously enough, for Trace Esports, because they keep pressuring that top side of the map and the middle side as well. That Nova have yet to re-establish that that Baron buff vision. So that is a big challenge right now for Nova Esports. Re-establish that river control, and for some reason they can't get past that river, which is a big challenge for now, because they have to try and find a little bit of vision at least towards this Baron buff, which they do have for now.
Nova Esports, again, is focusing on the scaling. Even if their Renekton's falls off, they're gonna be fine. The Jax, the Ezreal, the Vladimir's gonna be dealing tons of damage later on. Trace Esports knows about this as well. This is why they're pressuring for Baron to maybe choke them out. They're not falling for any traps here of Trace Esports. They're just patiently waiting for the next dragon. Elder Dragon's gonna be the most important one as well for them.
Oh yeah.
Especially that it helped them so much in comebacks many times already. They're being very, very patient for it, but as well for Korn, right? This is a Kassadin. Later on, it's gonna be dealing massive damage to everyone. Especially if he is gonna be able to dodge some of the crowd controls of Nova Esports. That's the first step, I think, and the most crucial one at best.
Yeah, not just the Drake, I think Nova is also waiting for that third item for Neon to come through. I mean, as far as things go, they definitely lack the damage for now. And they can't necessarily rely on Long for the most part, because he has to get in the fight. Here comes the fight.
Weba, this timing on the dance right there, goes straight into the back line. Rami may actually be in a lot of trouble, still able to walk away. Long as well. Counter-strike, just able to stay alive. The turn coming in from Yitse is just absolutely glorious. Korn right now being chased away. The CC, the Justice Punch is jumping in off, but Judge is still able to land the free hit, flashing in, gets a kill, a double one here for the ADC of Trace Esports, a 2 for 2 at best. Nova Esports had him the first half, but Trace Esports able to answer back.
And this is what I'm talking about here. When it comes to these team fights, they can't necessarily rely on Long to deal majority of the damage because he has to jump in, he has to commit. But now Long has to contest this next dragon that's already spawned up with 2 of their players down. What can Nova do?
The only thing they can do is fight, but also they have to be very patient here. His ultimates are on cooldown. Same goes for Trace Esports. But Juju is starting to be a massive threat here for Nova Esports.
Let's take a look at what happened there again. Nova started off pretty well in this fight actually. Neon getting the jump, Long going in as well. But you can see that no one goes down for the longest time here for Trace. Instead, they turn it around and then they had free reign. Look at Juju this entire time, basically untouched. And this funnel area here of the triple lane convergence means that Juju had so many options to go to that he was just dealing damage the whole time without anyone realistically becoming a threat to him.
Great delaying by Korn as well, just interfering 4 members of Nova Esports, forcing them to leave Yetse alone in the front line. It was taken down, that ended into a 2-for-2 trade. Now Trace Esports, after picking up now their second dragon stack, is more buffed up now on a scaling composition. It's just going to be a massive problem now for Nova Esports.
Yeah. And the Baron headache is still going on here for Nova. Still can't control that river position, and they can't go for a fight. Not yet. Does Neon have that third item yet is what we're waiting for, but Long has been spotted out here.
Will not commit on the Counter-Strike engage. They now turn onto the Elder Dragon. This is going to be very, very crucial. Baron as well is available. Trace Esports want to commit on this. Dominus already has been popped.
So
and this
early.
is going to be a second timer here for Nova Esports. Yeah, it's so early. You have to commit onto the fight this time around. Juju going to be in the front line. Great with this Predator. Cass going to be used here onto the back line. Great follow to it as well. Hexic ultimatum here onto Lon. They're trying to pin him down, force him to actually disengage. Great spaces as well to buy some time. These are still able to walk away. Yitze as well, just interfering onto Juju in a way, but now they force onto the disengage. The Jax is still gonna be denied. Trace Esports don't want to win the fight. Long is still alive though. 2 versus 1. Can he still go with the outplay?
Doesn't have smite.
Doesn't. He walks away.
Yeah, I think Long used the smite into that fight there. Guts vision, but it's a little bit too late. It's gonna get executed here for sure, and Long will go down. Nova Esports unable to win the fight, and they lose the Elder Drake because of it. But let's take a look at just what happened one more time. I think I distinctly remember Long jumping onto the back line there to get the 1v1 between the junglers, but Trace Esports, they jumped on the rest of the squad here, and without the damage dealer, the main damage dealer there, that's Long, Trace just walked away with the fight, and now on top of the Elder, they're gonna take this Baron as well.
Great layering of CC as well by Trace Esports, especially with the influence of Korn. We saw it already on its potential in one of the fights in the top side river. The pressure is real coming in from the Cassidy, especially with the damage and also the stasis plane that was done again in the bot side fight, including Lisao on the Camille. So many interruptions on the target selection of Nova Esports that paved the way for a double objective right now by Trace Esports.
Absolutely. Oh, it's just really rough for Neon to find impact in these fights. Damage is not finding its way into Trace Esports. Meanwhile, they have the liberty of it. And this is one of the problems you face when you don't have that standard safe scaling ADC that Juju is at right now on the Xayah. It's just a struggle for Neon to find the same impact here, but they have no choice right now but to hold on to their base and hold the door. But the thing is, Trace Esports, they have the Elder. They could just look for a dive.
They can. Or also just be patient, buffed up the wave, and just let it bash through the towers here, the inhibitor towers of Nova Esports. They can just do that right now. Magus Edge gonna be used, Long is in a lot of trouble here to try and prevent the takedown. But the backline is gonna be breached. Vladimir's already down, and Weiba is just accessing the backline. Dragon's Breath with the Elder Dragon. Trace Esports dominating this game, taking full control and taking us to game number 3.
Wow. What a performance coming through here for Trace Esports. They strike back after that shaky early game, and Long gets denied this time. I think in a lot of the objective fights, Long couldn't even get close because he was torn between taking the fights or taking the objective, and when too much depended on him, I think that's when Nova just started to crumble there. So Trace Esports walk away with the game, and I think it just started to fall backwards once that second Drake just didn't go into the hands of Nova Esports.
It was very fortunate as well for Trace Esports to be able to interrupt of many movements of Nova Esports on the important objective fights. The Elder Dragon, the supposed Baron fight in the top lane, or top side river a while ago. And Nova Esports, since they have so many 1v1 champions, like the Renekton, the Jax, the Ezreal, it really is very difficult for them to burst out a single target when the stasis play is just being executed flawlessly by Trace Esports. 20 minutes and 45 seconds, but still a slow but developing progress here by Trace Esports that allowed them to just continue scaling up, allow Korn to just be buffed up towards the late game, and dictate the flow from there with the objective.
And this is what I was talking about. Neon was struggling so much to find the damage in those late game fights because he just didn't have enough tools to fend off everybody. I mean, there was just so many watching out for him that he can't duck in and out of the fight to deal enough damage, because by the time he gets one pop of his third ability down, he had to bail immediately, has to use a Sanguine Pool immediately, which means that there is no consistent DPS here for the side of Nova Esports. So it's inevitably, I think, a problem with their composition. I think they're better off just putting a more standard side, but again, this is what they're forced to do because there is the sheer amount of bans that were forced up against them in the jungle just limited their options a lot here.
So many jungle bans a while ago. But I'm not gonna mention any other champions just yet that they could actually use. I don't want to jinx it. Juju having an untouchable backline threat onto everyone, front to back team fighting, just free hitting onto every single member of Nova Esports. Well-deserved MVP for sure. And we're going to a game number 3 again. Two game 3 series back-to-back as well, Datum, and I'm just so excited for it. But before we head down to our last match, of course, we are just gonna be heading down to a short break. Datum and I will be back. The fourth week of the competition was filled with numerous surprises, especially by the teams giving their all as we're now halfway through the regular season. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's dive into the top 5 highlights of week number 4. Starting with number 5, setting the stage for those surprises was a display of mastery by Y1 on the Lee Sin, taking down Faye under the turret and narrowly escaping with just a sliver of health.
There's no kills there. But there might be some in the mid lane as Faye gets jumped on by BMM. That's a lot of damage by that castle, and he tries to proto belt away from Y1, but he has no more blood pool, and he gets taken out by the Lee Sin. Just a tiny sliver of HP on this Lee Sin. He's gonna get over the wall, Sonic waving onto those Krugs. He gets the Dragon's Rage onto Fan as well. Tries to juke over to the Krugs.
Oh my god!
Here. He gets seen by the turrets. But he is escaping right now. God, how's he gonna catch Y1? He might actually even get over here to see you get taken out.
Number 4. Despite playing in a new role as a support, the former mid laner of KT.RY showcased his skill with an excellent engage in the match against Oh My God. In the 9th minute mark, Zero delivered a stunning Solar Flare, hitting 4 opposing players and combining it with a Fairy Assault to kick off KT.RY's destructive display. Try to intercept. Effect here, Call of Force God gonna be used, Face Seal as well onto the backline, double knock up. But they do get the dragon, especially when Ichima would have got it. But Rel's gonna be here, at least for the cleanup. KT.RY is looking for picks. Number 3. Akena also left his mark with Cerberus Esports by executing a daring taunt on 3 members of Weibo Gaming, setting the stage for Y1 to unleash devastating sword strikes that wiped out the entire opposing team and secured the victory for Cerberus Esports.
He has to flash out of there or else get knocked up by the Aatrox. The Shuriken lands, but they have to get out quick as Van has to flash out as well. There's a triple taunt by Akeno. Already 2 members out of the fight. 2 members down. There's a Hextech ultimatum onto Faye. He's gone as well. Zihad and Duan Yu, the last man standing. That's a 3 for nothing. Great clean for Cerberus Esports. They're going to take this Nexus, and we're going to be going to game number 3.
Number 2. The jungle god, Long, has regained his touch with Nilla in the jungle during their clash against FunPlus Phoenix. In the 14th minute mark of the second match, taking advantage of the opponent's bold turret dive, Long unleashed all of his skills to approach and skillfully secured a quadra kill.
Comes in! Chow with explosive cast brings it down, gets it down very low. It's the time for Long to go in for the ultimate as well, but Stacy denies it. Chow body slam onto Long, but this is not enough!
That's a triple.
Long! Triple kill secured. SkyFL comes back in. Hopes to get that kill onto Long, but explosive with a blasting cone brings him back to safety.
Well, I mean, Long is starting to become a monster right now. 4-0 in 3. Dawn 1-8. Slow down.
Dashes in, Dawn 1-8, and danger with a shuriken flip. There's no escape. They can get the pentail for Long.
And number 1. The most mysterious backdoor play of the tournament up to the current moment belongs to T3 of Team Flash. In the 16th minute mark of the second match, after losing a teammate, Team Flash found themselves at a disadvantage with the Elder Dragon being taken by KT.RY. However, T3 remained vigilant. He identified a favorable minion wave and seized the opportunity to secure a crucial victory for Team Flash.
Breaker is readied up. Zero goes in for the Shield of Durant, taunts onto one, yeah, the Justice Punch, faces at his bot, but KT.RY secures the Elder Drake, and Team Flash will be deleted! Aatrox coming into the backside though, Counter-Strike going in for the stun, it hopes to get the trade back, but Team Flash will still succeed!
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section. Keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang, we will see you again in the next video.
Step light, strike hard.
Alright, we're down to the last game of today.
Yes.
And it's going to be a banger of a conclusion here for this amazing series between Nova Esports and Trace Esports. Game number 1 has been a decisive victory by Nova Esports. Game 2, Trace Esports bounced back and have a slow, steady pace of the game. And it's now going to be the concluder of this all.
Yes, I can't wait how this draft is going to go because it's been the trendsetter here, GG, as to who is going to secure the game. It's been everything here, especially for Nova Esports, because Trace has been specifically target banning their jungler the whole series long. Last game, there's gotta be some sort of record there. 6 jungle bans out of the 10.
9!
Oh, 9? Is there really
9 jungle bans?
Okay, there's 9 jungle bans there. yeah, that is true. There is so many jungle bans in that last game that I've lost track of it, but that is accurate. It is 9 bans. The only non-jungle ban is the Morgana of all things.
Yeah.
So that is gotta be some sort of a record here. But Nova Esports gotta be digging deep here unless they want to prioritize the jungle. I think they should just prioritize the jungle pick here for long. But can they afford it against a team like Trace is another question entirely.
I just love that the coaching staff here of Nova Esports. It's just pretty chill. He senses that even Long is feeling the pressure already, but he's like, okay, we just have to calm down, we still have this, nothing to be afraid of, you guys are strong, stuff like that. And there's all seriousness here on the side of Trace Esports.
And some teams, actually, their characteristic is like that, right? They like to goof around, they don't like to take things seriously, but they're the ones that typically have the most the best mental fortitude, right? And that's one of the things that you really need here, especially in these extended series. But this time we're gonna be seeing a different change. It's not 9 bans in the jungle anymore. So far it's just gonna be 1, 2, 3 as the Camille getting banned out. So is the Vladimir. It seems like Nova Esports don't want to play the Vladimir anymore, and I think that is, for the most part, a pretty good idea here, considering their last game with the Vlad.
This time a lot of champions are actually open here for the take, and Nova Esports hovering the castle and it will lock it in early. Man, the confidence here by Nova Esports is absolutely insane, but it's also a respect towards Korn's ability to fully utilize this.
Oh, here we go. Trace Esports prioritizing their jungler this time, so could mean that we're going to be seeing an earlier pick here for Long. Potentially the first rotation, actually, as there's still a lot of options available. The Kazakhs that he used last Sunday still available, of course, and still a lot of options that he can use up. Aatrox up and about as well if you want to pick that against this. Yone is up too, but the Shen as well. So just a ton of options, and there you go. Long picking up the Shen this time.
Galio?
Camille is not up, so I don't think Galio is going to be a top priority, but they definitely can still pick that up here. Or they could go the ADC route, but the Gragas, of course, makes more sense.
Ooh. Yeah, isolation, also setups are gonna be key here for the victory of Nova Esports. Yami's really good on this, but it's also a denial towards stack. I think that can be the next steps here of Nova Esports in the second banning phase. Deny some of the useful champions here for attack, primarily the Galio for sure. Also, Alistar can be denied here, but the Ornn is going to be picked up here early here for Trace Esports as a response. That leaves the ADC. Potentially the mid lane is going to be focused here by Nova Esports to deny some of the counters towards Kassadin. Like Lucian for early game. Jace as well can be quite difficult to run into. Plus the pokes on the shockwave is a little irritating.
Well, I think they should ban the Yasuo here. Yasuo is one of the best at countering Kassadin in the early game. So it's one of those hidden jewels that Nova might not be considering, that Trace could be considering right now, if they are along those lines of the Yasuo sort of tanky option. They ban out the Fizz instead, which is a respect ban here. But could they not be considering Yasuo, or is Trace not a team that is proficient in playing such a champ? We'll have to wait and see if that is one of their options. But
especially that there's an Ornn, right?
That's true.
It's already quite scary.
Yeah, on top of the Hecarim as well provides that knock-up too. So it is a looming possibility here for Trace. Meanwhile, ADC secured first for Juju, and the Xayah makes sense here for the side of Nova Esports. I think they should just go to Xayah, more of the safer option here of the two, and as I would say, of that day has got a better track record. But either way is a good choice here for the side of Nova Esports up against an Ezreal. And they do lack a little bit of damage here for the side of Trace Esports. The only missing link is their mid laner. And for the side of Nova, it's all locked up. Aatrox could potentially be the champion of choice for long. So it is going to be the Shen support. It's not going to be a Mumu, but it is going to be something against a Kassadin.
Possibly Yasuo or Yone.
Yeah.
Can be quite useful.
Yeah.
I would actually back more on the Yasuo just because of the amount of counters it can actually give. But since there's a lack of projectiles on Nova Esports, Yone being very, very independent as well can pave a way for the setup of Trace Esports to just work out.
Yeah. And I think Yone is a little bit more self-sufficient anyway. And Yone's... the hitbox on Yone's ulti is just
busted.
Nuts. It's nuts. It's so good to miss out on. So I think it really makes a lot of sense. And besides, Yone is a lot easier to execute than a Yasuo. And in a 1v1 setting, Yone is a lot more safe in the sense that he could use the Soul Unbound. Yasuo, once he goes in, he has to really go all in. And the only way he could get out is if there are minions. Yone doesn't really need that. This just has to have Soul Unbound to go in and go for poke. So makes a lot of sense here as well, especially up against a Kassadin. So here we go. Stage is set, and we are ready for the final game here between these two teams. Will FPX be able to topple this giant, or will Trace continue on their dominance? We'll find out after, or actually now, as the game starts and both teams just getting ready to get into the Wild Rift.
I have only one concern on the composition here of Trace Esports, and that is that their composition is heavy on AD. Nova Esports has mixed damage, especially that they did pick up the Kassadin. So possibly some item changes or item adjustments are going to be made here on Juju's side, but let's see if that's going to be the case as well. Yone does deal a bit of magic damage just because of the Soul Unbound, but not really too entirely. And again, heavy on the auto attack means that there's gonna be a massive influence by this Shen.
Of course. No level 1 shenanigans this time around, as Both teams slowly making their way towards their respective lanes. And definitely agree, there is somewhat of a lack of versatility in terms of damage here for the side of Trace Esports. And, well, this guy, I think Neon is going to struggle here a lot in the early game. Especially because Kassadin is really good against mages because of well,
resistance.
Yeah, the innate abilities that Kassadin has, but up against attackers such as Yasuo and Yone, not really too much, especially those that have high poke, high mobility. So I would expect Neon to play more of a reserved approach towards this early game.
Well, the only positive side here on the Kassadin is that every single time that the Mortal Seal is gonna be used here, or the first skill of Korn is gonna be used, there's gonna be a stat on the pulse, and he can just spam it as well as just continue to regenerate his mana with his second strike on the Nether Blade. Long gonna be interrupted here by Weiba is just really good tactic, since he is not really the best champion to go against or delay any invades. And yeah, since you lack damage, you're just gonna be bullied every single time against this Hecarim.
Yeah. And this is quite a new look for me. Long on or not a look that I'm used to here for Long. More of a supportive role, but here comes the knock-up coming through.
Yeah, flash by Tak. He has to heavily invest onto it as well. Tak, or Yami rather, might be in a lot of trouble. Ignite did tick. Just one time here on Yami. He's gonna be able to at least walk away. Lisa gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Wow.
Flash by Yitze to just land the first blood.
Beautiful stuff here. Flash onto the Darkened Blade there by Yitze. Getting the first blood of the game. First engagement this time going in the way of Nova Esports, which is quite surprising considering the amount of assault that they've had to endure on that bottom side of the map. But let's take a look at how that fight began again. Yitze inadvertently had the advantage going into this fight. He's level 4 first. Gets the knockback. And then Darkened Blade just to end things up on the Flash as well. Predicting where
on the edge
it is going to be. That's beautiful stuff from Yitze.
Great patience as well, actually, coming from Yitze. He just focused on auto-attacking first before Lisa actually walked away. That's when he started to land those Darkened Blades. And then the edge strike of it. Man, a little bit unlucky on Lisa, but great tactical there on Yitze's side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. This is one of the problems that Shen runs into, though, if you're going especially against a champion like Hecarim. Your clear speed is nowhere near as close as your Hecarim, so yeah, there is certainly going to be an inevitable gold lead for the enemy jungler if you are a Shen. But Long, of course, not too bothered by that fact. Just waiting for his OT to perhaps use the Stand United more on the proactive or the reactive side, as the first objectives spawning in just a bit here. So that is where I would expect the first bit of fights will break through again.
Yeah, one of the strengths of actually picking up the Shen is that you can actually focus on, you actually take double objectives just because of the Stand United. You can easily go towards your teammates as they interrupt some of the takings there. But that gonna be interrupted. Cast as well just to isolate him. It's gonna be dead for sure. 2 kills for Nova Esports.
Wow, 2-0. And Trace Esports uncharacteristically has been unable to trade these kills, so has to work double time to come back. Let's take a look at how that started again. A little bit too deep on the tri-bush warding is how they got caught off there. Tak goes down without much of a fight and perhaps unaware of the whereabouts of some of the players of Nova Esports is what really made it difficult for Trace. Long going in.
Yeah, great CC layering as well, just forcing the flash of Korn. Interrupting his recall as well, just perfect timing for this next objective.
A few seconds until the Rift Herald and the Drake spawns up now. Oh, World Ender activated by Yitze. This is a bold move, yeah?
Yeah. Great patience from Korn as well, not using the Fate Seal, so this time it's going to be very, very useful for his first objective. Unless Nova Esports is going to be a little bit cheeky on here. Just focus on the delay, waiting patiently for their ultimate to be up and ready as well. See which side they are actually going to be taking as well. Because again, Stand United is available. Nova Esports focusing on the RH this time around. AC Sports are fully aware of this. Neon is in the vicinity. Weibo as well. focusing on getting this Scuttle Crab. So that's already a bit of an advantage I can actually secure. Scuttle Forge guy gonna be through shot barrage as well. Also, Shadow's not used just yet. Finally, they turn. The steal's gonna come through here for Trace Esports. Now the backline can be breached, but great positioning coming in from Nova Esports. They walk away to give this objective away.
Wow, beautiful steal coming through there from Trace. And Yami actually doing a lot of work there in the backline. Flashes forward to deny a lot there for Trace Esports, but you can't really deny a steal coming through. And that's exactly what Trace did there. I mean, they deny the fight from happening. But here we go, another fight breaking through court on the top side.
Mian is gonna be fine for sure. I mean, this Yone doesn't deal much damage just yet. No items just yet. Is again a major disadvantage towards this Yone. RH gonna be spawned up here into the mid lane, but may not be able to get the tower taken out despite Juju's presence there. So that's a little bit unfortunate here for Trace Esports, but they can pave a way or utilize the plates that they have made, reset, and then prepare for the dragon.
Absolutely. Core might get dove though in the top side.
They won't commit. Or there's gonna be a counterplay here by Weiba. Neon is getting chunked out. Subtle Shadow has been used already. Will not be committing anymore.
Yeah. Nice little rotation there from the Hecarim from Weiba. As the Infernal Dragon actually spawning up here in the bottom side of the map. Long is not around the area. There is gonna be a little bit of attention pivoted towards there by both teams. So this could potentially be the next big team fight we are looking for. As both junglers slowly making their way towards that bottom pit. Nova first on the scene.
Yeah, Long gonna be starting this dragon up. They get spotted by a ward. Tristan Barrage hits two members, Yami and Remake. Call of Forge are gonna be as well as Weiba is interrupting here on the front side as well. Lee Sao getting interrupted too. Great cast coming in. Stand United gonna get denied! And now it's gonna be one taken down already. Taco Spell survived for so long. Finally is able to take down with the Ignite. Juju as well pick up a kill onto the cast and a great steal! Back-to-back steal coming from Weiba! Just dismembering the members here of Nova Esports this time around corner as well. Just gonna make a thing. They'll be walking away for the meantime. Trace Esports with a comeback. Back-to-back objective steals. And now the turret into the mid lane getting taken down. Man, it's massive.
Yeah, let's take a look at just what happened there again. Long was in the pit for so long, which meant that he couldn't help anyone. I mean, he used to stand united, but by the time he was done casting, he was ulting to someone who was dead, so he essentially had no contribution to the fight, and he was pincered there because he couldn't move. And by the end of it, the Hecarim ult got him, and he couldn't even smite. Couldn't do anything in that fight, so essentially it was a 4v5, and Long couldn't do anything. And Trace walk away with the fight and the Drake, and this is looking really, really dire for Nova Esports.
Weiba as well, just walking away after a free kill in the bottom lane towards Yitze. Shutting him down once more. Trace Esports focusing now, transitioning towards top side and want to secure this tower here. Just the tier 1, Juju gonna be there. Great charge coming from top, but Rift walk away. And Neon just to be able to be safe. Long again feeling so much pressure. Again, when he's not in a carry champion, it's just so difficult to work around on these fights. That's why I got a little bit, concerned. And now this time around gonna be used, and they did pick up the kill onto Juju. That's good, at least.
Yeah, a little bit overkill there. We're using the stand united, but better safe than sorry. Long has entered the fray. It's a 4v2. If they want to fight this, here comes the Horn of the Forge God.
Commit.
What?
Actually, is interrupted there, especially by Neon on the silence. Unfortunate therefore that unable to get that from Forge God going, at least on the second proc. And Nova Esports, they do walk away safely.
They do. It's one of the nice to haves when you have a Kassadin, of course. You'd say on the bottom side this time. But Nova Esports unable to find the trades to these big objectives. I mean, map control they've been able to keep at a sort of relatively equal stage for now. But they have to try and find something in response, and that looks to be an engagement towards Lito. Nope, there is
Just
no
some pressure.
Yeah, there's no cask yet, so Yami can't really start a fight.
Yeah, just zoning him away, making him sweat up a bit.
Just saying hi.
But again,
hi.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Well, both players being very polite.
Yeah.
Just, creating a dialogue between these two.
Yeah. Okay, here we go though.
Very
Another
polite.
engagement. Oh!
It knock up, no commitment.
Yeah, that is.
Pasted has been used already too.
The thing is, that is a cast I'm talking about. No sustain at all, so it's gonna be trying to find a bit of engagement.
Again, no Fate Seal means that's going to be a free kill, but into the bottom lane, they might be in a lot of trouble. No, they don't commit. Through some barrage, damaging them for a bit. Just a scratch there onto the members of Nova Esports. But Weibo gonna be happy taking the red buff away from Long.
Absolutely. Trace Esports, they trade away a turret for a kill, which I think at the end of it is still worth it for the side of Trace, but now they look to engage.
Oh,
wow.
Back, charging away. Long, starting to apply pressure against Trace Esports. It's not the carry of the game, but it's still very impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Nova playing with fire a little bit. They didn't see Lee Sao, but yeah, a little bit too deep there as they look to find another engagement towards the bottom side. They really, really want this bot lane tower because it's going to be important in the next Drake fight. But here comes Korn.
True.
The Fate Shield available now, but Nova, they're struggling here big time. GG.
They're just walking around the members here of Trace Esports, trying to get a good angle towards them because the pressure is actually real. The combination between the Call of the Forge God and the Fate Shield is just too impactful. Plus, they have the Hecarim, so there's so many CCs that they can just land to pin down the members of Nova Esports. That's why they're having so much hesitation on them.
I don't think they have enough damage either, unless they are a full man 5 squad. I mean, yes, they do have the Stand United, but they really need Neon there for the supplement of damage that the rest of the squad provides there, particularly on their Zeri. But now Mountain Dragon has spawned up. Nova has to contest this.
Yeah, Long is in the top side. Yami might be in a lot of trouble. Lee Sao, not gonna get pulled, but is needing to flash away. Yami's well going with the body slam. Yeah, it's a little bit too late right now. Stand United, too late! But to get the backline access, great backline access actually. Nova, yes, trying to deal the damage here. The Castin is gonna get taken down. Yetse unable to land. The Darken Blade is just being interrupted, kited away, and just bashed down as well. And just micro mistakes by Nova Esports is leading now to a disastrous result.
And now look at Trace. They're looking for the Baron. What happened there for Long? It just took too much time to activate the Stand United, and now the Baron buff could be up for taking to Trace Esports here. Long has a mountain to climb to even get close, and he's just gonna go down here.
All flashing in, but man, Trace Esports knows his playstyle already. They just let the Baron be at 4,000 health, and since it's a Shen, you won't be able to take it.
Yeah, take a look at that one more time here. The rest of the Nova squad already in the pit. But look, only after the Dragon was taken did the Stagnated come through. And by this time, all they had to do was look for the fight. I mean, Yitze had phenomenal damage going through, but he was the only one left standing here. And he just went down without a fight. After that, Baron buff secured as well. This is looking lost here for the side of Nova Esports. It's not looking good for them.
Yes. And this is one of the reasons why we don't really like seeing Long on any non-carry champions, because he couldn't really have the impact that he normally does. And Razer Esports is fully aware of that as well. They were very consistent in shutting him down early, denying objectives, denying camps as well, and now they're just able to take anything that they want, have a 8,000 gold lead as well on top of that, and also just soul point.
Yeah. It makes you wonder what the plan was behind that Shen over towards the priority. You remember, they picked up the Shen on the second rotation, so a lot of priority over towards the Shen, but it doesn't necessarily feel like they made lots of strategies around it, but now that's their last chance to prove it.
Oh, backline access by Korn. Reaching Yitze as well. Treasure Barrage this time is hurting the members of Nova Esports, especially because of this Baron. All the inhibitor towers being taken right now by Trace Esports. Top side, mid side as well. The only left standing is the bottom lane one. And again, just a massive Baron power play here by Trace Esports.
Yeah, immediately ballooning their gold lead by almost 10,000 now. Trace Esports in a very, very comfortable lead. And look at the item pickups. Look at 3 items already on Dione, 2.5. Actually 4 items now on their Ezreal. 4,200 Baron power play here for the side of Trace Esports as they are trudging along the 10,000 gold lead. There you go, that's 10,000 here, almost for their side.
So much.
And Nova the walls are just closing in on them.
Walls collapsing. All the defensive tools here of Nova Esports are degrading minute by minute, second by second. 10,000 gold lead by TRY's Esports. They're just patiently waiting for 2 objectives right now. The Baron, another Baron, and also the soul point that they can, or the soul that they can just pick up later on easily. And no threat at all for a steal because Long is on this champion.
Can't even get close. Now it's a 1v1 between him and Weeba.
Has to disengage. Call of the Warch God gonna be used to knock him up despite the flash invested. Still got hit, but still is safe. I think the most important thing here for Nova Esports.
That's huge too, because that's Long's flash gone out. So the prospect of him getting steal here is getting lower and lower and lower and lower. Baron is spawning up in just a second. Elder as well in just a bit. Look at TRY's. They're already setting up this trap here along the lines of the Baron. They're also constantly pressuring the base here. Remember, super minions are spawning up further side of TRY's Esports here. And Nova, they have to try and find a way to not crumble under the pressure as the Baron's getting started by TRY's.
But there's massive pressure that they are feeling already, and they're about to be crumbling one by one as well. Tak doing a really good job. Juju as well, setting up a wall barrier here so that nobody would be able to enter this Baron pit already. The laser's not gonna connect. Nia actually going in, gets a great burst onto Juju, but unable to get a kill. Finally, it is gonna be taking down, cleaning up the crew here. Long also just protecting the front line as the knock-up goes through from Tak. Long denied of a kill, but the mid lane gets pushed by Lisa! And that's gonna be the denial of Nova Esports! Man, TRY's Esports just running wild. They are fully comfortable with every single scenario that has been laid out for them, and they will remain to be undefeated.
2-1. It took them a little bit of time to ramp up, but they take down Nova Esports nonetheless. TRY's Esports showing to us why they are undefeated and why they stay undefeated. What a performance from their squad. And they just consistently outdraft here Nova in a reverse sweep manner. I mean, the first game was so good, but then the next two was nowhere near as close here for Nova Esports. They weren't even able to trade blows, and it was the final nail in the coffin when they put Long on that Shen and was unable to find much of an impact at all. And what can I say? Nova Esports still unable to work out some of their kinks, but it's partly because TRY's Esports are just so darn good at drafting and at team fighting. And the way they played that last team fight as well in the Baron, they had such a phenomenal setup that even when they weren't pushing down the middle lane, I think they could have still won that fight. Partly because of their big gold lead, but also because they had a pretty nasty Yone setup. Then Yone ult with a triple knock up there as well, so there realistically wasn't any chance of Nova coming back from that Baron fight.
Weibo as well, just having this jungle diff against Nova Esports Long. And again, we have been saying from the very beginning, in order to win against Nova Esports, you have to out-jungle Long. And that has been the game plan of TRY's Esports, particularly Weibo ever since game number 2. And in this game, we see a tremendous amount of impact by TRY's Esports. The gold difference over time as well is like a work of art. A while ago, it was really curved up. And man, this decisive victory by TRY's Esports, Lisa cleaning everything up in the base. Everything is just perfectly executed here by TRY's Esports. A great way to come back from their loss in game 1.
Yeah, and part of the factor why Long couldn't find much impact at all is because of the comp here on the side of TRY's Esports. I mean, Long is so good at stealing away key objectives, but because TRY's Esports have so much CC, he couldn't even get inside the pit without surviving for so long. I mean, even if he gets inside the pit, he gets feared, he gets knocked up, and then knocked up again, and then stunned up. And then by the time that he is free of the CC, he's already down for the count. And a part of it is because of this, because of Weibo's Hecarim pick, which is going to be the MVP of this game with an 83% kill participation. It's huge here for Weibo.
Huge. Weibo with his amazing performance for sure, backed up by amazing talented players here on the side of TRY's Esports, paving them a massive victory and retaining their undefeated record.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues that really Nova has to work out is that drafting, right? Being long at the center of their type of playstyle means that they really have to draft creatively, which is a huge challenge, especially for teams who understand that, like Trace Esports, for example. And if majority of the champion pool of their jungler gets banned out, that's when they start to struggle, right? And I think they really have to find a workaround around that and not rely so much on Long's champion pool, and perhaps find someone else to become sort of a saving grace here in their roster.
I mean, there's so many adjustments that was made on both sides. We saw that game number 2 pretty interesting bans as well. 9 jungle champion bans, but I think it got over the head here of Nova Esports, especially because in the last game, despite having so many options, right? Shen being a priority champion actually just got 1,000 IQ play by Trace Esports on the drafting as they pick up the Hecarim. And actually, I just want to say there as well, Kha'Zix was actually open during that time.
Yeah, I think they put too much
so
respect.
many.
I think they put too much respect. Once they saw the Hecarim getting priority pick here for Trace Esports, Nova was like, maybe we should play more towards that safer side of things. But yeah, I think they should have played more towards their strengths in that game. But here are the updated standings in the CN conference after today's games. And Trace Esports still at the tippy top there with right at the second slot after TT. And let's take a look at Nova Esports at number 7 for now, with still a 3-3 win-lose ratio. So not too bad for them, but also not the best.
Yeah, especially it's still a redemption story coming in from Nova Esports, despite them losing today. It's still a great fight that they put up against the number 2 spot, Trace Esports, and they came up actually from the 10th spot, or possibly even the 11th, as they had 2 consecutive lose streaks during the first week as well. Trace Esports, we still are gonna be waiting for the day that they will be battling against Thunder Talk. It's during the last week as well, week number 8, December 20. So mark it on your calendar, everybody. 2 Titans will clash that day, Thunder Talk and Trace Esports.
And here are the updated standings for the APAC conference. After that win today, G2 Blacklist pivot themselves towards the top of the leaderboard now, pushing Naus down to number 2. And the KT roster down at number 3. They're looking, after today's games, looking pretty good here. So there you have it, the updated standings of after today's games.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist, especially after that incredible victory against FPX, one of our new favorite for this day, for this week. Incredible Elder Steel by Ime. Great dominating game in game number 3. Now being in the top, just overthrowing Naus Esports for a bit. And tomorrow, we are going to be seeing very exciting games, of course. As always, Edward Gaming in their aggressive playstyle going up against Team Flash. After Team Flash already defeated KT.RY last Friday. Thunder Talk as well, the undisputed team, best team in the CN conference right now, will be battling against Fennel. And JDG and KBG, 2 Titans again will clash.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these matches tomorrow. I can't wait to see more of you guys coming back. Again, I'd just like to thank everyone for watching today's broadcast here. But that concludes our games for today. Such an action-packed game, huh, GG? And I would say some of these games they went kind of unexpected, but they were all so entertaining.
Any final words, Datum, before we head out?
No, see you tomorrow, guys. That's it.
See you tomorrow. We're very excited to see you guys tomorrow. Of course, we have banger of a series set in store for you guys. That's us for today. Giang and Datum heading out, and see you again tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.